Welcome everybody to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts weekend. My name is Jiggy and I'm going to be with you all weekend as we go through the entire Kingdom Hearts franchise. Well, not all of them, but most of them. So it's going to be a great weekend here. We have some incredible runs and some amazing stuff to showcase. All right, so I'm going to go through today's schedule here. We are kicking it off with Kingdom Hearts any percent with Nintendo. Then later we have Kingdom Hearts 3 level 1 critical APC limit cut with B-Boy, and then we have Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix HD any percent with Rebel Dragon, and then we're wrapping up today with Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix any percent with Prodigy. It's going to be a great weekend, so stick around with me all weekend as we got some awesome stuff. All right, with that, I say we jump right into the first game, the game that started it all, Kingdom Hearts.
Yo, I'm doing good. I'm excited to get straight into it here. So I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're doing Kingdom Hearts 1 any percent, which is done on the beginner difficulty because it is the quickest difficulty to run on. And even though it's on beginner mode, the strats that we use and like all of the, just like the whole game in general can be quite difficult because we're doing a speed run. So there's actually quite a bit of danger of dying and stuff towards the end. But to begin off here, we're picking the staff because we want magic in this game. Common theme you'll see probably throughout the marathon is that magic is pretty busted in the Kingdom Hearts series. And that is something we really want in any percent for KH1 here, because we'll be using a lot of it towards the end. I mean, even in the beginning here a bit too. So we're just going through to dive to the heart here. Kind of a tutorial section. Nothing too fancy. We give up the shield because we don't need to worry about that. I don't really know what you drop, like what happens when you drop it. I just know that it's not very important to have it. I know if you pick shield, I'm pretty sure you get another item slot, but we don't need that. Other things to mention is that the majority of the run is going to be like very movement heavy, and also very like a lot of it comes down to how fast we air combo. So if you watch how like low to the ground the Sora is whenever I do an air combo, I try to do a fast one here. I'm timing every single hit, and I'm also timing when I press the attack button after jumping. And timing that precisely throughout the entire game is what makes this game so hard to run at the top level. So it's gonna be difficult to not drop any air combos, but I will try my best. There's a couple moments where like you really have to be on top of it. We're picking the top options here because that will give us the earliest route, which means that we get experience as early as possible, and then it'll slow down the experience towards the end of the game, like towards the last half of your level ups. So I think like 50 to 100, and we're not going to reach that level, so it just helps us out. This is an infamous fight because you can lose a lot of time to these shadows. But that was actually not too bad.
Is it just because of placement? Yeah, I was curious, is it just because of placement, or like can they like run around?
Yeah, it's pretty much just that, because like I actually did some testing on emulator because I was curious, and the shadows literally read your inputs. So if you attack, they can just decide, oh, you attacked, I'm gonna go underground, and you have to just wait for him to come back up. So it's kind of crazy. We don't really have to deal with that too much. Like later on, it's mostly just in that part.
We have a question here from chat just about the language. Is it faster to play in Japanese?
Yes, it is. So the game has quite a bit of text boxes, and yeah, again, like this game is pretty unique to the rest of the series. There's a few things that are different. So that's one of them where most of the text boxes are skippable in the later games, but in this game you have to like actually read through them, and it's way faster in Japanese. You save like towards a minute.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that Guardian was gone, by the way. You were talking about the Japanese, the Guardian just gone.
Yeah. So that was Darkseid. We'll be fighting him again later on, but that's just like a tutorial boss. One other thing to mention is that I use power-ups because on beginner mode, you get accessories and you get like stat increases. And so for the longest time, we would use the power-ups and the defense ups. But we use only the power-ups now because we don't need the defense ups, but it means that we die pretty fast in endgame. But it's okay, because we have stuff like Leaf Bracer and MP Rage, which makes things pretty easy. And now we're just collecting stuff for Calorie here for the raft. Again, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of really cool movement tech that we do. So like right there, off of the ladder, I did like a swing onto the log so that I could skip the text box in the air. And like we do a lot of little things like that that add up throughout the whole game. It's one of my favorite parts about this run. Because a game like KH2 is like it's pretty low on the movement side. But in this game, it's probably like one of the heaviest movement speedruns for KH. Also, fun fact, you can lock onto the fish there. There's a lot of like small things like that I think are really fun.
See,
for me,
I'm just here listening to you play with the buttons to the rhythm of the music.
Yeah.
I caught on.
Yeah, everyone points that out in my chat. I didn't even know I was doing it the whole time. It just happened.
Yeah. I get you.
So coming up here are going to be... Okay, there's a trick here. There's a thing here called Task Nut. Because what we do is hit this tree. That nut could be the nut that we need. It's not. I never go for it in runs because it's incredibly rare. But I decided to do it here because why not? We have to collect 2 coconuts. And for some reason, some trees have like way higher odds than other trees of dropping the right coconut. And I have no idea why they made it that way, but the tree we go for has like pretty high odds.
It always makes me laugh how
is...
floaty Sora is.
Yeah, well, yeah, he I guess he's a bit floaty in this game. It's honestly like not bad because you can start your combos so soon after jumping. But in some of the KH games, like Birth by Sleep, it can be kind of annoying. But yeah, this is a Riku race. This is like actually capped at how fast we can go. So right here, I have to wait for Riku. Like we just have to wait for it to fade out. If you get there any later, you still wait the same amount of time. So actually, like I purposely want Riku to go pretty fast there. So like there's a platform you can sabotage Riku by dropping a platform. But we don't do that because that would lose time. Now we're gonna grab the mushroom here. You can break this rock by falling on top of it. It's kind of a cool thing. And then here's where we get coconuts. That's 1. Okay. All right, that's pretty good luck. Like 1 in 3 there. You can legit lose like 10 seconds there just trying to get coconuts. I mean, you could theoretically just never get a coconut. Oh god.
Thanks, RNG.
Yeah, this game has a lot of it. It's like pretty... I feel like it's pretty minimal in the terms of like, if you play really well, you won't lose that much to RNG usually. But it can be pretty annoying sometimes. I've gotten pretty lucky so far. I actually don't mind Destiny Islands here. Because, again, a lot of movement. The only, like, really annoying part is the coconuts and the shadows. But otherwise, it's pretty chill. We're also playing on a PC version, that's good to mention. So this is actually a slightly modded category because there is, speaking of RNG, there's one segment where you can lose about a minute to like a coin flip, and we just like modded that out to make it consistent. I love this song. It's a shame I don't hear it more. So now we're at the end of Destiny Islands. We're gonna be fighting Darkseid again. This time, he'll do his like DM move, where he shoots out orbs. Now in an optimal fight, I'll be deflecting the orbs back at him, but that rarely happens because it doesn't like I don't want to go out of my way to do it because it's pretty fast to combo him, but it's just like a nice thing if it does. All right, let's see here. Target this side. Okay, yeah, so I'm on the wrong side of the arm. There we go. Yeah,
wow.
Things died pretty fast. they died fast because we have the strength ups and the accessories and stuff. But it will kind of change later on. There's like to explain it real quick, there's like a damage cap. So there's a certain amount of damage you're only allowed to do. And when we get to like later parts of the game, we hit that amount, which is another reason why we don't pick like the sword, because it wouldn't actually make a difference. All right, so everyone thinks you have to walk around Traverse Town here. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is kill 5 shadows, which I got really bad luck there. So we got 3. You want them all to jump on you there. It wasn't too bad. We could have next 2 right here. And if you kill 5 shadows and then talk to Sid, then Leon will spawn. Otherwise, you can walk around Traverse Town and activate like Auto Down and Goofy cutscenes. And I think there might have been a 3rd way to activate him, but I don't remember at this point. But now we get to fight Leon. He dies pretty fast. So one thing you'll notice is that I'm not doing my finisher. The finisher being the last hit of my combo. I'm not doing it very often because it's actually slower to do that in most cases. It depends on the fight. It's really fight specific because the finisher can also have a critical hit, which I didn't even know that for the longest time, is that this game has critical hits. But I think it's only the finisher that can be a critical hit. So finishers are actually kind of good sometimes, but in general, they're just a little bit slower to get off than the first 2 hits of the combo. So you just land sooner if you don't do the finisher sometimes. And now we're just gonna head towards guard armor. We're still a little bit in like the tutorial section. I'm killing soldiers because they give you 4 experience each, and if we kill 3 of them, then we'll hit a level up right before the boss, and that level up makes a big difference. I timed it the other day and it can save like up to 10 seconds. It's pretty big.
Is it just because of stats or?
Yeah, it just gives you, I think it gives you like a strength up. And here, I'll be pressing triangle, because if you press triangle without and Goofy, it directs them to attack whatever you're targeting. So we'll be doing that a lot throughout the game. Oh god. So I want to parry this guy. Now, guard armor has animations when he breaks apart. And we want to avoid them because they lose a lot of time if it happens. Okay, that was a really good fight, actually. So it looked like pretty normal because nothing happens, but if we wait any longer there, the animation of him breaking apart would have happened, and that loses you like 5 seconds. So you want to kill him really fast before that happens. But honestly, not too bad so far. We got a couple cutscenes here. So one cool thing is that even though we're playing on the Japanese version, the English version actually has a sequence break that you can only do on that version. And I don't know why. It's a bit strange because they, in the remasters, they patched it out only on the JP version. But yeah, but pretty much you can talk to Leon in like the sewer area early. And on the English version, if you clip through the gate with the Trinity. But on JP, they patched it out, so we can't do it. It would save a lot of time if we did. There we go. Equipping dodge war there. But even with that sequence break, JP is still faster. Now we're gonna enter the gummy menu here, which is extremely confusing. I honestly don't fully understand it myself.
All right, I'm ready for this, the coolest gummy ship in the world right now.
Yeah, so I like calling it a tissue box. It's just so pretty much your weight on the ship determines your speed. So if you completely delete your entire ship, then it speeds up the gummies like pretty significantly. And on this gummy in particular, we can actually just chill on the top right and we won't die. But because I removed everything, I also didn't put on a gun. This is like a thing between runners, is like if you put on a gun or not. If you put on a gun, it loses like 2.5 seconds, or 1.5, around there. And it just means that the gummy missions will be completely free. But I've always played the game without a gun because it's not really that hard. It just makes it a bit more tedious and you don't get as many bathroom breaks. But yeah. This one's pretty easy, we just chill on the top right. And that is one neat thing about this run, is that we can speed up the gummies, whereas in the other games, well, I guess it's only just KH2. We can't speed it up at all. It's just an auto-scroller. But here we have a bit of a break because we're just going to Wonderlands. Yeah, I have no idea how to work the gummy menu. All I know how to do is like the speedrun stuff. All right. This cutscene right here is not skippable, and we have no idea why. It was like only on the PC version. I think it's the PC version is the only one that cutscene can't be skipped. So you have to watch the rabbit run into the door. So coming up here is going to be one of my favorite, like, I don't even know if you could call it a minigame. It's kind of like a minigame. But we have to grab evidence boxes. And the more that you grab, the more likely it is that you pick the right one when the queen brings them down. But there is a way to tell which one is the right one, even if you don't grab them all. And it's like extremely hard to do. So if I get the soldier here, it's going to be extremely exciting. First, let me collect the box over here. So you're supposed to grab like 4 or 5 of them. We only grab 1 of them because we only have to. Then we talk to the queen here. And we want the soldier because it will save. It won't give us the animation of Don and Goofy being put in the cage. That animation wastes like, I think it's pretty like big, like 3 seconds. Okay, I think it's 4. The first present that drops is the one that has a soldier. And I swear to God, they drop like 1 frame apart. It's like insanely hard to tell. Yes. Okay, we got it. Like, if you want to watch back that part of the VOD and like watch it at like 0.25 speed, it's still really hard to tell which one dropped first. But I practiced that a lot. Oh god. So this is Crank Tower. Another nice thing about the soldier is that we have Dawn and Goofy now, so they can help a little bit. There we go. The Crank Tower is a bit interesting because the way that the fight works is that it doesn't actually have a health bar. It has like a hit counter, and your finishers actually do like 5 times the damage of a regular hit. But if you combo too fast, it doesn't register each hit because the cranks need to like finish spinning. So I actually have to delay my combos where I do like the first hit fast, I delay the second hit, and then I do the finisher. So it's kind of a weird gimmicky fight. Now, to activate Trickmaster, all you have to do is touch these candles. This game can be really confusing casually, like getting lost.
I don't want to talk about it, okay?
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about it.
Did you get lost?
40 hours. No, it took me 55 hours and 36 minutes to beat this game on the first try in 10.
Did you get lost in like every world?
Oh, every world. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, so it isn't too bad once you know it. But yeah, especially Wonderlands and like Deep Jungle, you can get lost pretty easy. I can't jump on here. Oh no. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for this to trigger Trickmaster to appear, you have to light those 2 candles, and that's all you have to do. Now, you're supposed to use the furniture to hit Trickmaster, but we're actually just gonna jump really high and time our hit just right to hit him. That should be it. Yep.
Wow.
All right.
Very good. Very good. Claps in the chat for that one.
Yeah, it can be quite tough because you're not meant to fight him that way, so you kind of have to make sure that you're comboing him correctly. If I like mistimed any of that, then he'll go a bit higher, and then you can't reach him. So now we'll be heading over to Deep Jungle, and see like all the text here is way faster in Japanese. But yeah, we'll head over to Deep Jungle now. So one thing to mention is that we could have went to Olympus, but the reason we don't, and I wish we did, because if you go to Olympus, you get Thunder. But we're actually going to finish the entire game without Thunder. So I have every spell in the game except for Thunder. And Thunder would...
I understand, Nintendo. You don't want to get up on the Hydra's back. I understand.
I mean, that's KH2.
No!
But I guess...
I'm a fool.
I mean, you should mention that to Podgy, though.
All right, later.
Yeah. But if we go there, we fight Cerberus. You can get on Cerberus's back, but I hate that fight. But yeah, so you get Thunder if you go there. And I would like to have it because Thunder's really useful for power wilds and stuff. But we don't do it because it's a bit slower, and I'm pretty sure you have to beat Wonderland anyway. So it's just a completely optional world.
We just have a question from the chat asking about why you're not using scan.
Yeah, that is a good question. So this run is very optimized in terms of like the routing and stuff. It's like we're trying to save every second possible. So equipping scan isn't necessary for like a lot of the game, like probably about a third. We equip it like, yeah, I think actually more so like halfway in the game is when we equip it, just because we equip everything like at once. So pausing to equip it any earlier would just lose too much time. And as you can see, like most fights ends in a couple air combos. Later on, it actually like matters how much damage we do, but for now we can just like whack stuff. right here we have Donald and Sora arguing about who's driving the ship or something. Actually, they're arguing about landing. Okay. Sabor dies in 6 hits. There we go. That guy could be a bit tough because you get parried a lot. I got parried there. And he also likes to jump around. A lot of enemies in this game are pretty, like, mean in the run because they like to run away from you or, like, parry you and all that. So just keeping your composure and accepting that you might lose some time to that kind of thing is what you gotta do. I love this part of the run because we collect the slides and the movement here is pretty cool. So we're ending the text box mid-dodge roll to save time there. And then right here we do a parry on the ground to move around during the text box. So that was good. There's some movement, like right there, for example, if you miss, like when we're on the tent, if you fall down before grabbing the slide, I mean, you lose like a lot. You lose like 10 seconds maybe, which is a lot in this run. I think it's really amazing how optimized this category has gotten now. It's probably the most competitive Kingdom Hearts category of all time. And it's like pushed so far now. People are legitimately saving like every second like really matters in this run. So right now we're just going to the tree section, activating like flags to continue the story. And this is again where you can get really lost. We touched the save point back there in the trees over here so that we can warp. Because if you don't touch a save point, then you can't warp to that room. And that saves a lot of time. Especially on the remaster because the loads are so fast. And now we're about to enter Power Wilds. So Power Wilds can be quite hard. I actually do a neat thing here. I'm one of the only runners to do this. I take off auto lock. So the top option on your option menu is auto lock, and it actually makes these fights a lot harder if you have it on, because it will change where Sora is focused. It'll point him towards whatever you're locked onto. But if you take off auto lock, then you can just decide where Sora shoots the blizzard. So that fight was pretty good. They die in 2 blizzards or 1 blizzard and 1 hit. And I'll be trying to space out I'll be like careful about my magic usage. So I want to use 2 here. And then I want to use 2 here. So those were bad blizzards because I only hit 1 guy. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, so that guy was running away from me. They can be really, really painful to combo because they can do that. But it's okay. I want to save my ether. So I have 1 ether to use that I got from Goofy at the beginning of the game. And I want to save it until after this fight right here. Ow. Okay, Donald helped out. Okay. It's not too bad. I don't know if I want to use the ether now, because I think I have 2 MP. So I should be fine to do this. Yeah. There we go. That was good. So a lot of this entire segment is just like on the fly, planning out how you're going to use your magic. Oh no, I have a potion. That's not good. It's actually bad to get potions because they fill up your inventory. There we go. Luckily, party members helped out quite a bit there. They can be really annoying, whether or not Donald and Goofy choose to help out. All right. Sabor, you can do two different strats here. I normally do fire spam like this, but you can just do air hits. But that strat is far more risky because Sabor can jump into the trees, and that just loses you quite a bit of time. So the fire strat is pretty consistent. And now we just head up to Clayton. There's actually a couple like cutscenes you can kind of skip. So if I went into the tent right now, there would be like a cutscene where you realize that Jane isn't in there. But if you can just skip that and go straight to the vines over here. And now this fruit, there's a fruit here we have to combo. And it's, again, a weird one where it doesn't have health, it just has hits. So I think it dies in 15 hits. Oh no. There we go.
Is it an evil fruit?
Yeah. It's, look
Damn.
at that fruit, it's super evil.
You got
So I just got Yeah. It wasn't really fighting back. But I got a potion drop from that power wild, which is annoying. Again, you normally don't get 2 potion drops this early in the run, but it's okay. We just have to throw it. Like ideally, you throw it after you beat a boss, because you're just waiting for the fade out to happen. So I'm gonna do it after Clayton. Okay, so that was the beginning of Clayton. This is the actual fight. I'll be doing a thing here called animation skip. Jump on here. So we knock him off of the rock, and that skips the animation of whatever the thing I don't know what he's riding on, but that thing will like become visible, and it has like a 5-second animation. But if you knock him off of the rock, it will skip the entire animation. So we had to like set it up at the beginning of the fight. It's like a weird lizard creature. No, it's a chameleon. That's what it is. Now, this is a horrifying room for speedrunners. Everyone has nightmares about this because there's a jump right here, and if you miss it, you lose a lot of time. And I got it. It's fine. So I lined it up with the camera. Some runners just like, you know, yeah, they just like jump. And if you miss it, then you just lose like 10 seconds. And it's like right after you get past the early game. So you can like have like a perfect early game. Everything went perfectly fine. You save a lot of time, and then you'd miss that one jump, and then the run's dead. So it's a pretty hard platforming section. Now we're going to be heading back to Travis Town. And this part is a pretty big break in the run. So if anyone has any questions, now would be a good time. Because you have to get through both gummy missions that we just went through.
Good old gummy missions.
Yep. Let's see. What have we not gone over? So, I guess one thing to mention is that I still have the Kingdom Key on. The Keyblade switching isn't like that. It's not that interesting in this run because we normally just equip the best Keyblade we have. Like, the next Keyblade we get is always better than the last one. Whereas in, like, a game like KH2, it depends on the abilities you have and stuff. In this game, you generally get a better Keyblade per world. So we just got Jungle King, and we'll be equipping that in Travis Town. What is Kingdom Hearts? It is the friends that we made along the way.
That's a good question. How long have you been running Kingdom Hearts? Because I know you play multiple games, not just KH1.
Yeah. So I started with KH2, and this was back in like So I've been running Kingdom Hearts since 2014. and I started with KH2. And
Yay,
back then,
10 years.
Yeah, this year's my 10th year. I think, yeah, like last month was my 10-year Twitch anniversary too.
No, congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've been running for 10 years, and KH1 I've always had an interest in because I love this category specifically because it's so optimized, and like the movement tech and just like, I don't know, the history behind it. There've been a lot of like back and forth woodworker trading and stuff in this category. There's actually, I want to shout out a really fantastic video by Sayans that goes over the entire woodworker history of this game, and it goes from like multiple versions of the game as well, like from beginning to end of the history of this category. And it's a really well done video. It has like a ton of insight and stuff on the route changing and stuff. So I'd highly recommend checking that out. I think it's called History of KH1 Speedruns or something. But you should be able to find it if you search it on YouTube. But yeah, I haven't run KH1 as much as like 2. But I love this category a lot, so I put a lot of work into it. And on PC, it's really easy to get into running this game as well, because we have a lot of resources to practice now. So it's very easy to just like boot up and load. You basically have like save states for each fight, so you can just load that up and practice a fight. All right. So we left Traverse Town first visit through the accessory shop because he wanted to activate the save point right there. And now we're heading towards the waterway. There's a couple parts in the run where we want to despawn enemies, because in order to use the reaction command, your menu has to be blue. So right there, I killed those two, and then I move to the right side here, and that should despawn everything. So now we can use the Trinity. And we'll be doing stuff like that a lot throughout the game. Talk to Leon here. So yeah, in the English version, you could actually sequence break into here early on. It's kind of weird the way that you do it, but they patched it out on JP. It doesn't save that much time, it's just kind of cool.
For those who are joining us here, this is Oops All Kingdom Hearts Weekend. We have some awesome Kingdom Hearts speedruns coming at you all day today and all day tomorrow. So stick around. Did you get a chance, Nintendo, to look at our schedule to see what we got going on?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Pretty cool, right?
I'm excited to see a lot of the like spin-off games, because those don't get as much love as the like main trilogy. So that'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. You know, I'm excited. The next run after this is the Kingdom Hearts 3 level 1 critical APC limit cut, which is a name and a half, but I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, that's basically like all pro codes. I actually have never even done that myself, because I tried it and I got on Skull, which is like, people probably know who that is in chat, but he's like the extremely hard boss in Frozen, and I just gave up at that point. I was like, I'm not doing this. It's pretty nuts. I can't believe they accidentally booked only KH runs.
Oops.
Whoops. We're just talking to Berlin here. He found a house here. And I think it's funny that, like, while he's dancing around, we're just, like, staring at him. Completely, like, emotionless. So here's where 100 Acre Wood would be if we wanted to do 100 Acre Wood. But a lot of worlds in this game are optional. So I mentioned Olympus is optional. Atlantica is also optional. And Let me think. Are we going to be seeing Atlantica at all throughout the marathon? I don't think we will.
I have no idea. I'm trying to maybe tomorrow. During the randomizer.
Yes. Oh wait, I don't know actually if they have that on. But for China Memories, you have to go to Atlantica. So we'll be seeing it at least in the finale.
Great.
Yeah. But yeah, we can skip it in this game, and you can skip 100 Acre as well.
Means you don't have to fight Ursula. She's the worst boss in the game.
Your favorite boss in the game? Yeah.
Only took me 10 hours.
No way. Wait, actually?
I think it had to be at least 5 hours. I know I'm
Oh
crazy, but it was an entire broadcast of just me trying to take out Ursula. I think it was because of like the salty run back after and all that stuff. Plus,
no, it's totally, yeah, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. You probably went there,
I don't know,
like a bit under level 2.
Probably, yeah. I was gonna ask what you think the most challenging boss in this game is.
Like in the speedrun or just at all?
Just in general, yeah.
Okay, well, easy answer is like Sephiroth, but like story-wise, Ursula is up there.
Yeah,
actually, it probably would be Ursula. I think Ursula, Ansem 2, which is like the Ansem fights in general, they can be pretty hard.
For context, chat, I back in the year 2019, an era ago, you know, pre-war on medicine and all that. I played through the entire Kingdom Hearts franchise completely blind. Just, you know, first time playing. No context. I did not grow up with these games. I'm a Zelda guy. I did not grow up with these, but we played them in 2019, and I ranked all of them. And Kingdom Hearts 1 took last place out of all 10 games, and it took me 55 hours and 36 minutes to beat on my first playthrough, which is kind of sad.
I mean, I've seen, like, it's fair enough. A lot of casual players
gonna
like
beat
struggle.
it in less than Nintendo's gonna beat it in like 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, this is at least like my 5th playthrough, so it's okay.
At least, okay, so you've at least played it like
at least a few
3
times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did play it on Proud because even though I was told I shouldn't, I was pointed at a game that had Mickey Mouse on the cover, and I said, there's no way that the hard difficulty is actually that hard, okay?
Well, it's a Disney game. It can't be that hard.
Yeah, it's a Disney game. There's Mickey Mouse, and there's a guy with shoes, and there's anime, and I underestimated it.
All right, back into the scariest menu in the game, the gummy menu. We're gonna put on. I've already messed up because the ship is off center. It's not meant to be that way. All right, there we go. So we put on a better engine and we put on the haste G. Haste G gives you like a boost mid-flight, and then the better engine just makes you go faster. I'm pretty sure we don't need to have 2 engines. Like, I think it always goes as fast as your best engine, but oh well. I also warped to Wonderland because it's faster to go from there to the warp point here. So I did a menu where I equipped Jungle King, the Keyblade, and I also equipped a better accessory called White Fang. And there's a shop that I did as well where I sold everything that was unnecessary pretty much. And in that shop, if you sell, it's very easy to sell White Fang by accident, especially if like you're playing in Japanese and you can't see, you don't know which one is White Fang. But if you do that, then it's really bad. Like the run's kind of dead. So that's the thing that will kill run sometimes, like for new runners. But I didn't do that. I have White Fang equipped, and I put on the experience accessory on Goofy. I think it's like the experience bangle or something. And even though it's not on Sora, it will still apply to every party member because we all kind of share experience. Is Proud comparable to Legendary on Halo 1? I actually have not played Halo ever.
I think
So
if I remember correctly, Proud just is double enemy damage and then something else. I forget.
Yeah,
I think you get more
just...
EXP, right?
No, that's no, but you just basically take more damage and do less damage. That's about it. Like there's other gimmicks for like critical mode in KH2, but for this game it's pretty simple.
I played KH2 on critical mode too.
How'd that go?
34 hours and 6 minutes.
That's actually,
But
yeah.
it got first place out of all the games in my rankings. It got first place. It was the one I had the most fun with.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear. Coming up here is a tough fight. This is the main reason why I don't have auto lock on, because if your target is stolen by auto lock here, it's super annoying. We want to remove, basically there's 2 waves of 5 bandits. And a weird thing about this fight is if you don't kill everything from the first wave, then it won't spawn the next wave. Like the next wave, they're all attached to each other. This is so bad, hang on. So pretty much the order you kill them in is really important. And that was a pretty bad fight, but ideally you just like throw blizzards and you can kill both waves like pretty fast. But they got kind of jumbled up. All right. We're gonna save warp to Aladdin's house, another point where we touch a save point to get the save warp. And I'm gonna get Aladdin in my party because he actually speeds up fights quite a bit. It's kind of like a 50-50 if you want to do it or not. Most runners don't do it anymore, but I realized that he's pretty useful.
Why'd you remove Donald?
Because I don't like ducks.
I was gonna say, I was just like, what do you got against Don?
He
At
can
least
be...
in this game, he doesn't complain about ingredients in this game.
Well, okay, so what he can do is later on in the game, he can cast Stop. Like, an enemy will be 1 HP, and then he uses Stop, and you have to wait out the entire Stop timer. And it's really sad.
So even in speedrunning KH, people don't like Donald. This is a confirmed
Oh, yeah.
thing.
Yes. People don't like Donald, especially in this game.
Or Donald.
I mean, he kind of had it coming. This is Pot Centipede here. So you want him to break that like barrier right there, and then we want to kill him in this room because that was weird. There we go. Because if you run over to this while the game is fading out, then it'll actually spawn you in that room. So we made it, which is good. Otherwise, you have to spawn in like one of the other 2 rooms, and it takes a while. I also forgot to throw the potion way back on Clayton, so I'll do it here.
It's okay, everybody. Our next game has the ingredients. We're fine. We can wait.
Oh yeah, it does. You're right.
Yeah. This boss confused me so much when I first played it.
Yeah. So this fight, we just jump on the head right at the beginning. If you don't jump on the head at the beginning, then it's like completely GG. But we do that, and then he puts his nose in the ground. I don't even know what is he doing. I don't know what he's doing.
He's
and
sniffing.
then you and then you just combo the other eye. if anything goes wrong in that fight, it's like really bad.
I just want to be. I wish I was part of like the meeting where they decided the bosses for each of these levels, and they're just like, what about the giant cave of wonders? What if you fight the lion cave?
Yeah, I really don't know what they're thinking with that. Oh god. Oh, so the cage community calls him Tiger Head. At least we used to for the longest time, and it's not a tiger head, it's a lion head. So I just want to call out the cage community on that one.
I don't remember my Aladdin. I'm pretty sure it's what Chad, is it the Cave of Wonders? Is that what we just entered?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
How many hits is it per eye? So this is actually crazy. It takes 13 hits per eye. Can you believe it? 13. All right. Yeah, swimming up the waterfall is weird. Okay, so Jafar, hang on. Serious business here. We have to get 1 cycle. If you don't get 1 cycle, then we lose 20 minutes. Hold up. Cast Blizzard. He activates the magic shield. We want to catch him right there. It's very precise. We also want to get purple stuffless, if I can get that. Hang on. Oh, okay, I got it.
Wow.
So he does... He does a thing.
Does he really lose 20 minutes?
No, it doesn't. It loses like 10 seconds. But also, okay, so there's a lot going on there. He does a thing where he shoots like purple stuff out of his staff, and we call it purple stuffless. I actually like never get that in a run, but you need Aladdin and Goofy to do a lot of damage to him. And so we got purple stuffless there. It was a really good fight, actually. And now we're gonna shoot 7 blizzards at Jafar. I've already lost count. Okay. Hit Iago. Iago's like pattern is consistent, so he'll always do this. And then you want to parry that boulder, but it's okay. Yeah, both Jafar fights are really fast. So to explain a bit better, what was happening back on Jafar is that we shot magic to make him shoot, like get a barrier, and then we have to catch him before he runs away, and then he does that purple stuff attack, and that all gives us enough time to kill him. But if you mess up any of that, then he'll run away, and you have to wait for a second cycle. Here you're meant to escape, but you actually can die and continue the game anyway, and that saves a lot of time. And then a thing that I found very recently is that if you hold right here, I've been holding right ever since I got hit by the last boulder. You actually save, like, I think it was like 1 second, just because you hold right. I don't know why. It's like you turn the corner faster. It's a very weird thing.
So if you die, they just kick you out. They're just like, yeah, you're good. You don't have to do that
yeah.
again.
Yeah. That's exactly what happens. There's like no cuts. They don't acknowledge it at all. I don't know why. Like it's a very weird. I feel like they never finished that segment. Like it's kind of in beta still. Because there's also like health orbs you can't grab. Like you literally just can't grab them.
Just, you know, still in beta, 22-year-old video game.
Now we'll be going to Monstro. That was like, I would say that mid-game started with Agrabah, and now we're continuing it. Monstro is probably the last world where we can just like air combo stuff. Afterwards, the bosses get a bit more complex. But Monstro is pretty short, if you know where to go. And yeah, shout out to Spike Vegeta. Spike actually found, I don't remember if he found that part, but there's another part too in the Gummy missions where he accidentally died, and then just the game let him continue anyway. And it was like, wait, what? We can just not do this? This is kind of funny.
We like Spike Vegeta. He will be doing our Kingdom Hearts 2 quad rando race tomorrow. So we're excited to have Spike on the show.
Also, quick shout outs to there's like literally in the past few days there's been a lot of theory crafting on stuff we can change in the route. I'm forgetting their username now, but in the Discord they've been finding a ton of stuff. So like I've been wanting to work on it, but I won't be doing any of it for the marathon. But pretty much like a lot of the route is changing pretty soon. So if you guys want to watch that happen, then
how much time does that save out of curiosity so far?
It's looking to save like probably around 20 seconds now. And it's
Wow.
like, it involves a lot of route changes, so it's like pretty crazy. But yeah, that's a lot for this game, especially. Pretty much there's a thing called Dumbo Skip, and there's a route where we skip Dumbo Skip. Dumbo Skip, if you will. I love calling tricks like skip instead of just not mentioning it, you know? Whenever we find a skip and then we just skip the skip. Yeah, I also skip Simba, mostly. But anyway, if you want to catch that, then you can come to my stream or watch any of the other runners. Look into it. Now, there's a thing called Chamber 3 skip here, though. It's very precise platforming. I got it. Hell yeah. Okay. So we enter that room with the camera facing a certain way. Hold left, swing as the game loads in. And then if we swing at the right time, we land on like the cove. And then from there, we have to time our like jump and the movement pretty well. Because if you jump too early, then you'll bonk the ceiling. But if you jump just right, then you can jump to the other side of the room. And that saves like 5 seconds. Probably the hardest movement tech in the game. And now this fight is just air combos. Pretty much just like air combo practice. My air combos there are pretty good. If you do it fast enough, he just doesn't have time to attack. And so that's the first fight there. Oh, so yeah, there's like a trick where I believe when you're in the chambers, it's like the chamber that has like a green aura or something is the one that you want to go into. There's like a weird way to tell which one to go into. But that would help you casually out. Because a lot of people get lost here.
Me.
Alright. Now here's the second fight with the Parasite Cage. We're gonna try to get an early combo here. Ooh, that was tight. So he tries to attack you at the beginning, but if you combo him fast enough, you can interrupt it. And now we actually want Donnie Goofy to not hit his head like they just did, because then he opens up his stomach and you actually combo slower. It's not a big deal, it's just a bit slower if that happens. But there we go. That is Monstro. We need it to do Monstro for high jump. I forget if you need to do it otherwise, but high jump is pretty important. And now, we have to wait for him to spit us out. we're actually gonna go straight back into Monster Row and grab Water Gleam, which is the Dumbo material. And like that's the new routing that we're finding is if you skip Dumbo, then you actually save more time. But I like Dumbo skip. So I'm happy to show it off here. Or that was confusing. I like the Dumbo skip we do with Dumbo, so I don't want to skip Dumbo.
You're not Dumbo skipping.
Yeah, we're not
just
Dumbo skip.
doing
We're
Dumbo
just doing
skips.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
And to Dumbo skip, you have to skip Dumbo as well. So it makes it extra confusing. Anyway, there's a jump here that only I do that is really cool. If I get it, I'll be very happy. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. You can ledge grab that. It's like extremely precise to get that ledge grab. And now we can leave. So, let's see. I did a menu back there. We used to equip scan in that menu, but it's actually better to equip it over here in Halloween Town. So don't worry, we're gonna have scan soon. I know that some people hate watching the game without scan, but we'll have it in a second here. Yeah, all that Dumbo stuff isn't going to be relevant for a while. Until we get to Haunted Bastion, anyway. Halloween Town is a pretty rough world. A lot of hard stuff here.
It's just cool, though. You know?
It is cool. Yeah, it is very cool. There's a strength up right here. One of the few chests that we grab. And now enter the room. So we normally don't have, let's see, I think we only have Aladdin and Peter Pan in our party. Oh no, I guess we get Beast as well. Like generally we don't want the other party member, like Tarzan. And yeah, Jack we're not gonna have. Okay, so I'm gonna take Jack's ethers though. And then use the strength up that we just got. Equip Ray of Light. And then equip the bottom 4 abilities, which are Air Combo Plus, MP Haste, Scan, and I think Aerial Hurricane Blast, I think it's called. I think that's what I equipped there. I can't actually read Japanese. And so Ray of Light actually just speeds up this part a bit because our magic is stronger. That was really good. So I was actually jumping there to spawn the enemies faster. For some reason, if you jump like really high, it will spawn the ghost there like instantly. It's a very weird thing. There's a lot of weird things in this game like that. And fun thing about the MP is that because you don't have, like in Kingdom Hearts 2, you have like a magic stat, and that's the case for most of the games. But in this game, your magic stat is the same as your MP amount. So the more MP you have, the more damage you do with magic. So that's why equipping Ray of Light gave us stronger magic here. Now we're doing a thing called... actually, okay, so we can't do it because we got white mushrooms. White mushrooms are pretty rare. Oh my god. I got unlucky there because they wanted Blizzard. Yeah, so there's a thing here called Graveyard Skip where you like dodge roll into the graveyard. But if you get white mushrooms, then you just have to kill them instead. Let's see. Oh god, okay. So I got 3, 4, 1 there. It's a weird minigame where it's random which order you get. The best luck is like 7, 7, 7. Worst luck is like 1, 7, 1. What I got there was like pretty good luck because they're all close by. Uh-oh. There we go. So yeah, there's a room coming up where black fungus can spawn. Because like, so the mushrooms I got there, those lose you time, but it's not that much time. And there's a couple rooms where that matters. So earlier on in the game in Agrabah, I could have gotten black fungus, and it's just a coin flip if you get it. And if you get black fungus in a room, you have to leave and come back because it takes way too long to kill with black fungus. And in Agrabah, it only loses you like 2 seconds. But in Halloween Town, I don't know the exact amount, but I think it's like 8 seconds. It's a lot more. So we might get it right here. Let's see. Okay, no, we got no black fungus throughout the game. That's pretty good.
Nice. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I go like weeks of just getting black fungus over and over again. And then sometimes I don't get it at all. Just completely luck-based. We did get white mushrooms though, which is unlucky, but that's okay. This part
Off to
is
go
pretty
battle
cool.
Oogie, right?
Yes, after we jump around the house here. So we skip all of the platforming, or all of the like stuff you're meant to do, and do platforming instead. Oh god. There we go. Shouts to Nick for finding that jump. What's cool about this whole section here is that we used to call it like community jumps because a bunch of different community members found different jumps there. It's like throughout the entire section right there, it was like a group effort to find all that. Now we're beating Lockshock Barrel with Blizzard. There we go. Ideally, they all die to blizzards, but most of the time they'll have some health left. We used to do a strat there with stop, where we stopped them in the air and then comboed them, but it was way less consistent than just spamming blizzard. And now I'm gonna put back on, I think it's White Fang, and use that for Oogie because our strength actually matters here. So Oogie is going to be annoying because, well, it depends. So we want to get a thing here called Dice Reflect. If we get Dice Reflect, it's fine. And I'm usually pretty good at it. Oh, Donald's... I've actually never seen Donald stop these guys. That's actually really funny. Holy cow. Yeah, so right there, Donald stopped them when they're at 1 HP. So I had to wait. Okay. So he lets you attack him a certain amount of times. And then we have to wait for him to throw dice. We have to deflect them back at him. Oh, I got him. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that trick is pretty hard. If you don't deflect the dice, then he'll do a random attack. And depending on the attack, you can lose like a lot of time. The worst one is Snake Eyes. That probably loses like 15 to 20 seconds. But we got Dice Reflect, so it's fine. Another thing to keep in mind in that fight is that Oogie Boogie goes off of a flinch count. So if you hit him, I think it's like, I think you hit him like 10 times. And if Thought and Goofy hit him instead, they count towards the 10. So you want them to not attack him at all there. So you can get 2 cycle. Now we fight the weird orbs on Oogie Boogie's house. I don't really know what they were thinking with this fight.
They said we need a lead up to the fight. Let's put orbs on Ogi's house.
It's kind of fun though. A lot of platforming. Ow. Ow. Alright. Get that jump right there.
Bam.
Cool. And that's Oogie Boogie. So that's Halloween Town. Honestly, not too bad.
The KH2 Oogie fight's way better.
Really? Maybe.
It's the RNG one, right?
Or
am I thinking
there's
of a
RNG.
different game? What's the one where you battle him on the giant roulette wheel?
We just did that.
I missed that. Was it that fast?
That's
that
how fast it was. It was pretty fast.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no
And
worries.
this one.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, I think it's better in this game than 2. Because in 2, it's just like a auto scroller kind of.
So fast
All right.
I didn't even notice.
So, did you want to take the
yeah.
break?
That's what I was just about to ask here. Is this a good spot to do a break?
Yeah. Do you want to wait till I like land, or
Yep,
do
we can
just
wait
go?
till you land,
All right.
and then we can we'll do a quick break. But while we're waiting, I'll say we're gonna take a quick break here, everybody. We're gonna take a quick break here, and when we come back, we'll be finishing off this amazing Kingdom Hearts 1 any% run. But in the meantime, do me a favor and join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role. That's where you can keep tabs on all of our upcoming events, talk with staff, and much more. Just do !Discord in the chat and join up. That would be great. All right, once we land, we'll do the break.
Yeah. So, if we're playing the non-PC version, this would be completely random if you get hook ship, and if you don't get hook ship, then you go to Atlantica and then you have to fly back and try to get it again. The most I've seen someone miss it is like 8 times in a row. But yeah, on PC, we can just make it consistent. Thankfully. So we got it here. And I was gonna mention, yeah, so there's actually a couple bosses where you can exit the room and come back, and the bosses just there. Like, they're just chilling there. Like, they're just waiting for you to come back. It's kind of funny. Alright, just a few
Alrighty.
cutscenes here.
Mm-hmm.
One sec, we gotta get through,
No problem.
Alright, there we go.
All right. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Go get some water. Go get some snacks. We'll be right back with the rest of this amazing Kingdom Hearts 1 any%. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix Oops All Kingdom Hearts Weekend. We got a whole weekend of awesome Kingdom Hearts content coming at you, but let's get right back into this. Nintendo, are you ready for Kingdom Hearts any%?
I sure am, and so is Goofy. All right, let's get into it. So, here in Neverlands, coming up is one of the, actually, I think it's the hardest boss in the speedrun, because we're gonna try to beat Anti-Sora as quick as possible. And this is the first fight that we start using Stop in. And this fight, the reason it's really hard is because if you don't kill him fast enough, then he'll start breaking apart. And you can lose a lot of time. Like, every time he breaks apart, you lose more and more time. So, we'll see what happens here. It also is, like, really technically hard on the controller because your air combos have to be extremely well done to get the hits on Anti-Sora. So you see what I mean when I get there.
This was another boss that I struggled
Oh
with
yeah, he's really hard
on my playthrough.
So I got the good pattern here. This might be good. Oh my god. Whoa, that was actually so good.
Annihilated.
That was insane.
Oh my god. Claps in the chat for that. That was crazy.
That was actually so good. I literally don't think I've had a fight that good in any run before.
Wow. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, so that's what you want to happen. And trust me, it's not that easy. Usually what happens is that he'll break, like, even, I think it's just RNG sometimes. But yeah, we haven't really figured it out why. But sometimes he'll just, like, leave. But yeah, that was good. And yeah, now coming up is Hook. We'll be using Stop on a lot more bosses too. So this is one fight where yeah, like we found that it's actually faster to not use Simba here, but it's kind of nuts. You have to do like insane stuff in the fight. But we can't skip the summon animation in this game, whereas in most other games you can. So that's the main reason why like summons aren't used more. If you could skip the animation, then it would probably be used a lot more. Now we're gonna hit the ship. Okay. I want to avoid him charging like that. That's okay. There we go. And now Hook is gonna be a stop fest. Oh god. Okay. I'm actually one hit. Okay. I'm gonna heal because I don't want to die. I was one hit from dying there. Okay. There we go. So this is how you're supposed to do the whole fight. But because he broke out, it became a lot more difficult. And yeah, you can die in this game very easily. So the thing is that your health doesn't go red or like make noise for a while. So there's plenty of times like right there where you might not think that you're one shot, but I was definitely one shot there. And if you die to Hook, it's actually extremely bad because you spawn before the Simba fight. So you have to redo everything. But we got past it, so it's fine. There's also there's a ship there that heals Hook if you let it, which it never happens in beginner, but like in other categories, it can heal Hook. And also, if you kill the ship, then he'll just spawn another one. So it's pretty annoying. But here we'll be grabbing Flare G. We're almost done grabbing every upgrade to our gummy ship. Cool bit of movement here to see if I get it. There we go. And right there we put on Fairy Harp. And then we put on Ars, Guard, and Glide. Ars Arcanum, which is a limit. Guard, which we don't really need that much, but we put it on anyway. And then Glide. And earlier in the menu, actually, so after I beat Antisora, I did a huge menu. And that menu consisted of changing party member AI. So they will more likely give you MP. So Goofy has an ability called MP Gifts, which means that he'll give you his MP. And that's extremely useful. We'll be using it a lot because we'll be using a lot of Ars Arcanum. And Goofy gives you enough MP for Ars. And then Another thing is that we equipped Goofy Tornado because Goofy Tornado does a lot of damage. And then we just equip some other stuff on Donald, I think, like MP Haste and stuff. So this is a somewhat new strat and guard armor coming up soon. First, we have to get past the fight here. Get this guy. Okay. That can be bad because they can fly away. They can fly, like, pretty much to an unreachable spot, and you just have to wait for him to come back. Ideally, you kill them all in the R's. But right there, one got away. Now we ring the clock tower, or bell tower. I don't know, the bell. I wonder what's in that, like, dark area. Like behind the bell. Alright. So we're gonna fight guard armor again, except this time he dies in like 3 hits. And what we're actually gonna do is fight opposite armor, which is where he's guard armor, but he's the opposite. So his hands are his feet, and his feet are his hands. And this is a new strat, where I target swap very specifically to break the body parts in a certain way, like at a certain time, because it's important that you break the legs first. There we go. That was actually a really good fight. So it's important you break the legs first, because if you break the arms, then he does the break apart animation. So I mentioned this during guard armor, but like he has a really long animation of breaking apart, and especially on opposite armor. The strat that we used to do, there was basically like a coin flip on if he breaks apart, and that would lose you like 10 seconds. But we're able to ignore that if we do that R's like really well. It's actually pretty hard to time, but if you time the R's target swapping well enough, then you can break both legs really fast, and that prevents him from breaking apart. And then all you can do then is go into the cannon phase, which is what he did there. The cannon phase is pretty annoying because he still like runs away from you, but it's much easier to deal with. And that was a good fight right there. So with that out of the way, now we're heading to Hollow Bastion, which is my favorite world in the run. Whenever you leave a world, there's a good chance that Chip and Dale will tell you about Olympus, even though we haven't unlocked Olympus. They're just like, oh, I heard there's a new tournament somewhere. All right. This is actually one of our first scary gummy missions, because you can die to, like, it's a pretty long one and you can die pretty fast. But like if you don't have a gun anyway. If you have a gun, it's fine. Ow.
You know it's scary when the Gummy Ship song gets scary.
Yeah, I actually love this song too.
It's when the game says, all right, we're not holding back this time. Now the Gummy Ship song is scary.
See, one of my favorite things about KH1 is that back, at least like when I played it, and like I'm sure when most people played it, I guess like maybe it doesn't apply anymore, but like back in the day, you didn't even know what the worlds were. Like you were completely in the dark of where you're going, and the game doesn't tell you where you're going. I thought that was pretty cool. So it's kind of a shame, I think, that like nowadays we hear like everything about what's going to be in KH4 and stuff. It's really cool, yeah, like having the ominous music and stuff.
that was like the best part about my playthroughs. You know, when I was playing through the series for the first time, was just I didn't look up anything about it, and I didn't play them as a kid, so I just didn't know what was next, other than like I had no idea, and that was the most fun part of me for each game.
Yeah, 100%. I think for KH1 especially, I think it's really fun experiencing all of that for the first time.
Yeah,
at least it was for me.
And I played them all, you know, one after another, so I got really excited going back to some of the places in future games too.
Oh yeah, that's also a good fun part of the game. Some of them are a bit weird. Like I think in Kingdom Hearts 2, like Jafar is back, even though he shouldn't be or something. I don't know. Some of them have like weird canonical issues, but oh well.
I mean, Aladdin 3: Return of Jafar is a thing. Or no, I think it's Aladdin 2.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the
sequel. Jafar gets back. Yeah, I think Jafar comes back in the sequel, but it was a direct-to-TV movie and it was a mess.
Yeah. Did you guys know that you can freeze the bubbles in Hollow Bastion? If you didn't know that, you do now. And make sure you tell everybody about it. Every single person that you see, like even on the street. So we're gonna be, we have the wooden sword because Riku stole our Keyblade. And this is another really cool thing about KH1 is that you lose a Keyblade, and they do that again kind of in KH3 when you fight Yuzura, but I think it's really cool. So we can't damage anything. We only have Beast to help us, and we can use magic though. And the magic, like we're only without the Keyblade for like one fight, but we have Gravity now, which is extremely powerful, and Beast is also very powerful, so it's not that bad. Oh, so that was a weird puzzle we went through. Not too hard. It kind of reminds me of the Final Fantasy X puzzles. I love that game.
What about Final Fantasy X-2?
I don't love that game. There we go. So I messed up my gravity there, so it'll take a bit longer.
That one's my favorite sequel to Final Fantasy X.
Wait, is there like another sequel I'm missing?
Yeah, Final Fantasy 11.
Oh, fair enough. I haven't played 11 either. I did play 10 too, though, and yeah.
Poor Beast. No!
No, he's fine. He's right here.
Okay, all right. He's good.
Yeah, he's fine. I actually would prefer he gets stuck because he gets in my way. His hitbox is so huge. All right.
Kingdom Hearts is such an anomaly. Like it's one of those weird things. Like somebody sat down at a table and said, "What if we make a Square Enix game with all of its crazy nonsense, but we make it take place in Disney, like all the Disney IP? We get licensed to do music and characters. And what if the Sora teams up with Beast from Beauty and the Beast to take on this giant original IP castle?"
Yeah. I was kind of focused on that, so I missed a little bit of that, but
yeah. Actually, wait, isn't Hollow Bastion from the Black Cauldron? It's not.
No. It's the original world.
It's original world, or is it Black Cauldron?
No, it's original.
Okay.
I mean, unless I missed something in Black Cauldron.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's true. Imagine coming up with ideas nowadays. Nah, ideas are hard. All right, time to bully Riku.
Yeah, he actually bullies me quite a bit. Yeah. Uh-oh, I think he... Okay. So, the way that this fight works, that was a bad fight, but what happens there is that Riku retaliates after you do 3 hits to him. So if anyone is a bit more knowledgeable on the game mechanics, they know that Kingdom Hearts 2 has revenge value. And that's like a big thing about that game, is that if you do a certain amount of hits to an enemy, they'll retaliate. In this game, it doesn't really have revenge value. I call it flinch count. So pretty much it's whenever an enemy gets hit and they like get flinched by it, it'll set up they have a counter, and if that reaches a certain number, then they'll attack. So Riku has one, and every third hit he'll attack you. And right there, what you want to do is hit that count when Goofy or Donald are like attacking him, so that they parry him, and then you get to do more hits. And so ideally, Goofy would do Tornado, because that like parries him all the time. But they can get interrupted really easily. So that was a bad fight because party members didn't really help. And that like flinch count thing has been like, it was applicable to Oogie, where like Oogie will knock you down after a certain amount of hits, and it will be applicable again when we fight Riku again, which is like infamous fight because it's the fight that everyone got stuck on as a kid.
Or me a few years ago.
Did you have trouble with Riku?
Yup.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty fun fight though.
Look, I'm just sitting here waiting for Kingdom Hearts 4 when we find out that the true leader of Organization 13 is Eeyore. I knew it was him.
I'm down.
I'm telling you, Eeyore is the true villain.
I mean, I would believe it. So right here, we kind of I skipped past it, but there's a whole movement section there, which is one of the reasons why I love Hollow Bastion. I like all the movement stuff in this game. So right there, we do a lot of movement stuff on top to grab the puzzle pieces. And now we'll be collecting Haste 2G, which is another boost for our ship, but it's an even better boost. And it requires me to do
everybody thinks. Oh.
Oops. Oh god.
Oh, very good.
Okay. Oh yeah, I messed up so I did 2 stops there. I meant to do 1, which means that this might not work. Okay, no, it's fine. Cool. Yeah, so we do gravity and 2 fires. Fun fact about that is that when they're stopped, the gravity goes off of their max HP, but if you gravity when they're stopped, then it will do the max damage like every time, because there's stops when it happens. That's kind of a neat thing. But yeah, what were you were saying something?
I was just gonna say that like, again, everybody thinks that Ansem is being puppet mastered by Xenonort, but in reality, Xenonort is being controlled by Eeyore. We all know that Eeyore Nort is the real true villain of the game.
We all know that. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm sorry to spoil Kingdom Hearts 4 for you all. Just saying.
I like Goofy. I like his his like skin kind of melts into his teeth there. It's kind of weird.
All right, where are we going?
We're going up to Maleficent. So this whole thing is like a very vertical. Hollow Bastion is very vertical platforming, and here's actually our first Dumbo skip. And the reason that Dumbo skip works is because, like I said, it's vertical, and Dumbo lets you go a little bit higher than high jump, like just a bit higher. And so with Dumbo, if you hold X, or if you hold the jump button, which is X in the JP version, you can dismiss him and your ledge grab and then skip that entire section. Ow.
It's funny because I don't think I used Dumbo a single time in my playthrough.
Did you use any other summons?
I don't remember.
Yeah, a lot of casual players don't
Maybe
use
Simba.
summons.
It might have been Simba.
Yeah, I mean, they're, in my opinion, they're not really that useful in this game. I think they're more useful in 2. So here's Maleficent. A lot of air hits. It will be really bad if Donald casts gravity on the platform, because destroying the platform is actually a bad thing. Oh god. There we go. Oh, that's not good. Hang on. Okay. I didn't kill her fast enough because I didn't have magic. This actually all stemmed from way back when I used 2 stops by accident. But that's okay. Because I can kill her right there.
There we go. She was just one hit off.
Yeah. Like literally 1 hit. I had to do some weird stuff to stay on the platform. Because she tries to spin you off. Okay, so this fight right here is one of the hardest fights. Probably like the hardest next to Anti-Sora. It's also pretty cool, I think. It might look easy. It's like, oh, you're just using stop the whole fight. But like air comboing in this game is hard, and you have to do it really well. So let's see if I can do it here.
It's also the timing, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I time every hit because you need to. If you like match it, it just won't be fast enough. Okay. This might be okay. We want her to die before she attacks. Yeah, okay, we got her. There we go. Whew. Yeah, so I dropped like 1 combo, which you're allowed to if you do that strat. There's like multiple variations. So you could just do like 1 full combo stop. I think you can do 1 full combo hit stop. I do a full combo hit stop. You can do 1 full combo hit stop, which is insane, but that was fine. You can also use a Mega Elixir. So like we used to do a Mega Elixir there, but our item route is way different now. So like we skip a lot of elixirs. There's a blue trinity earlier on in Hollow Bastion that drops a Mega Elixir and 2 cottages, and we skip that now. And here's Riku. So Riku retaliates after 4 hits, and we're gonna use that to our advantage. So in first phase, it doesn't really matter. We want him to go to second phase as fast as we can, which he does from powering up like this. Now, there's a really small window where you can attack him, where you can hit him after he retaliates. And it's pretty hard to time it. But if you time it right, then you can hit him and it will flinch him again. And then you keep hitting him until he retaliates, you parry it, and then you do that again. And you can just loop him the whole fight. So it's another fight where like it might look like, oh, you're just doing air combos. It's pretty tight. That was a really good fight right there. And now we're a shadow. Another cool thing about this game, you become a shadow.
I can't believe that Sora died. This is definitely the downfall timeline.
Yeah, we're dead. The game ends pretty soon.
Yeah.
See, something that... So, the Heartless are basically just like zombies. I feel like this game is just like a giant zombie apocalypse. That's basically what it is, because like whenever they infect someone else, they just become like a heartless, which is like a zombie essentially. It's kind of weird if you think about it that way. But yeah, we talked to Kairi. I got bonkless in the cutscene. That's always a good sign. And now we're back to being Sora because we skipped the whole emotional cutscene where Kairi hugged Sora and used her necklace that she gets from Aqua in Birth by Sleep when she's a kid in front of the doors of Hollow Bastion or Radiant Garden, which had like light imbued into it. Crazy stuff.
But Nintendo, that game doesn't come out for another years.
Yep. It's always funny how they like have to retroactively figure out a way to explain stuff. Like there's an entire game that just explains why Mickey is shirtless at the end of this game.
Was that recoded?
No, it's point 2. At the end of point 2.
Oh, it's point 2, yeah.
The fragmentary passage.
Which we're playing tomorrow, by the way.
Let's go.
Yeah, we have a 0.2 critical any percent run happening tomorrow by Violin.
Let's see if I can show a little bit of this cutscene. I think we're good on estimate. I got a cutscene glitch where Sora, I messed up his model because he fell into water, and so now it just completely screwed up the cutscene. Like he just did a slide dash mid-cutscene.
There he goes. He's just hanging out in the water.
Yeah. Who is she talking to?
Sora, she's over here. That's a door, Kairi. That's a door.
This is what goes on in Sora's head. Just swing the Keyblade.
Me too.
All right, that's my favorite part. How much time does this save? Yeah. Yes. This is what goes on in Sora. All right. Yeah, that cutscene glitch is always fun. So now we got Oathkeeper, which is, I believe, the last Keyblade. Yeah, well, we won't be equipping anything else. So the thing about Dumbo Skip is that we skip a cutscene as well, because in Hollow Bastion, which we'll be going to pretty soon, you can get Divine Rose, but it takes an entire cutscene, and you can't skip that cutscene for some reason. So that Keyblade is actually stronger because it has more strength. But as I mentioned before, it doesn't really matter because we have a strength cap, which is why it's a big reason why Dumbo Skip is so fast. There we go.
As much as Gummy Ship is Gummy Ship, the song is so good.
Oh yeah, I like the song. And so gummies are gonna be way faster now. The haste 2G is really nice. And this is the gummy where Spike died mid-gummy and then was like, oh wait, you can just go to Hollow Bastion. So the way it works is that like you just have to activate the last section that connects to Hollow Bastion, and then the game lets you warp to Hollow Bastion at that point. So coming up after this like next screen, we can just exit the gummy. And on the original version, you can't even exit, so you have to die. But there's a lot of differences in the original version. Like the OG version on PS2 in Japan didn't have any difficulty setting. You just start the game. So right here, we can leave. All right. Now we just got Hollow Bastion, and then the end of the world. I love the vibes here in Hollow Bastion. I prefer it over
good.
Radiant Garden. I want to put on Beast in the party because he can one-shot enemies, so I'll be using him.
Again, no love for the Don. No love for Donnie.
Oh god. Okay. Slight movement flub there. I mean, Donald stopped. He actually did ruin that Oogie fight with Stop, which was enough for me to be done with him.
I think we needed to get an F in the chat for Donald Duck.
Yeah, so we're going back to Hollow Bastion now because we didn't actually seal the keyhole. What happened is that Sora decided that it would be a good idea to become a Heartless to open up his heart because he had like 8 hearts in his heart and he wanted to save Kairi and she had his heart, her heart was in his heart. So he had to use the blade that can open hearts, and then that's when he died. But then Kairi brought him back, and now we have to come back here to seal the keyhole now, once and for all. And there's a big menu here. Oh no, there we go.
But we won't know anything about the other hearts for another like 5 games. So don't even think about it.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Who's Roxas? I don't know.
You'll find out if you keep watching the marathon.
True.
That was actually like one of the best fights. So Beast has an attack where he howls and it kills everything like around him, and he just killed the entire wave. That's what you want to happen there. That's why we put him in the party. But I normally don't get that lucky. That was really good. And this is like, so we take an elevator to this side of Hollow Bastion, and I tried really hard to find a skip because like you have glide, so it'd be really cool if you could just glide across the entire thing. But we've tried many ways to do it. We just haven't found it yet. All right, so we did Dumbo Skip 2 earlier when we entered like on the front gates. Now this is the third one, which is the same as the first one. Dumbo Skip isn't like necessarily that hard. You just have to do it like relatively fast. If you hesitate at all, then you get hit and you'll fail. Now we're gonna touch a save point to get our magic back. Don't get hit by that defender. You can get hit by him if you try dodge rolling around him, and he just knocks you all the way down. So yeah, here's where we fought Riku, and here's where the source of the darkness is, I guess. And here's our first behemoth fight. Oh god. So we're gonna use the Ars Arcanum on his horn to knock him down. And now I want to do as much damage as I can before he becomes invincible right there. Throw an Ether. I don't need that Ether because Beast or Goofy can give me MP, but they don't always do it, so I just want to be safe. I fell down there, which is not what you're supposed to do. That's fine. it's pretty hard to stay on his horn when he jumps like that. So it's kind of to be expected there. There we go. Not too bad. All right. So nothing has gone terribly wrong, which is good. It's all been pretty standard stuff. Probably the biggest thing was that Maleficent ran away, which that's what happens like if Jafar runs away and stuff. Like there's a lot of parts where you just want to kill a boss before they have a chance to run away from you. But it doesn't lose that much time if you recover it well. This cutscene is an unskippable cutscene because we cannot skip it.
No way.
Yep.
That's shocking.
There's actually like a whole speech that Biz used to do, which is a cage runner, when he got here, but I completely forgot it. About this cutscene being unskippable. So that was my version of it. But we get to watch Sora steal a keyhole for once. That's how he does it. And now we're entering End of the World. End of the World is spooky because we have to fight Invisibles and Angel Stars and Dark Balls and Defenders and all those guys. Invisibles have their own DM. Angel Stars can multiply. So there's a lot that can go wrong here. That's right, yeah. Last guy mission. If I get hit by like any of the ships here, I just like almost insta die. Actually, a fun fact is that the difficulty correlates to how much damage you take in the gummies in this game. It doesn't in other games, but in this game, if you get hit by something on Proud in the gummy mission, you die faster. Let's see if there are any other fun facts. There's a lot of fun.
All right, Nintendo.
Yeah?
Kingdom Hearts 4. It's coming out in the year 2050. Where do you want to go? What's one world you want to go to?
I mean,
It's a hard question,
unironically, I think Star Wars would be cool.
I agree with you. I would love to go to Star Wars.
Let's go to Star Wars.
We went to Tron. I think Star Wars would be fun.
Okay. So here's Invisibles using gravity. Okay, I got it right. Yes, that was a really good fight. So that's actually hard to do. Target, move right, target, get the target pretty fast. Then gravity, swap, gravity, gravity, and then get an R's. And hopefully that kills everything. And that's what happened there. I don't have like any magic though, so I need Goofy to come in clutch here. Let's go, Goofy. Okay. That was a bit slow, Goofy. It should be okay. So right there, that Angel Star was preparing to multiply. So he's about to make another one, which is really bad if that happens. Whenever they like fly around like that with that beam, it means that they're gonna make another Angel Star. And as far as I know, they can just keep doing that forever. So those first two fights are really scary, but they went okay. And now we have another behemoth, but unlike the first behemoth, this behemoth is gonna be weak to gravity. So spam gravity on him while he shoots beams in the sky. Oh, actually, okay, I knocked him down already, which is fine. It's like not that much slower. It just happens. What happened is that Donald gravitied him too, and I'm not sure how many gravities it takes, but eventually he just like, eventually he just gets knocked down like that. And that's why we did ours on the first behemoth, because that knocked him down. Now we're moving on to the World Terminus, is I believe what it's called. I just like, I really like KH1, because like, just the vibes you get in Endgame, I feel like it's unmatched. Because like, the end of KH2 is also cool, but I feel like this game is more like ominous. Just more like a bit scary. It reminds me more of like a Final Fantasy game too.
It's almost like they said, what if Final Fantasy, but with Disney?
That would be a crazy idea. Alright, here's one of our last uses of Simba. We're gonna try to eliminate every wave here with Simba, because we have so much magic that, especially with Oathkeeper, I think we have 9 magic. And the finisher, if you charge it fully here, okay, we're fine. I was worried I would get hit there. If we charge it fully like this, it kills everything. So it's very useful. That beginning part is scary though, because you can get hit. It's really rare, but you can get hit there, and then it's just over. I was worried because he was like, the defender was walking towards me. What is my what is my personal best? It is, we go off of the in-game time or we go off of loadless, I guess, on PC. But I recently got sub 150, which I'm really happy with. So right here is spam fire. If you kill those guys without fire, then they actually break apart into smaller ones, which is a really bad thing. There we go. We use gravity on the fish tanks, which are the big ones, and then fire the rest of them. Like I said at the beginning of the run, magic is really, really powerful. Like fire is just insane. Especially now that we have gravity and stuff. I'll be using a lot of gravities here on the invisibles. Hollow Bastion Portal is scary. Okay. I want them all to get hit by gravity, like that. There we go, not too bad. Talk to this thing here. And then these are a lot easier to deal with because there's only 2 of them. All right, we haven't gotten a DM by invisible yet. Yep.
The question we have in chat is just how difficult is this, or how different is this run on a hard difficulty?
Oh, on Proud,
I want to expand that. I was just gonna say, how difficult is it on other difficulties? Like, is it just that on easy mode or on beginner you just do more damage? Or I'm just curious.
Yeah, so it's actually pretty different on other difficulties. On beginner, a lot of the fights come down to being really quick with how fast you kill bosses. On standard and proud, I would say there's a bit more nuance to every fight. So like, as opposed to just whack things till they die, it's like, oh, you have to do this at a certain time. You have to do like a certain attack to stun them and stuff. So there's a bit more nuance to fights than the other ones. And GDQ has had Proud and Level 1 showcase before. So if you guys want to watch those runs, that'd be really cool. There we go.
Yes, you can actually go and check them out at youtube.com/gamesdonequick.
Let's go.
I'm pretty sure. That goes for any of our missed shows that we have here on Hotfix.
Yeah. And Chernobog, I kind of skipped past him, but he's in our fight. You just whack to death. You die really fast though, so that's why I cured at some point. It just like hit him. There's not much more to that fight. And now Behemoth. Same thing as before. More importantly though, we're in Final Rest, which is like the hardest mob fight in the game. I would dare say one of the hardest fights in the Kingdom Hearts series. Especially on level 1, it's actually insane. So we throw a Mega Elixir here to get full MP after the Behemoth. Now we have to get through like, I don't know how many waves there are. I think there's like maybe 8 around there. This one we can use fire. Uh-oh. Okay, so after we get rid of these guys, we're gonna run over to the door here. And now we're gonna prep stop, because we're gonna use stop here.
This room annihilated me. Oh my god, I'm having war flashbacks.
Flashbacks. So that should be enough. Yep. Oh no.
I don't think I knew what stop was.
Oh, okay. This is, I don't think this is gonna work. Donald was dead. It's always Donald's fault. Donald was dead, which means that I couldn't summon Simba, and I didn't notice it in time. So this might be really bad. I have to stun them. Okay. So I have to recover it this way. Yeah, so those guys are meant to die to a full charge, but I had to stun them first. And now we're not going to have enough Simba for the rest. Which is fine, because we have to get through one wave. So, okay. Now last wave I have to get through manually. This will be fun. If you want to watch a level 1 run.
I was going to say, I'm ready for the adaption.
Yeah, this is actually, it's kind of cool to adapt, like have to fight these normally. On a level 1 run, you actually do have to fight these without Simba, which is also cool. But yeah, alright, I think we're fine. There we go. Yeah, so they're meant to die to a Simba charge, but I didn't have enough Simba for it. It actually wasn't even that bad.
It's always Donald's fault. Noted. We'll see what Donald does in the next couple games too. Okay. One of the last menus we do, give Ray of Light to Goofy because I want him to throw me magic. And then I put on a Raven's Claw, which is a better strength accessory, so we'll do max damage here. And I also equipped MP Rage and Air Combo Plus. So we actually get 3-shot by everything from here on out. So it won't look like I'm at 1-shot HP, but I will be at some points. So it's pretty easy to die. Just gotta be a bit careful. This is Ansem. Ideally, we keep him in this corner, and then I use ours whenever he throws up the Guardian. So I really would like him to stay in that corner. Okay, he's still there. So the reason why is because he likes to fly away. And if he's in a corner, then you can damage him the whole time. That would Goofy try to like knock him away from the corner though. So he wants to leave here. I was able to catch him. It's getting a bit messy. Get back to the corner.
Get back. There we go.
Get back
Yeah.
in the corner, Ansem.
Okay, this actually didn't end up being too bad. There we go. Yeah. But he was out of the corner
Nice.
for the last bit of it, but yeah, I was able to combo him. Just stuff like that takes a lot of getting used to in this run. Because, like, you know, like, the thing about the other games is that there's a lot of, like, specific strats that we have. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2, everything is, like, pretty technical. But in this game, a lot of the strats are just, like, you have to learn the pattern. You have to learn just, like, how to deal with every pattern and stuff. So this fight is really fun, because it's just air combos. And we also build up our magic this way. There we go.
Hey.
So I would die in 2 hits to Ansem, which is a bit scary to be in. Scary position to be in. But I want my magic because I want to use ours to get DM skip on this fight. This is one of the hardest fights in the game in general. Like, casually. But it's also one of the
I
coolest.
redid those 2 fights so many times because of this guy.
Let's see. So this is where you get DM skip. There we go. So you have to do 3 hits and then time your R's a certain way to stagger him at the right time. And that's like, if you've noticed, that's the pattern throughout the whole game, is like a lot of the DM skips we get are just from timing hits at the right time. So yeah, that was a good fight. We got DM skip. A lot of bosses just have like tiny openings where you can flinch them that you're not supposed to flinch them there. But if you get the hit off, then it'll interrupt whatever they're doing. Oh, we have Ansem 3.
This part of the game scared me.
Oh yeah.
I had no idea what was going on, and my brain hurt because I thought Mickey Mouse was in the game.
Yeah. Well, he is in the game. Just have to get past this. Oh god. So he likes
Big
to summon
reveal.
lasers, and the lasers, if you don't damage him enough, he will summon more lasers. You basically like want to skip one part, and yeah, I'll play it safe here by healing. There we go. Okay, so there's a cool thing here called cutscene skip, because you can skip having to skip the cutscene skip. It just fades to black because you dodge roll into the portal that appears during the cutscene. Oh god, don't die in shadows. And now we have to do the cores. There's one for shadows, dark balls, and invisibles. I forgot to throw the elixir. This might be okay. I'll make it work. Okay. So we're gonna use ours on all of the things here, ideally. Because we used to air combo them a long time ago, but it's pretty slow to do it that way. Ow. There we go. Now throw an elixir for the Dark Ball portal. And now we just spam fire. There's actually a couple strats you can do here, but the one I like to do the most is this one. And then we just use ours when they all bunch up in the back corner here. That should be it. I want to heal Goofy because he's going to be really helpful. I also want to heal myself. There we go. the Goofy can help us out now because we saved them from the core. He has Goofy Tornado, which would be useful on the face. Oh, so yeah, I like the amount of phases that the bosses have in this game for the run, because I feel like it's pretty hype going through all these parts. We also use like a ton of items. Like we have been grabbing a bunch of elixirs and stuff, and we use them all for final fights here. This is another fight you can die to really easily. Some runners like to use more arrows than others, so arrow makes you take like half damage. It's not really necessary because you have Leaf Bracer, but yeah, I just don't use it. And now we have our last core, the invisible core. This one is at the end of the run, and super scary because they can DM. We use R's to prevent them from doing that. There we go. That's what you want to happen. So they all generally will come towards you there, and you can use R's to catch them all. But Don and Goofy can just like mess it up if they want. And now we just have the last main core down here. And now we have Final Anthem. The entire like final fights is all just like back to back to back. But a lot of it is just using all of our tools to get past everything. A lot of R's. Here we want Goofy and Donald to help, both of them. So the reason that I'm behind Ansem is because it prevents the laser from hitting them, so they survive. And we're gonna get sucked away, yeah. Oh, Donald healed me, nice. We're gonna throw our last Mega Elixir here and try to avoid getting hit. Now we can beat him. He actually like locks your MP and absorbs it here, but we kill him before it matters. Oh, there we go. And that's time.
Hey.
All right.
GG.
Thank you.
That was great. That was amazing.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much for having me, and thank you for chilling. And thank you for putting together the marathon as well. I'm really excited to see the rest of it.
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible run. You killed it. That was great. That was a 2:10:51. Pretty great. Pretty good.
Oh, I'm actually surprised. Yeah, the final resting can lose you a lot. Like if you miss up, if I didn't get somebody to kill most of the waves, I would lose like 5 minutes there. So I was clutch.
Dang. Well, you did great. Nintendo, thank you so much for showing off Kingdom Hearts 1 any percent. This was absolutely amazing. Everyone at home, please go give Nintendo a follow. In the title of the stream, you can click on his name and hit that huge follow button. Thank you so much for showcasing this. Why don't you tell the audience just a little bit more about what you do on your channel and what they can expect if they go check you out.
Yeah, so I really am passionate about speedrunning Kingdom Hearts. So I've been running, I mean, not just Kingdom Hearts, I ran Mario recently as well. But yeah, so KH1 is what I'm focused on right now. And like I said before, there's a lot of route changes happening. So I really want to go into the lab and just like see exactly what route changes to implement and what time we can save that way. So it's gonna be really exciting to find that out.
Absolutely. Once again, everybody, please go give Nintendo a follow. And thank you so much for joining us here on Kingdom Hearts, Oops All Kingdom Hearts weekend. This was a blast, and it's really awesome to kick off the show with the one that started it all. So thank you for showcasing this amazing run, Nintendo.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will be checking out Kingdom Hearts 3 Level 1 Critical APC Limit Cut with B-Boy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. GDQ Hotfix. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I'm once again here hanging out with you for the rest of the weekend. We have so many amazing Kingdom Hearts runs coming at you, but I just want to say, hey, thank you very much. All of your subs, your Prime Gaming subs, your gift subs, your bits, all that stuff that you do here on the GDQ channel supports the amazing stuff that we do at Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy all of these things and if you want more Oops All Weekends, definitely consider subscribing and throw some bits our way. All right, with that, I want to get into our next run. Kingdom Hearts 3 Level 1 Critical All Pro Codes Limit Cut with B-Boy. B-Boy, how are you?
I'm good. It is a lot of things to say all at once.
It's
a lot of modifiers there.
No, it's very Kingdom Hearts naming. You know,
Yep.
This run is extremely Kingdom Hearts naming. But thanks for being here. We're excited to see the run. We also have Game Man of Color. How are you?
Hi, good to be here. You know, let's make this the best run that we can.
Yeah, and we also got Random Dips.
Hello there. I'm very grateful to be here and to be commentating this run.
All right, I'm excited. B-Boy, why don't you explain just a little bit about who you are and what we're about to see here?
All right, I'm B-Boy. Been speedrunning Kingdom Hearts 3 for the past 4 years now. I basically started speedrunning with this game, and it's been my baby ever since. We are taking on the 13 Data Organization 13 members in a row. No breaks, no stops. And we're doing it while Sora is at level 1, no strength, magic boosts, or defense boost used. So he's completely at level 1 stats. And with all of these on, the pro codes, you get these with the Remind DLC as well. And they
make the game a lot harder.
yeah,
Depending on how many you have on, you can equip any number out of the 13. We're going to have all of them on, so this is max difficulty.
all right. With that, I think we're gonna get started here. Do I just like count off or?
Yep, whenever you're ready, just do a countdown and we're ready to rock and roll.
All right, we're going in. I'm gonna go on go here. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Awesome. So we're starting off with Marluxia. Marluxia has a couple of really neat mechanics, but I guess we'll start off by indicating the basics. So we have the Ultima weapon that's going to be our primary Keyblade throughout all of the fights we're going to have in Limit Cut, and that's for a couple of different reasons. For one, it's the ultimate weapon. Come on, we got to rock it. But on a more serious note, it comes with two incredibly useful native abilities. One of them is Combo Boost, and the other is Air Combo Boost. If you've ever played Kingdom Hearts 2, they basically do, on a general description, they pretty much do what they say on the tin. You know, your finishers get bumped up in damage compared to what they would be like without it, based on the length of your combo. That's what the 2FM strict definition is. However, in Kingdom Hearts 3, any hit that you do basically will slowly increase the damage of the next following hit afterwards. So if you have any kind of multi-hit attacks, say for example the counter kick reprisal that you're seeing B-Boy use, that is also going to amp up the damage of his next hits afterwards and the damage of his finisher.
Yeah, I just assumed that B-Boy was going to just spam carousel, you know?
Well, unfortunately we can't, because one of the pro codes is no attractions. Not that you would normally see that even if you didn't have that pro code equipped, but we'll definitely extra not see it here.
Okay, so we're in his armor phase here. Just a quick note, most of his retaliations here are going to be based on hit count. So he'll only run away once you hit him a certain amount of times. A little different from Revenge Value, which we'll probably talk about in a second.
Yeah,
All right, I'm just going to go for this. All right, that's fine.
You see the Doom counter over Sora's head. Like, if you've played 2 of them and fought the Absent Silhouette, you might be remembering that it's like the level count there, but in this game, it's a fixed number. It's starting to count down from 15.
A little bit. Not what you want to see, but that's fine.
Yeah. B-Boy was holding off on using the Dispel Situation command for as long as he could, just because, you know, basically until that Doom counter goes from 15 to 0, you have as much time as you can, like, squeeze in a couple of combos.
Get off the ground and hit him.
The floor is lava, or I guess in this case, pedal darkness fluid.
Yeah.
Alright, we have another mini Doom phase, but we can actually catch him right here. He does like 4 steps and then he teleports into the middle of the arena. And if you time it correctly, you can catch him there.
Alright.
Then he spawns these pools that you can actually get rid of with Evo. Not that it's going to be useful in that case.
He's always going to try and suck you into his Scythe Vortex 3 times, and then he'll teleport to you and start doing a bunch of spinning attacks on the 4th iteration. So far, so good. We're
Just gonna have
actually
to deal with
keeping
this.
Oh wow.
Yep, I don't have the MP to completely get away with this. We're going to see some extra stuff here. He's going to come in again. This is a second phase thing. He's going to go in for this one more time.
So a couple of things to note there. B-Boy mentioned that he did not have the MP for something. Marluxia's armor phases can be instantly knocked out of if you have any magic to cast fire. But we're saving 1 cast in order to get clear of the final attack that Marluxia does once we bring him down to 1 HP. You may be wondering, hey, why didn't we have the magic earlier? We only cast it a few times before. It's because one of the pro codes is called MP Slip, and it slowly drains your MP over time. It won't put you into 0, like it won't put you into MP recharge, but it will bring you down enough where like you will have 1 spell to cast and that's it, and we kind of need it for this.
Oops, that's not what you're supposed to do.
That's okay, we'll get him on the next one.
As somebody who did not play this, this DLC,
Okay.
can you tell me
back in.
a little bit about like what, like, would you get anything for doing all the codes or?
So you get merit points, which are kind of just a UI thing. You can rank up from rank K or L or something like that, all the way to rank A. And in your main menu, when you go into the Pro Codes menu, you get like a little medal showing what you're doing. If you get to rank A, which is the highest rank, you get a trophy, which is like a DLC trophy. So you don't need it for plat, but
It would be
called
kind of
Risk
mean
Taker.
if they decided to make it where, like, you had to use all of these pro codes when originally, the game had a very different set of trophies.
Also, we get some accessories by beating certain members that increase our magic and strength stat. Not that it's going to matter for Limit Cut itself, because the developers included like a custom damage floor. So even with us being on level 1, we're actually dealing decent damage, as you can see right there. But yeah, this gives us another chance to explain this loop that's going on here. So we are doing the counter kick reprisal. That does not add any revenge value. Also, that leads over into that little teleport slash, which is called Final Blow. That's also a reprisal, does not add revenge value. And magic finishes, like the Farraga finisher that knocks Marluxia up into the air, also does not add revenge value. Also, maybe just to explain it in a very short bit what revenge value is. So it's basically a mechanism that makes sure that we don't infinitely combo bosses, so they will eventually break out.
Yeah, every individual attack dealt in a combo deals a specific predetermined amount of revenge value. And then once we hit over a boss's revenge value threshold, that will trigger, in Marluxia's case, a teleportation. Like, that's how he breaks out of your combo. Some other bosses will teleport and then retaliate. Some will kind of wind up into a retaliation right off the bat. Every boss is at least a little bit different. So we'll be tailoring our responses to bosses' specific revenge value thresholds and like what behavior they take after they hit them accordingly. Like in Marluxia's case, we're not super worried about hitting revenge value. In other boss fights, we will deliberately not push them to max. Right now, you're seeing a couple of different abilities that came in a later patch of the game, 1.09. If you were on console at all, you get a couple of interesting combat abilities, some of which are callbacks from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. So you'll have aerial dive, you'll have aerial sweep. Like those are extremely useful across pretty much all of the fights that you're going to see in this run. And this is by far one of the coolest things that you get to do in this run in particular.
I'm going to hit him out here.
You may be wondering why B-Boy, chose to air step to him and then attack with that flow motion attack, where Sora was glowing blue. And the reason that he did that is because the specific attack that B-Boy was doing is called Sonic Slash. And the second part of Sonic Slash actually knocks enemies up. So if you can do that, in addition to a rising spiral, you'll actually gain a lot of height, which will, past a certain elevation, triggers Sora to perform a diving strike on the enemy below. The enemies are going to fall faster than Sora will.
Also,
So here comes a dive, and
Nice.
all right, we get the second try on Marluxia's final attack.
We're going to do this quote unquote properly here. You can't hit him out of it with fire, but guard 5 times. Dodge 4 times. Dodge roll 2 times and dodge twice. No, 3 times, what I was saying. And don't be in that stuff and hit him out.
There you go.
Nice.
All right, we out of there. Marluxia, we do first. He is the hardest, probably. Zigbar is close, but Marluxia is probably the hardest. One of the more RNG-dependent fights as well. So we get him out of the way first. Luxord, yo! So he's got a time bar rather than an HP bar. We're just going to be trying to do nice big chunky hits on him where we can.
Fun fact,
Go ahead.
the lightning symbol on those cards means that you can dispel them with thunder magic. But like I said earlier, due to MP slip, we're going to be pretty judicious with our use of magic across pretty much every fight. Like if it doesn't specifically give you a cool opening where you can deal a lot of damage, we're probably not going to be using magic to deal with it.
Also, B-Boy was holding up on attacking him there because he was in a position where he could have gotten an attack skip, and we don't want to get an attack skip for this fight there.
Yeah, Dips, if you could explain a little bit what attack skipping is for people that might not know.
Yeah, so I don't know the full details, but there are actually going to be some attack skips which will be beneficial later on, where it's also a bit more obvious to show off. But basically, it is like you you do a certain attack where the next attack of the sequence is already loaded in, like in between. It's
All right.
Cards? I
Yes.
thought Channel Memories is tomorrow.
Tell that to Luxord's data. This guy clearly didn't get the memo.
Yeah. A lot of more cards in this DM. However, this DM normally takes a very long time because of the requirement for how many cards you need to hit Luxord out of. So we basically just fail every phase. Intentionally. I'm using the back half of Flash Step there. Instead of having parry frames, the last half of Flash Step actually gives you some iframes, which is what we want for that. Like I said, intentionally failing. Normally on level 1, you do not have second chance and once more, but KH3 gives you the ability to get those abilities on some accessories by doing some minigames. So
Yeah.
we are able to survive failing the DM with 1 HP, but it means that we can't get hit for the rest of the fight.
But it's okay, because we won't get hit at all. One cool thing, so B-Boy was mentioning earlier about using Flash Step for its iframes. Like Dips was talking about with the benefits of reprisals earlier, in the sense that they don't add any revenge value, they also have iframes throughout pretty much the entirety of their animations. So reprisals are kind of just elite. You know, they'll deal a fair amount of damage, especially because we're on critical mode. There's a critical mode specific ability called critical counter. So if you time your blocks at, with precision, you'll get an increase in damage. So between critical counter buffing up your damage, adding no revenge value, so it's basically just free damage, and also giving you iframes, you're going to be seeing a lot of cool instances of us abusing reprisals.
Also, counter kick deals a lot of hits, which synergizes very well with air combo boost and combo boost, like we were talking about earlier.
All right, the big bad Xemnas himself. At least for Cage 2.
I'm gonna dodge this orb and then dodge back in, get a guard, and get a free reprisal.
That's one of the cooler ones.
Yeah, that's shout outs to Ouija board, one of the OG APC limit cut runners. Oops, you're supposed to not get the first hit of the dive attack there. That's fine though.
Also,
Can
another
miss that.
side
That's
note,
also fine.
on a side note, like all of those orchestrated battle tracks for these fights, they are so good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, he's gonna spawn a bunch of barriers. We'll just get rid of them all at once. And that leaves them open for some punishment.
Yeah. If
Guard
you
that.
don't do anything to dispel those barriers, whenever Xemnas tries to use any of his vines, the vines themselves don't deal damage, but they'll carry you into the barriers, and then those will deal damage to you. But since the barriers basically spawn wherever Xemnas is, and arrow magic basically, instantly locks onto your target and spawns around them, arrows is really strong in terms of getting rid of those barriers and, not really stressing about how else to deal with them. Technically, you could also use thunder magic in order to dispel them, but it's not really advised to do that with Xemnas, because I'm pretty sure his resistances for thunder magic are pretty high.
I think he might even be immune to
Yeah, I
thunder.
think he might be immune, yeah.
He is completely
Also, yeah.
immune to thunder.
Yeah, like this was a very particular sequence of like guarding and dodging, and
There
then
will
he's
be
actually
more
open there.
particular guarding
Yeah.
and dodging in a moment.
Yeah, B-Boy is basically going to try and shorten this DM, because if you don't get touched by any of the vines throughout these next few sequences, Xemnas will actually
This one is
advance in his attack sequences.
There you go.
Nice.
Missed the wrist god, but that's not an opening anyways.
Also, yeah, not all of those laser projectiles can be blocked. There are some in there which are like sparking up for a second. These are unblockable.
Yeah, the blue ones are unblockable.
Yeah.
So I guess we can dive a little bit into that. Throughout Limit Cut, there are going to be basically three kinds of attacks that we're going to have to pay attention to. One of them is, the set of blockable attacks, which, are pretty standard. You just press block, you get a reprisal, boom, easy response. Another one consists of things that are blockable, but attacks that will then break your guard. that is something that you can perform a risk dodge on. And depending on the context in which your guard was broken and where your enemy is, you'll get one of a couple
that was
of
a
different.
very early dodge roll.
You'll get one of a couple of different risk dodge reprisals. And then, of course, there are just the truly unblockables, which we will have to, iframe through or roll through in some manner, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, also another reward, now that's actually mentioned in chat, that you get by beating all of these fights is unlocking the secret episode.
Yeah, upon defeating all 13 data organization fights for the first time, you will then get access to Yozora. All right. Clean it up.
Kind of scary. Some of his binds last for a little while, but it's fine. We're out of there. Now, for hard boss number 2. There are a lot of hard bosses. Zigbar is particularly difficult because we're doing some cool stuff. I hope you guys enjoy this.
I am going to hold my breath because I really want to see if this lands.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zigbar, because his focus in combat is to barrage you with projectiles, normally he'll try to, distance himself away from you, but there are a couple of things that we use to get closer to him. One is obviously our maxed air slide movement, and the other is aerial dive. Aerial dive is really good at closing faraway distances, so if you see B-Boy jumping and then just like attacking, far away, even though he knows that he can't reach him, it'll still close enough distance where it's worth to go for the dive. Oh yeah!
Oh, yes.
That's the real.
Greatness,
That's the
yes.
real stairway to heaven, right there. Everybody talks about how Scala ad Caelum is Latin for the stairway to the sky. That's the stairway to the sky, right there.
Also, there goes a lot into setting this up. Like, everything had to be set up, like especially camera. The camera had to be set up in a very specific way so that Zigbar spawns in the right position.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where, like, if you are not on top of your inputs, it is very easy for Sora to get instantly wiped by that barrage.
And all of those counter slashes
That was
also had
not
to
correct. Okay, we can still win.
Okay, I would just let you.
I jumped early. You want to wait until Zigbar spawns in before jumping.
We gotta add a little bit of tension, a little bit of stakes for the viewers at home.
That's gonna miss. Okay.
But yeah,
It was a
with
little
what
bit
we're
far forbidden. Yeah, I needed to jump there if I wanted to reach him with my reprisal. Because counter slash actually gains more range if you're in the air. It kind of has a crescent shape to it. So it'll reach a little bit farther at its arc.
I mean, this gives us the chance to see the greatness again.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah, for all the people in chat that are freaking out, wondering what just happened, this time you'll get a second chance to see it. So pay attention this time around. This will be on the exam.
I better start studying.
This one's special.
I think this was my favorite in my first playthrough.
It definitely forces you to take an unconventional approach. Because if half the battle is just, how do I get to this guy?
So yeah, counter slash does not last as long as counter kicks, so it's definitely less safe.
But it does
yeah,
allow you to get multiple reprisals as opposed to counter kick, because if the reprisals from that arrow rain were counter kick instead of counter slash, B-Boy would have been able to get much less reprisals. But because counter slash is so short, you can basically just whip out a ton of them during that rain.
Let's make
Let's do this correctly, shall we? So where I'm standing right now, instead of those longer spokes on my left and right, This is where you want to be for the part of the move that's coming right now. Because the lines spawn along those. There you go. That's what you want to jump. We're just using Sora's momentum along the wall to slow us down a little bit while they spawn under us. I'm just gonna hit him out of this.
Nice.
The blue bullet is scary. It is very random, very unpredictable. It
you
will
already
ruin your
dealt
day
quite some-
if you let it.
And you already dealt a lot of damage.
All right, so one thing that we have not touched on quite yet is the reason that we're able to get a lot of these setups for launching the data org members back up into the air is due to a particular quirk of Final Blow. Dips, do you maybe want to help explain to the viewers what that quirk is?
So it like knocks enemies up into the air.
All
Thanks
right,
to
here
the-
we go. All right. Yeah, that's my
one,
fault.
yeah. That's one thing I wanted to mention like earlier, like all of those blue projectiles that you see during the DM, they are not blockable.
Like I said, Zigbar is hard. You got to be on top of your game. I needed to air step more quickly to the boss there when he spawns across the arena so that you cancel that blue bullet attack. He is open even if the blue bullets are out on the field, but it is very scary because you've got 3 other things that you have to think about.
Using
yeah,
a
the
little
thing-
bit of fire there just to get some extra damage while we're away.
All right, he's in an interesting spot. He's going to be very far from the ring here. And I'll reset that once more. Okay. So it's all about your positioning, like, as he's spawning in for the rain. It's
So what do you think?
trickier to set up than it looks.
Also, you might be wondering like, yo, why is B-Boy not air stepping? With the way the arena is shaped, it's very, very, you can only like air step to an enemy like in a straight line. With the way the arena is set up, you like really have to get close before you are actually in line for an air step.
Yeah. There's a wall in the middle of the arena that's completely impassable, and you can only air step to enemies that are in line of sight.
Which is
Yeah,
why
but-
you will typically only see B-Boy doing air steps if he's basically right on top of Zigbar.
I think the thing with Final Blow that I still want to mention is like probably a bit better to like show it off doing another fight later on.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for sure.
right now it's really helping us out to like squeeze out extra damage since it's also counting as a reprisal. It helps us knocking up enemies,
All right.
which
That's
is
stuck on the
in
wall
turn
there.
helping us for the dive setups.
Getting the extra parry, though, does help.
Also,
yeah, for that-
shoutouts to Double Flight, which is basically Sora's mid-air jump, being another tool that we use to gain height.
You can't get away.
Oh, wrong part of the fight. I'm really out of it. This isn't good.
Nah, it's
maybe-
okay. This will be
Maybe
the
that.
one.
Maybe then you want to go over
I'm not
the
sure
pro
why.
codes?
I'm not particularly nervous. I'm just not thinking about the order of things, I guess.
You got this. You're doing great.
Yeah. If
Alright.
anything, the chat is flipping out now that they're like, okay, so he hit the mass reprisal in the middle of the arrow rain 3 times now.
Let's make it.
Exactly.
We have a question in chat, like, if you're level 1, how do you have abilities? Like, with this game, you have a lot of base AP, ability points, which are enough to like get off a lot of abilities, or like to equip a lot of abilities. Even though one of those 13 pro codes restricts the number of abilities that we are allowed to have equipped at one time.
Yeah, one of the pro codes is called ability limit, and it basically says you get 30 abilities that you get to equip on Sora, and that's it. So we basically have about as many that would be useful to us for these fights, and not really much else. Sonic Slash is an ability, Double Flight is an ability, Diving Strike is an inherent part of combat, so we don't really have to equip anything for that. Dodge Roll is an ability.
You can't get away.
All the reprisals are abilities. Block is an ability.
All right.
You better run.
Running in a spiral here just because the arrows will spawn in the positions that Sora was last touching.
Just gonna land on the ground here.
Hey, watch it. Gotcha. Back off. Heads up.
Here we go.
Yes, so far this is really going well.
All right. So it's gonna be purple bullets now.
Take this. Watch it. Back off. Over here.
Then it's gonna be the jump into the parry. Saying this for myself, but also for the people at home. So dodge roll, then jump, then hit the parry, hopefully. Nope, that's fine. Because we can get another opportunity right there. And then we're gonna air step to the boss here. This is gonna be the fast air step.
Oh yeah, the thing about
All the way on
fast
the other
air
side of the arena.
So fast air steps, you might be wondering, like, when you're playing this game casually, like, why your Sonic Slashes might not come out as fast. You gotta time it, like, very particularly when you press attack. Like, it's basically when Sora bumps into an enemy with the air step. And
Let's
as you
go.
bump... Yeah.
Yeah, can we get some
GG.
Pog champs up in chat for
that
what
was-
just
I want some-
happened?
yeah, some
we made it
pogs,
out of
some
Zigbar.
claps. Zigbar. No more.
Okay, you may not have caught it, but I just swapped my shortcut set, which is a new feature with Kingdom Hearts 3. For Syax, we want Blizzard. So we're gonna use Blizzard.
Yeah, if you've ever taken a death to Syax, you may have gotten a hint screen that tells you, hey, Blizzard magic is actually kind of good on this guy. This is actually one of my favorite fights, just if for nothing else, because like you can feel the impact of Syax's Claymore strikes because, you know, when he hits the ground, the entire arena shakes. I don't know why, I'm just a sucker for that kind of thing in particular.
All right. Filled up his Berserk gauge, so now he's gonna go into his next part. Let's cook.
So reprisals and finishers are the things that are going to deal the most damage to his Berserk gauge to knock him out of his, you know, Berserk state. So you'll see big chunks go out whenever we have any of these critical reprisals coming out. You may be noticing that B-Boy is aiming his camera in such a way that he always has view of the center of the arena. That's basically just to cover as much ground that Syax could possibly teleport to once, you know, we complete a sequence and hit his RB.
Just gonna
And
stand
now
back
we-
here.
Yeah.
the camera shot for the disrespect.
And we are actually holding off on damage right there in order to make sure that we are not getting hit by the DM. Or maybe just to
Gonna
explain
jump air
what,
slide to that, but it's also fun.
Yeah, Dips. What is a DM for those that might not be, you know, so educated at home?
So DM stands for Desperation Move. It's like very common in the KH speedrunning community. It's like a very long, most of the time uninterruptible move There's also pretty deadly that, yeah, enemies can do. Some enemies can do when they are low on HP.
Yeah, and in Syax's case, we really just do not want to see it. Too many things to keep track of. Too much danger.
It's one of the scariest desperation
Okay, a
moves
little
in
early.
the entire series. Not gonna lie.
Okay, we got the opening here at least. This is still doable for sure.
There we have the
I'm
Blizzard
gonna let him
stagger.
sit for a little bit. Let that timer run out naturally.
Yeah, that rising hook attack from the risk dodge is so cool when Syax, comes back from the teleport. I think there's like 4 risk dodge attacks, right? There's backlash, there's teleport slash, there's rising hook, and then risk raid. Do I have all that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, risk dodge is definitely one of the most useful abilities for limit cut. I'll tell you this much, like I experimented with risk dodge when I was playing the base game, but in truth there aren't that many fights where you'd be like, oh, I'm really gonna need this if you're just doing a casual playthrough. But you will definitely need risk dodge on a lot of these fights to get specific openings.
Okay.
Hey, there we go. First try on that one.
Yeah, that's one of more scripted fights. It can be scary though.
I just wanted to point out the amount of game knowledge about these fights is absurd.
Yeah,
Like,
B-Boy
just
has
use
to memorize
Yeah.
the attack sequences for
Oh, skip it.
13 of the game's hardest enemies. And he has to know at what point in the sequence he is in at all times.
All right, young Xehanort, usually considered the punching bag of the lot, has lower HP than the rest, and is also very scripted. So a little easier to handle, but we're trying to go fast, so not all of it is easy.
Yeah. Although he does have one of the cleanest sort of like final attack skipping. Well, it's not really a skip, but you do skip a good chunk of his final attack. It definitely has one of the cleanest and swiftest versions across all of the 13 Data Org fights.
Also, one thing about this fight is like, we really have to like make sure that we are positioned correctly for the dive setups, because young Xehanort bounces away from you, which is quite different from a lot of the others.
Yeah, not all of the bosses are created equal in terms of how easy it is to set them up for a dive. Some of them will, some of them aren't as easily lifted by Sonic Slashes and Rising Spirals. Some of them flinch a lot when you hit them, and so you have to basically pin them against the wall a little bit harder in order to make sure that they stay underneath you for both the Keyblade slash and the shockwave from your diving strike to hit for maximum damage.
So we hit him with an Aroga hit there, and that makes it so that you can actually hit him with Final Blow out of a reprisal here, getting us another dive.
Yeah, this might be like such a minor thing, but it deals so much more damage instead of just getting rid of the armor with counter kick.
I just want to point out for the viewers at home that this fight
I'm gonna let
is
him
so
recover.
fun in how ridiculous some of these openings are. Like, you basically just saw B-Boy bounce young Xehanort off of the floor like a basketball. Like, the ultimate weapon has long reach, which is what it allows him to be able to carry that on. But the fact that you can just do stuff like that in this category.
I think there's a lot of love in the animations in this game. If you're not familiar, you should really be looking at the ends of combos and stuff and seeing what the bosses are doing. Because they have really, really unique animations for all sorts of situations, which I find super cool.
All right, and now here comes the big finish.
Also, like, all of these fights are like a big love letter to the entire series. with all of the previous attacks from the other games being interwoven in there.
All right, I'll leave Gion for later.
All right, Vanitas. Oh man, there's a really cool arrow setup with one of Vanitas' attacks as well, but we'll get to that.
So he gave us the slam down pattern at the start, which means that he's going to give us that Aroga opening sooner rather than later.
And
It'll
we also
be
want to make
after this attack here.
Yeah, he's gonna dive into the ground, erupt 3 times with fireballs, teleport, boom, you get your opening.
Okay. So whenever Vanitas teleports directly on top of Sora for like a combo slash, so not this Revenge Valley move, but this one coming up, you can hit him out of it with Aroga. This was discovered relatively late into the DLC lifespan, obviously, because it's kind of esoteric, but it's super cool and lets you get in more damage.
And arguably has implications with lore.
Take this. You wish.
All right, so for this fireball move, you're gonna see that Vanitas teleports kind of slowly when he goes on the right here. Watch this. 2, 1, 2, and then he fires. On the console version, that's normal speed, and he teleports a lot faster, so the PC version of that attack is technically easy. Easy to react to anyways.
You wish.
So that is really cool. Normally, what Vanitas would have done there is, ride a wave of Keyblades, much like he can do in the base game. But if you just air step to him and knock him out of it, then that instantly cancels the attack. You can also do it with Thunder or Arrow Magic, because like I was mentioning earlier, those basically just instantly drop down on your target. Speaking of magic, I only found out the other day in practice that that little ice eruption that comes down with Vanitas' teleport slam, that can actually freeze you. I had no idea.
Also, yeah, Bieber was just holding back on damage there because we wanted to avoid the desperation move.
Okay, he gave us the aggressive pattern here, so we got to show off a lot of the new stuff in the second phase. He has another pattern where like all of the new stuff in the last part of the fight comes in like a minute in. So we got to show it off early. So it's coming now.
All right, viewers, you're in for a treat.
Got it. Very good.
Easy.
And it's also the faster pattern. It's harder to react to, harder to deal with, but it's faster.
And now he's going to come in with some new shockwaves, a little bit mix-uppy. Watch this. Dodge to the side here, and then he throws one. Got to be ready for that.
Over here.
Big dive.
You wish.
I always appreciated that the way that Vanitas got up from, being propped up into the air was to do that little sort of like whirling kick on the ground to right himself back up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there are so many get-up animations and whatnot that are just so full of love in this game.
Later, nerd.
That was a great fight.
That was,
Good stuff.
I think
good
that was
stuff.
flawless.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Love to see it. All right, Terranor, one of the more random fights in terms of what he chooses to do anyways. We have responses for everything.
And certainly one of the most dangerous. There's a lot of unblockables that Terranort can do.
Also, this attack right here is way worse to deal with on console, or like with the projectiles in general. It sometimes happens that he's standing in front of you and those projectiles just go all over the place.
Okay.
On console, at least.
For all of our solemn combos, he always starts them off with an unblockable in this version of the fight, which I think is hilarious and will catch people off guard.
It's such a mix-up for the truly uninitiated, and it definitely cost me a lot of deaths when I was trying Limit Cut for the first time. For those at home that are looking at all of these fight executions and thinking, man, I want to do this. Yes, these are all cool things that you probably should try your hand at, but do yourself a favor. Do not do what I did. Do not play Limit Cut on crit level 1 as your first playthrough. It'll be a lot more painful that way.
So now we want to get an attack skip that we were talking about earlier.
No
And
DM skip. Unlucky. Yeah, it's super hard. Terranort might be the hardest one to get it on because of how his reset animation works, like when he's resetting back to his base stance.
Yeah.
My
It is
first
very
playthrough
tricky.
of this game, I played proud mode. That's the one I did.
What level were you at?
I have no idea. I played it casually, so I leveled up.
Right.
It took me 38 hours and 37 minutes.
You know, that's probably about how much it would once you like have solid damage, but then also, basically have a feel for what all of these bosses do.
My
So the reason-
my first playthrough probably took longer, to be honest.
So the reason that B-Boy jumped in the air before getting that block on one of Terranort's rushes is so that he could specifically get the opening. Because if you block him on the ground, he doesn't necessarily leave himself open.
All right, I'm just gonna go for something standard here.
See? Oh, we got it. Okay. So the keyboard that you saw right there has an ability that's called Wizard's Ruse. It's also called like Wizard Scam in the community. It's like
Best opening
but-
in Data.org, in my opinion.
Yeah,
He's
that's as
ri-
long as
Yeah, it's really
our
great.
Solum combo. It has the most unblockables, and the fact that B-Boy went through all of that with basically just a spit of HP left is kind of crazy.
Good RNG.
oh, and we got lucky. Yeah.
So yeah,
on-
like Dips was saying earlier, Wizard's Ruse is an ability that basically says, at random, while you're casting magic, you can potentially gain some HP back. But like Dips was also saying, it's called Wizard Scam because, you could be casting a lot of magic and it's totally random as to whether or not you get the help. So sometimes you'll just empty your entire, or whatever is left of your MP bar, and you just get nothing. And you're like, okay, cool, awesome, thank you. That's pretty much the only way that we can get HP back on this category because a couple of different all pro codes, or just pro codes, a couple of different pro codes basically negate our other tools. One of them is no cure, so we can't cast cure magic. Another one is no battle items, so we can't throw potions or elixirs or anything like that. And we also, as you might have noticed from the round with Zigbar, we can't have a Koopa coin effect active. So if we die, we die.
Correct. Okay. We're doing Largy next. Now we'll do Dark Riku. Right, okay. Tell me if I've missed one, by the way, because I might actually do it by mistake.
That's the trickiest part about doing this run when you're not on a file where you have to beat all of these fights for the first time. When you start out Data.org fresh, the portals are all blue, but once you've beaten a particular fight, it glows purple. And on this file, B-Boy has all 13 of them active, so he doesn't have to wait for like the animation of Master Xehanort and Shion to pop out. But it does mean that we have to be a little bit more attentive in terms of tracking which bosses we fought and which ones we have not.
Have
Also,
we talked
maybe
about
one-
Circle Vulnerable yet?
Dibs, this is a perfect time.
Yeah. So you might be wondering, like, why are we not doing dive attacks for this fight? The thing is, Riku does not get knocked up high enough in the air. So instead, we use Final Blow, but instead of using X, we use Circle because we have a combo modifier equipped that is called Rising Spiral. And basically, the game thinks, oh, you have already done the Rising Spiral, and adds that corresponding damage basically to that Final Blow.
Yeah, the game tries to steer you into using X in the case of using a PlayStation controller, because when you get the prompt, X is the button that appears on screen. But you can do it with Circle as long as you have a combo modifier. All my homies hate Groundbreaker, so we're using Rising Spiral. Also,
Yeah.
Rising Spiral has inherent synergy, as Dips might have mentioned before. Riku is another fight where we're really paying attention to the revenge value. We're actually trying to avoid Riku getting pushed to his revenge value threshold. And like
Yeah,
Dips
it's-
was mentioning, we do not have really a good opportunity to set up for a diving strike, which is why that comboed with the fact that Riku doesn't have as big of a resistance to neutral damage. That's why we're using Last Charge as the finisher here instead of what you might have been seeing earlier, which is Sora's Default and Speed Slash.
Also, we want to avoid hitting revenge value because he just goes over into a sequence of attacks which are
Alright,
pretty
here we
annoying to
go.
deal with. Like this would happen, basically. Again, amazing game knowledge. The backups for the backups.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so easy to panic on this category just because it's so easy for you to be knocked down to 1 HP. So the fact that B-Boy has nerves of steel right now is pretty impressive. You don't want to mash rolls, you don't want to mash blocks. Learn the attack patterns. You'll find your
That's
way
not
out of
what I
them.
want to see.
This is a
Okay,
bit,
so that's a
this is
really
pretty
cool
scary
setup.
now. Okay, that
B-Boy
was
intentionally hit Riku's barrier to force a retaliation, so then he could get the block, so that he could get the reprisal.
Wow.
And we avoided the second DM. Just in time.
All right, who
And
we got
now-
up next?
Turn off Last Charge. And we're going into Largazine. I have another name for her on her split, or on my splits. We won't say it here, but if you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Yeah. Larxene is particularly nimble, and whenever she tries to do her DM, she will spawn a bunch of clones. All of them are dangerous. So we're going to pray that we can get a couple of neat attack skips.
Largine is the easiest to attack skip, but my success rate is low for whatever reason. It'd be like that, you know how it is.
I think she's my
Dodge that.
favorite of the Organization 13.
She's got a lot of personality, and
Yeah.
I have listen. I'm aware that the take that I'm gonna have is so out there because I've been told that her track is the most basic because it's the most like what you would encounter in the standard game, in the base game. But I really like this rework of the organization theme that comes in. I don't know. It brings back to the memories of fighting Larxene on the Game Boy Advance with Chain of Memories. I don't know. I have no good reason to praise this rework other than it scratches the nostalgia itch in my brain.
Yeah, I like it too. May not be the best, but it's really good, so.
It's,
Yeah.
it's okay. I've put out a lot of hot takes today. My big one being that I like
Okay, so-
Chain of Memories better than I like Kingdom Hearts 1.
She's at her barrier here, so I'm gonna try and skip her. There you go. Okay, we got one.
Yeah, nice.
Boom.
One DM skipped. So we'll skip the other one once we're at that HP barrier.
And that's actually a huge time save. Like her first
The first
DM
one is
takes
definitely
forever.
worse than
Yeah.
the second one in terms of time.
Yeah, you'll know whenever B-Boy is going for the attack skip because he'll basically just try to do that round of quick slashes on the ground like you saw.
Back off!
Boom.
And after this combo, we will try to go for another attack skip.
I'm gonna sandbag.
Okay.
And now we're going for it.
All right, everybody cross your fingers.
That looks good. Never mind. Okay.
Oh,
Oop.
yeah. Sometimes it just you think like you nailed it, and then you get surprised. Yeah. Like honestly, this looked fine to me.
We're chilling.
All right, DM's over.
Didn't mean to cancel, like, not going to another combo there, but it's fine.
Land it.
Worm! What's the matter?
Yeah, so if you're wondering why B-Boy is rolling through all of those lightning strikes, well, one, they're tracking you, so the moment that you roll through them, you know, they basically have to come all the way back around, and they don't last long enough to really damage you if you do that. But also, they're unblockable, you know, so you gotta iframe through them one way or another.
Worm!
All right.
Also, yeah, I really
Whoa,
wanted to
maybe.
point out the way with how B-Boy deals with that attack. Like, it took quite a while for an advisor opening to be found there.
Yeah, because
Okay.
normally she spawns far away from you, and then you have to air step to her. I think it's Gion time, right? everyone
We
else.
You've
haven't,
definitely-
yeah, we haven't
you have
done
not
Xion yet.
here.
It's just Gion and Master Xehanort. No, Ansem. Ansem
Yeah,
will do after
Ansem.
Gion then.
Yeah.
Ansem and Master Xehanort will do together. Okay.
This is going to be a really fun one. So, for those of you that might have played this casually, you may have noticed that Xion and Master Xehanort introduce a little mechanic where some of their attacks can actually decrease your maximum HP. And then, after some amount of time, if you haven't been hit by anything since, you'll basically get your maximum HP restored to its default. However, you don't get healed back to whatever that max HP was before you got hit. So it is possible for your max HP to get knocked down to like 1, and then your full bar comes back, but you're still at 1 HP.
Also, you may have noticed that our HP basically was cut in half.
Yeah, what happened?
was-
What's the deal with that?
So at the start of the run, we had food active, which is definitely necessary for this category in order to have enough MP for all of the fights, and also to give us way more HP.
MP is the more important part, but yeah.
Yeah. But in general, if you're playing this game on critical especially, using food is definitely recommended. It makes your life easier.
Yeah. One of the pro codes is called default status, which basically nullifies all of the stats you would have earned from leveling up. But that doesn't really affect food in any way. So even with all pro codes active, or even just that one in particular, you know, having food on is just always going to be good.
Dodge that.
another- yeah. If you hit her revenge value while you are mid-air,
Yup,
she's
there it
trying to-
is.
Ah, there it is, the guard fail.
So we usually don't expect stuff like that to happen, and that's because during limit cut, your block actually will protect you, you know, from all directions. We refer to it as 360 guard. But
Okay.
sometimes you just
Bad
get to
anyways.
fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, for this fight
So
in
you don't want to be
particular-
on the wall. That's how you
Yeah.
avoid that. That's my fault completely. I always get off the wall for that. Like always. I just did something different for no reason there. This is probably, in my opinion, the hardest data fight for new players, just because even though it's scripted, she has a lot of mix-ups built into her pattern that make it so that if you guard early or if you try and predict something happening, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, like with those rounds of her tossing her
Okay,
keyblade at you.
Again, like speaking of, I'm mixing myself up. Sorry. Okay, we go.
Yeah, with her keyblade tosses, like on the last one, she'll put some extra stank on it, and it comes out really fast. So if you don't have all these timings down pat, it is gonna be a hard time.
This is tough. Oh, okay, that's fun.
Yeah, that's an example of her putting some stank on it.
Locking in a little bit, just a slight lock in. Let's do it.
B-Boy, you'll notice that when he doesn't, so Sora will backflip in order to prep for the diving strike animation, but that only happens at a specific height. If Sora doesn't start up with that animation, B-Boy knows that he's too low for a diving strike to really pop off, so then he just transitions into an aerial dive.
Generally speaking, you know when you're too low, though.
Yeah.
There's like no use in trying to back it up from there. will get the dive. Also, one more thing to note is that we are holding off on damage right here. Otherwise, she would like, I think she does like the attack that she would do within like 3 attacks, which is pretty slow. You want to get
She
in
immediately
those
goes
other-
into her armor phase, essentially, instead of giving
Yeah.
you an extra set of openings for free. You don't want to over damage her, keep her like right. Over 4 bars taken out before the specific part where I sandbagged.
So I guess to touch a little bit on armor, you may have seen that pretty early on. I mean, it was actually part of the first fight when we were against Marluxia. Kingdom Hearts 3 introduced the concept of armor, which is basically, you know, a little bar that appears over the HP bar. And in order for you to stagger the bosses again, you
I
have
dodged
to
into that. Okay.
you have to
Off the
deplete
wall.
the armor gauge.
Fine there.
For bosses like Marluxia, sometimes there's a gimmick in order to depleting the armor. For example, with Marluxia, one fire magic spell basically drains that entire armor phase. With Xion, there is really no big trick. You kind of just have to wail.
Yeah, you just have to know when you are attacking, when you are doing reprisals. Reprisals do a lot of damage to the armor.
Yeah, reprisals and finishers. Also shot locks, but, you know, a lot of bosses in this have resistance to, you know, neutral forms of damage. Also, there's a pro code that basically says no shot locks, so even if we wanted to, we couldn't. Which is a shame, because the Ultima Weapons shot lock is really, really strong. Whoa!
Okay, no, I
okay.
just moved too early. Oh no, Xion. Like I said, this fight is hard. No matter what you do, this fight is hard.
Yeah, also whenever I like de-rust or do the runs of this, like this gets me, this fight.
Yeah, so if there's anybody in chat that's stressing because they haven't gotten past Xion, seasoned runners sometimes don't get past Xion in a run, so you're doing okay. Just learn the fight. Be patient. Everything will take time.
Yep, fully scripted, so take your time learning it.
Yeah, of the fights that exist here, like, you know, Vanitas is one that can definitely mix you up as you're learning it, but pretty much everything that Xion throws at you is scripted, you know. You could recite the phone book from Xion sequences.
And even then you can still get thrown off. Like it definitely happened to me multiple times that towards the end when I was stuck with like 1 HP, she gave me something that I did not expect. I think she actually has one move where she can choose between 1 or 2 attacks. I'm not sure.
The one attack that I always thought was really mean was where she throws the Keyblade, but then the Keyblade just kind of spins in place. It doesn't actually hit Sora, and then 4 pillars of light emerge from the blade, and you get hit by those. That's the one that got me when I was first learning this fight.
Alright.
I also
Off the
didn't have the
wall.
Ultimania. I didn't have the Ultimania, so I didn't know what those attacks are like formally called. So I had to give my own name for these attacks. So I referred to that one as like Axis Toss.
Dodge roll towards her. Air slide, air step.
And
Get that.
reprisal.
And get the reprisal punish. That's tough to do. Positioning, air step timing, all of it matters.
Now we
But it
gotta be
lets you
careful
get
because
into the
she can
DM
do her
early.
DM here potentially.
But she did not.
We are right on the barrier. It's like, I think that was like
I might be
HP
too low for
perfect.
this. It's possible. I can go for another rising spiral here just to make sure.
Let's see if we're knocking on the door. All right, there's the DM. When she flies high and stays there, that's how you know that she's gonna fire off the DM. B-Boy's casting that arrow.
I don't agree with getting hit there, but it's fine.
I mean, we
Alright.
basically got a show off what the animators have been cooking up.
And out of here.
Kind of scary.
Yeah, when her armor gauge depletes, the DM will end.
I was ready for that. Off the wall. What's she gonna do here? Run it down again.
All right.
All
I
right,
think we'll
just
have,
dodge the two that are coming up, B-boy.
we'll have to do one more sequence, but then it should be game over.
That was a bad dodge roll.
All right. Later. Cool.
Bam.
Ansem.
All right. So whereas Shion is primarily based on melee with a couple of different projectiles, Ansem is just very tricky. He does not really have any melee to speak of. He'll summon mines. He'll fire off orbs at you. He's kind of like Samus in Super Smash Brothers. He's a zoner. So it's kind of like Zigbar in the sense that half of the work of this fight is just figuring out how do I get close to him and take advantage of his openings. This is a really cool one.
Yeah. The wall.
We're gonna use the water to blow up the mines, then guard their explosion after.
Yeah, for anybody that might have read the journal entries for shadows
Okay,
and
that's
floods in the base game, you might have noticed that it tells you to use water magic because it props them out of like the two-dimensional plane of the floor. Similarly, when Ansem, summons that little shadow to follow Sora, you can dispel it with water, and then, basically that plus the block that B-Boy goes for.
I did get
its own opening.
I did get the block there. I did get the block there, but the angle was very strange.
One thing that I want to point out, like, most people have been doing this fight with triple rush, or like most runners. B-Boy came up with a method, the combo setup, so that we can actually keep speed slash on, basically saving us one menu.
Okay.
I thought that was high enough.
No, it was high enough. I just pressed X slightly too early.
Part of the reason that we wanted to use water to dispel those mines is because they have a bit of tracking on them. They will
I'm
follow Sora.
autopiloting my combos. That's what's going wrong here. I'm not circle final blowing every single time. At least I don't think I am. Sorry about that. Alright. So like there, I didn't circle final blow, so I'm just gonna take the combo.
I think after Ansem, we basically only got Master Xehanort at this point, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you have to go through another attack, but afterwards we will start off the first DM.
Yeah, this is probably one of the trickier DMs to keep track of, because for a lot of it, Ansem is open, but projectiles will be flying at you. Like, in some cases, depending on positioning, you can get hit by just touching either of the two spheres that are on Ansem's left or right.
They're gonna spin.
Be careful.
You just wanna get
Yeah,
away?
Good reaction, yeah.
Yeah. B-Boy specifically, cutting some of his combos short because he didn't want to get touched by either of those dark spheres. But the dark spheres can also sometimes, like right now, they're popping up projectiles of their own. And what's curious is that actually they can inflict status effects. So you can get frozen, you can get burned, you can get hit with Cloud, which basically throws up little lightnings in Sora's command menu, which you can dispel if you cast some arrow magic. You can also get Sneeze at some point. Like, we will expect to get sucked into that DM again at least one more time throughout the fight. All right, Laser Rain.
They're not getting the counter is actually good because we don't want to overdamage them. We're going to see one more attack here before we go into the Dark Worlds.
All right, should be after this. There we go. All right. Now that we've come back around, we should defeat Ansem.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Surely.
He's going for it.
Okay,
What?
fine. Didn't shoot any out. Honestly, I prefer that.
There's a new trick where if you roll through that, turn your camera around to face the sphere and then guard, it'll shoot projectiles at you and then you can get the reprisal. You know, but you have to be pretty on point with your timing because sometimes in cases like what you just saw, it just chooses to shoot out nothing.
Oops.
Oh boy.
So yeah, those little bubbles right there, the first part of it is blockable, but they will explode, which is not blockable. So that's why we essentially got hit there.
B-Boy choosing to roll through that because if you get touched by any of those spheres, you know, it's pretty much game over.
Hey, goodbye, Ansem.
Okay. Uno
Stay,
mas.
stay dead at the end of the KH1 run like you belong.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
we don't have to change abilities, so we're just going to go on in.
The final boss, the big kahuna, the big bad of this game in particular, and basically most of the Darkseeker saga. Master Xehanort.
Gotta teach the old man the lesson again.
How many times do we have to do it, though?
I got the reference, Dan. That was
Thank
funny.
you. All right. So basically, Master Xehanort is unlike most of the other bosses in that he will do kind of a DM style of attack pretty early on. You know, he puts you into this light stage and fires pillars similar to how you would expect at the end of his, you know, boss fight in the base game. But in kind of the way that Sora has had access to form change transformations, assuming that you have not put on the pro code that prevents you from using them, Master Xehanort here will transform the Keyblade into a bunch of different things. Like you'll see lasers pop out from the edges of the arena. He'll toss.
We'll do it next time.
He'll toss magic around. Well, he'll throw the Keyblade at you, and the Keyblade can inflict a bunch of different magic at you.
We'll be seeing the Beyblades in a bit.
All right, here come some Beyblades now. You can see them. Very well animated. They look great. This was one of the most common requests in the base game, is that people really wanted to see Master Xehanort transform the Keyblade, since Sora can do it. So why can't he, right?
Yeah. All right, here we
Get
go.
over here.
Also,
Master
interesting.
Xehanort has a fair amount of unblockables.
Yeah.
We'll be paying attention to those as we get later on.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, he has some unconventional attacks which are like blockable, but if you actually block them, you will not get an opening. Like, so you have to dodge them instead.
Okay, here comes the Keyblade
Also,
throw.
he likes to do combos where he mixes his blockables with his unblockables.
Okay, I'm going
when
for
he-
this. DM
Oh
skip.
my god, yeah.
All right, let's see what we do. Come on.
1. So we skip the opening cutscene of the DM,
Yeah.
which keeps the arena normal.
Which is very funny because then we get this Shadow Xehanort.
So you can get up to 4 skips there, which saves a ton of time if you get all 4, but getting 1 is still
But-
good, of course.
Yeah. It's like very hard to time.
was not the correct response, but I got away with it.
The game threw you a freebie. Shoutouts to Christopher Lloyd. Laser.
Also, yeah, like you mentioned earlier, he has that like HP cut status effect, so even getting hit there once doing the desperation move, even if we have like withstand combo, it does not necessarily save us if we get hit by that before.
It's also not as immediately obvious. Like with Shion, if you get hit by a light pillar, you know that you're going to get cut or that you're likely to get cut. But with Master Xehanort, the attacks that shorten your HP bar
All
are
right, wait,
not...
hold, one sec. Shine! Judgments! Give me power!
Apparently, all you need to do to get an iconic line delivery is just hire Christopher Lloyd to say the most manic and unhinged things that a, supervillain with a magical sword would be willing to say.
Also, shoutouts to Wutgahawa as well.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, Master Xehanort is interesting because as the main villain of the franchise, he's had 3 voice actors. We had Leonard Nimoy from, his first appearance in Birth by Sleep. We had Rutger Hauer, who took up for Leonard Nimoy after he passed before KH3's release. And unfortunately, Rutger Hauer also passed in between Remind and the release of the base game. And so we have Christopher Lloyd taking up the mantle in this and in Melody of Memory.
Yep, all sci-fi
But it doesn't-
legends.
But it doesn't matter because now he's toast.
That's time.
GG.
Woof! All right.
Good job, B-boy. Pretty great.
Right?
Pretty great.
That's definitely all of them, right?
That is all of them. Chat, back us up here. That's all
Yeah,
of them,
that's definitely
right?
all of them. Definitely all of them. Okay.
You got him. You
Yeah,
got him.
yeah.
All right. We are a little behind, so I just want to do some quick shout outs here. B-Boy, please tell everybody what you do on your channel and what can they find on your, if they check you out.
Kingdom Hearts 3 speedruns. I do any percent and all, limit cut with all pro codes. That's my main thing.
Awesome. All right. Game Man of Color, how are, what do you do on your channel?
I'm also a Kingdom Hearts speedrunner. I speedrun Kingdom Hearts 1 on beginner and level 1, Kingdom Hearts 2 on beginner crit and level 1, and Kingdom Hearts 3. I've yet to speedrun beginner on that, but I really want to. But Kingdom Hearts 3, like B-Boy, was my first speed game. I ran crit level 1 any percent. So, yeah, that's kind of... I like the 3 base games.
Amazing. And random dips?
Yeah, I'm also the mid-cut crit level 1 APC speedrunner. And I would like to give a big shout outs to everyone who contributed to this category.
Yeah. This was a blast. Thanks again. And everyone make sure you go follow B-Boy again in the title of the stream. Just hover over his name and click that follow button. All right. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere because when we come back, we will be here with Birth by Sleep Final Mix HD any percent with Rebel Dragon. Don't go anywhere. GDQ Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts weekend. We still have a few runs. We have a few runs coming at you tonight, and we're going to get right into this. We're going to jump right into this Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep Final Mix HD any percent Aqua with Rebel Dragon. Rebel, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
All right. I'm doing great. You know, we've had some really incredible Kingdom Hearts runs. We've had some really cool runs today so far, and I'm really excited about Birth by Sleep. Birth by Sleep, we've been going over this every run of my rankings of the series. Birth by Sleep was number 5. It was directly under Birth by 0.2. So pretty great, pretty good. And it took me a grand total of it took me 17 hours to beat it on my first playthrough. So I think you're gonna beat me on that one, right?
Yeah. Wow. This is with only one of the characters. Calm down. This is only one of the characters. But yeah.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, why don't you just tell everybody a little bit about what we're gonna see today, and we should get started.
Okay, cool. So I'm Rebel. This is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. We're going to be doing one of the beginner categories today. We're doing Aqua Beginner. The beginner categories and the critical categories are very different from each other. We play critical mode in this game at level 1 because you don't need to level up on critical mode. It's just wastes a lot of time. On beginner mode, we don't have access to that, so we actually have to play with within what XP we get as well. So yeah, the routing in this is based on what other commands we can get for the cheapest price at the start to build up a deck at the end, and then also how do we gain all the EXP that we need before that point. So let me load up the character select screen because that's where we start the timing for this category. And then we can get going.
All right.
We don't do it from the main menu in this game.
I want to keep looking at angry Mickey. You know, he's so mad.
Yeah, he's very angry on that screen. Yeah, depending on the character you've just beaten the game with, it changes who's on that screen. So on this one, when you've lost saved, etc. So it might have Terra, Ven, or Aqua, or have all three of them with Angry Mickey at the bottom there. Right, so timing starts when I press yes to play as Aqua. So if you're ready on time, I will go in 3, 2, 1, go. Right, so something else I did as well is you don't have to play through the tutorial in this game every time you do a speedrun. So because the game lets you skip it, so of course we skip that. So we go straight into Orbs, which is this game's kind of first main fight. Right, so Aqua has a weird starting position, so you want to try and get a double kill with that. So the whole idea is we want to kill the orbs without them getting knocked around too much. Whenever you do a finisher, or whenever party members do big hits on them, they fly around the room. If they hit into each other, they do one-shot each other. So you do want that. Okay, Ben, thank you for that. Bird Blizzard there, that will spawn the last wave. Their spawning positions luckily are consistent, but what they do sometimes isn't. Ven really screwed me over there. Ven is genuinely the worst NPC to have in this. He just doesn't let you win. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try and pull that orb there. Hopefully that one doesn't have a lot of HP left, and I can just get that. That's fine. That was a pretty bad one, but it's fine. We do have it. But yeah, so that fight pretty much spans from a minute to 40 seconds. You can get under 40 seconds there. But yeah, it's pretty difficult to do that. Right, so basic outline of the story of this. Terra gets asked to go on a mission, then also goes, why is Terra leaving? So leaves, then Aqua goes, oh god, I better go get my children back. And chases after them, and that's pretty much the whole plot of this game. Right, so something else in this game that's very important are crystal drops. Throughout the run and throughout different things, we're going to be putting commands together to make more powerful commands, and you use crystals to attach abilities onto those commands. Ideally, there's a set of abilities that I want to get, but it's not 100% guaranteed that I'm going to get those abilities. So there is a bit of variance with what I have to play into based on what luck I get from enemy drops. Right. We'll go into Terra real quick. So when you go to do a D-Link in the air, the game forces you to the ground because it can't actually load the D-Link when you're in the air. So it's a fast way to drop straight to the ground to do that. So we use that to drop down from some heights a couple of times. And you've also probably noticed the fastest form of movement is to cartwheel everywhere. Surprisingly, it's not actually matching the cartwheel. What I'm doing is I'm doing a cartwheel, taking a step, then cartwheeling again, very minutely. And and if you do that, you save 0.4 seconds or something in every single screen, and it makes you move a little bit faster. It doesn't really come up as being super important until later in the game, where there's one section where if you don't time your inputs, you can't complete it correctly. Right, so I did a quick menu there to put Barrier Surge on. Barrier Surge is just a better command than Quick Blitz, so we use it for this little bit here. Right, so every character has a escort they need to do. Aqua's escort is with the little mouse Jacques. The fairy godmother makes us small and we go help Jacques. Jacques here is completely up to what he decides to do. It's completely random. There's 5 paths he can take. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear this path, and hopefully he takes a good one. Actually, that's not bad. But be really careful here, because if you go too close to the other enemy spawns, you can spawn other enemies. I'm just trying to get him to do that. Do that. And these things will all come at me, and they will move out the way. And then I can let Jacques move. Or if the flood's going to screw me, of course. There you go. And now Jacques will move, and he'll go to the end. That's one of the worst patterns you can get, because the enemies in the middle can kind of like move around and screw you. But if he goes down the middle path, it spawns 2 bruisers, which take a while for you to kill on beginner, because you don't have a lot of stat at this point. But yeah, that was okay. Right, so we come into the first boss now. This is Curse Coach. Curse Coach is a pretty simple boss to deal with. We're going to go into Spellweaver, which is Aqua's first command style. And the finisher of the command style has a stunning effect. So we're just going to quickly build it up. Try to hit. 1, 2. There we go. You get stunned. And now we're just going to keep stunning him over and over. Use the finisher.
This is one of those like Kingdom Hearts bosses that just they made I don't even know how they did it. They're just like, we need a Cinderella boss. What if we take the pumpkin that turns into a carriage and make him evil?
Yeah.
It's pretty fun though, not gonna lie.
Yes.
Very Kingdom Hearts.
I didn't get helicoptered. His desperation attack, because he actually has one, is he turns into a helicopter and flies into the air and just rains down pumpkin bombs at you. It doesn't happen very often because he takes a while to get to that pattern, but sometimes he just auto chooses to go into it if you let him get away from you like that. We call it the very rare getting helicoptered, and it's a huge time loss if you get it, but it is very funny. Right, so we get a choice of worlds to go to now. You can either go to Enchanted Dominion or to Dwarf Woodlands. We're going to go to Dwarf Woodlands because we want a couple of the items here before we get to Enchanted Dominion.
We also about desperation attacks in the last run, but does every boss have a desperation attack in this game?
Not every boss, and normally in this game, most bosses are vulnerable during their desperation attacks, which is weird compared to like KH2 and even KH1 and KH3. A lot of bosses are invincible during their desperation attacks. There's only one or two bosses in this game that's invincible during their desperation attack. The rest of them, we actually use those in some of the strats, in some of the categories for doing damage to them, because they actually stand in place for a long period of time, versus what a lot of fights do in this game where they just fly around and do whatever they feel like. Alright, picking up this. Oh yeah, that's a sequence break. By the way, you're meant to use high jump to get up there, but you can just jump and ledge grab it, and you're meant to use like air slide or whatever to go grab the Fission Fire chest. But no, you can just barrier surge over to it. It's actually an end game command, Fission Fire, so we get like a nice strong command very early on, which is very useful. And Fission Fire, unlike regular Fire, which we also use in this run, has like an AoE effect. There's like a little orb that it spawns when it does damage to something. Alright, using that to drop down there. I should probably mention I'm playing this on the HD 1.5 plus 2.5 version, so the PS4, PC version, etc. I'm playing on my PS5 because why not? But basically, that version has amazingly fast loading times. And back on the PlayStation 3 version, when the load times were really bad, we actually rooted out nearly every single piece of D-Link usage that wasn't required, because it just took forever to load. But when this version came out, we just got to add it all back, so we get a bunch of cool like movements and stuff. Like you didn't do the drop downs and stuff on PS3, so it like increased the skill cap of this game with the better loads. Right, he's doing that attack. What's he doing? He's doing that. Right, so Magic Mirror here has a bunch of attacks he can do, and you need to be able to react to whatever he decides to do. I missed my Blizzard there, so that's unfortunate. But all I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to keep a poison on him because I want to do all the damage over time. So he's going to go back there and do that. That's actually perfect. I'm going to do that. Fire. Pretty good. That was alright. There's like a billion different ways that fight can go. It all depends on what attack pattern he decides to give you. There's a 1 in 4 on every single one, and each pattern has each attack has like a different way of blocking it. The one attack he can't do from that is as an attack where he teleport, where he goes up above you and starts shooting down at you. That attack just happens if you leave him alone for too long, or you do too much damage to him without ending him. Right, that was Dwarf Woodlands, nice and fast. Right, time for Enchanted Dominion. So Enchanted Dominion, there's not really that much in terms of like differences, but we do get a party member for some of it. And in this game, when party members get the killing blows on enemies, they steal all the like the EXP and like the command EXP that an enemy could give you. So yeah, you don't want that. So we want it's Prince Philip. We want him to do damage stuff, but not like over damage stuff. Sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that. Hopefully I have enough money. I do. Buy 4 of those. Got one of those. Got 1 treasure trove because there's 1 more strength and I need that. Cool. There we go. Right, so we're also going to grab another command earlier than the Memento as well, which is another really strong command. We're going to go to Terra D-Link real quick, jump into this corner, lock on, and hit the enemy. Side dash over here. Pick up Ice Barrage. And that's what we call early Ice Barrage. There's been loads of different ways to grab that, but that is the most consistent way of grabbing it. When you attack an enemy from when you've jumped and dropped down, the attack you dash forward a little bit, and when you're falling, for some reason, you get extra height when you do it. So this fight here, we're going to magnet some enemies and try and catch as many as possible. As useful, actually. I'm going to leave those enemies behind me. Hopefully Phil deals with them. He's not going to, but that's fine. Right, and then we go back and deal with this one. Luckily, he can't get the last kill on the last enemy, so you're guaranteed to get that EXP and CP. Right, so that was Goons 1. Now we got another fight with them because we're trying to escape the castle. Right, I want to prepare Vision for the next fight. Right, so something else when you're looking at the command deck, because in this game you build like a deck of cards essentially with all your attacks on them. You want to be hovered over specific attacks when fights start, because you want to be able to get the attack out as quick as you can. So that's what you want to do for this. You want to make sure you're on Vision because you want to use it immediately, and you don't want to be scrambling to find the command that you need. Right, so those 2 little goons in the middle there, we're going to run straight at them and hit them with the Vision. Okay, if I don't whiff, that's amazing. But here we go. Right. Use that. Thunder. Get level 2. Right, level 2 is slightly important because it gives you a magic increase. It's not amazingly important, but you want to hit level 4 before the next boss fight, so it is important to get it. Oh, dude, they dropped down. Nice. All right, cool. So we're going to run back here now. Philip does this. You're meant to jump up the top and go all the way around, but that's slow. We're not going to do that. We're going to go over here. We left these enemies at the back here, so you can do this. And that just skips you having to run all the way around and spawning more of the goons. Because much like the PSP version of this game does have a spawn limit for enemies. They never really fixed that when they ported these games. So, you have to be careful about how many things are on screen. Right, just try and do that. These guys will throw their things, then they'll hop down. Gonna do that. And these guys will go. Thunder, finished. Alright, cool. And there we go. Right, this is another instance where you're meant to go up the top and all the way around, but in this game, if your Keyblade goes through a wall, your commands go out of bounds. So as long as your hand goes through the wall, you can shoot things out of bounds. do a quick thing. So we're going to meld some commands. Now, I picked up a couple of fleeting crystals because fleeting crystals give you the all-important magic haste. And what that does is it makes it so your magic commands come back faster. What am I doing? Where am I going? Alright. Completely just lost all brain cells in that menu. Right, so on the way to the next boss fight, which is with Dragon Maleficent, we're going to pick up a bit of extra EXP because we want to hit level 4. We used to actually do level grinding a little bit earlier in the run on older routes of this, but we didn't need to do it because with this deck set up, there's a really, really easy set of enemies we can just grab a bunch of EXP from. So if we run up to these guys, fire those guys, run over here, magnet these guys, ice barrage here, and you should hit level 4. There we go. And you just run away from there. Easy. It used to take us forever. We used to thought it was really hard to get to level 4. No, you just do that and you get it every time nearly. It's only if you get a spawner shark at the start, you're not likely to hit it immediately. So yeah. Right, so Dragon Maleficent. Dragon Maleficent is actually a pretty spooky fight. But you can just kind of run behind her and hit her in the butt and she's absolutely free.
Goodbye, dragon.
07.
Believe me, I spent many hours spamming magnet with those enemies, by the way, on my playthrough.
Yep, because magnet is very strong. There is a joke that someone said once that Aqua is like so good in this game that she's the best character in other people's runs, and that's because like her D-Link gets Magnera from level 1, so basically you just always have access to a Magnera. Oh, I didn't get the lock on there, that's fine. Right, so yeah, this is flight. This can happen because she has a pattern which ends in flight. So you want to... The whole idea of her not flying is you want to get enough damage before she flies, but sometimes that's impossible depending on the pattern that she decides to do. So in this case, I'm just gonna take the loss there and... hopefully she doesn't fly again. Cool. Alright, that's fine. You just hit her in the butt. But yeah, so that fight there also has a lot of variance because it depends on the pattern that she decides to give you. Philip can also change the pattern that she's doing by hitting her and stunning her, which is also very annoying because she has one pattern where she just stomps on the ground constantly. If she picks that pattern, she's likely to pick it again. And I've had so many runs where she picks that pattern, picks it again, then Phil just hits her in the head and she just goes, I'm not doing that attack anymore, and just flies immediately. And I'm going like, Phil, you had one job and that's to not do anything. Okay. Right, we're going to quickly switch up our keyblade because this one has more magic. And obviously Aqua being a mage has higher magic stat than attack stat. Right, and I mentioned earlier before the run started about EXP. You're actually going to, mildly fix that issue now. We're going to grab an item from these mandrakes back here. So mandrakes actually only have like a 4% chance to drop this item, but Treasure Raid, which is Grumpy in Snow White, whenever it hits an enemy, it tries to force them to drop one of their items that they can drop. Mandrakes can drop 2 items. They can drop either an Aurora, which is the second arrow command, or they can drop an Abandoned Crystal. You want the Abandoned Crystal, because Abandoned Crystal lets us grab an ability which helps alleviate the EXP problems that we can have in this. Right, so this is Mickey Fight. We call it Mickey Fight because Mickey's here with us.
He's here. He made it. This is the
He
first
made
time
it.
we saw
Mickey-
him today.
Mickey's here, guys. Right.
Guys, look, Kingdom Hearts happened. Y'all can... You understand? I did it. I made it happen.
Did it. We got KH, guys. Right.
Revel finally brought us Kingdom Hearts. I can't believe it.
Right. I'm just trying to gather all these enemies. So the birds will only fly at you if there's a if there are drops on the ground. They're meant to be like ravens, like scavengers. So they will only come at you if there's a drop on the ground. All right. So now that we fought with Mickey, we actually get We don't worry, we get to see Mickey more for a little bit. So we get Mickey's D-Link. I'm gonna put on Destiny's
Thank
Embrace. And now we get one of the most broken abilities in this game, EXP Walker. EXP Walker gives you EXP every time you take steps, whenever your feet touch the ground, whenever your feet move and touch the ground again, whenever you jump and your feet touch the ground, whenever your feet leave and touch the ground again, you get EXP. Cartwheels give you like so much because they're because your feet are technically on the ground the whole time while moving forward. When Aqua blocks as well, she actually steps up and down, so you get EXP while blocking as well. So Ice Barrage, because no longer need it. Gonna buy 6 fires. Right, so what we're gonna go do now is we're gonna go back into Castle of Dreams, because there's an area where we get a ton of EXP. So back when people were routing the standard and proud mode categories of this game on the PlayStation 3 version, they found this grinding route essentially. And one day one of them just went, what if I try it on beginner mode? And yeah, it turns out it's fast. It's faster on beginner mode to just gain a bunch of EXP here, and just destroy the game. But annoyingly, you have to get a D-Link drop from these enemies, which can be a little bit of a problem sometimes because the game just won't give it to you. Okay, cool, I got it. All right, now we get level 1 Mickey, which gives us auto teleport, which isn't useful, but we need level 2 Mickey because Mickey's second level up that you get through killing things in his D-Link is double EXP, which basically does what it says on the tin. It gives you double EXP for every piece of EXP you gain while in Mickey. This includes EXP Walker as well. So Mickey level 1 has a Mine Shield, which is pretty useful. It's on a bunch of mines. Okay, didn't get what I wanted there, but that's fine. Cool, I got what I wanted there. Alright, so now, this room here has just got a bunch of enemies in it that we can just run around and just murder over and over again. We haven't got to go as many times as you would think. We've only got to go up a little bit in levels. But it is funny when people watch this run for the first time and go, is it really faster to just stop, gain a bunch of EXP, then beat the game? Yeah. Because this game is basically very reliant on damage ceilings and stat caps and things. Increasing your stats doesn't give you amazingly bad, like, diminishing returns for a long time. So it is worth it to just do that. I messed up my commands a little bit there, but... Right, so there is something that can happen at the end of this which can kind of ruin everything. I won't mention it until I get past it because I don't want to do that. But something else I'm looking for as well while I'm doing this, I'm looking for a couple of level ups for a couple of other D-Links as well. I'm looking to level up Snow White and Terra D-Link by 1 as well, because Terra D-Link gives you some movement options with sliding dash, and Snow White lets us win a fight later for very easy. Right. Level 12, that's fine. I'm not doing very well when I'm getting the D-Links I need.
Take that.
There we go. Oh, nice. Get that. Alright. So the set of stuff I'm doing is basically the most optimal, or one of the most optimal things that we've found for doing this. I'm going in and out of the D-Link because when you use commands, they have a recharge time. When you exit and re-enter a D-Link, it takes away the entire recharge time, so you don't need to worry about it. So you can just delete it and not worry about it. Come on, game! I need this D-Link, please.
I believe in the game.
I certainly want to. Oh, there it is.
I was gonna say if chat types 1 in the chat, the game will give it to us, but they didn't.
It didn't even need it. I could do with one more. Oh, there it is.
Didn't even need to.
Yeah. So something else I've also, you probably saw there as well is You can get a D-Link drop in one D-Link, exit, go into a different D-Link, and use that drop to level up that D-Link, which is very useful because otherwise we'd be here forever trying to hit stuff with Aqua. Right, so now we're done with that. Okay, cool. Got past one. I'm gonna get past two. I did, right. So the only problem with this route is that when you make Firaga with Aqua, there's a 10% chance it could become the big command, Raging Storm. If you get Raging Storm, there's pretty much just a rip Firaga on that one. If you get two of them, there's some real big problems there. You have to go buy more fires because we need to be able to buy Firaga later in the run, but you can't buy Firaga until you're basically at the very end of the game because different items in the shop become available based on where you are in the game. The shop has kind of like a level up system based on where you are, what world you're in, or what world you've unlocked. But if you make a command before it unlocks, it's available to buy. So we can buy Firaga early now because we've already made a Firaga. So that's kind of how that works. Right. So level 16 makes it so that by the end of the game, we are approximately level 21 or level 20. What this run used to be dictated by is you needed to grab fire boosts, but basically what we do instead now is instead of relying on fire boost to increase our damage, we basically made it so we outstat needing the fire boost. So you only need one fire boost for this portion of the game where your damage isn't quite at the cap yet. But later you don't need it as much. So this is Trinity Armor. He's going to get just wrecked by the amount of damage that we're going to do to him. Just what's HP bar? Yep, kind of goes. I whiffed a little bit of that as well, which is impressive that it did that amount of damage. Right. Cool, gonna wait for him to do his attack. When he does his attack here, he's invincible. You can skip this if you get the right pattern of attacks. I'm just gonna do a bit of damage here. Run to the side here. Fire. Fire. Please hit him. Thank you. That was really bad at the end because I couldn't hit him. But yeah, so yeah, that's why we level up a bunch because our damage goes from absolutely flooring on the damage ceiling to nearly matching it, which is very useful. And with Aqua, spending like two to 5 minutes grinding somewhere, you gain back that time and then save time on top of it by the end of the run, which is pretty good. The same is actually relevant with Ven in this version as well on beginner mode. On the PS3 version, you lost time in loads to doing the grinding route. But on the 1.5 plus 2.5 versions, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can save all the time by doing it. So we do a grinding route with the Ven as well. Alright. So what I just did there was I used the D-Link to drop down, and then Terra's level 1 D-Link has 2 slide dashes, so we can use those. And when you hit an enemy in slide dash, you can cartwheel immediately out of it. It can move fast. Right, this is Vanitas. Vanitas can teleport out of any attack that you try to do on him. In this fight, he's susceptible to magnet though, so yeah, he can just get caught in a magnet and you can just like wail on him. He's affected by other things in this fight as well, like zero gravity. What else is there? Poison, ignite. He's affected by sleep and confuse, I think, as well in this fight. So he's affected by everything. So his gimmick is the later you fight him in the game, the less status condition-y type stuff he's susceptible to. But in that fight, yeah, you can just get him in a magnet and he's trapped the whole time. He can dodge the first hit of the magnet and not get hit by it, but you can just do it on him until he gets hit by it, and then you build up to Blade Charge and then just kill him like that. Right, so now we're going to make a quick stop off into Disney Town because every character has to go to Disney Town and complete a minigame. Aqua's minigame is unfortunately the longest one, but we do get to play some volleyball. Alright, we talk to this guy. And yeah, welcome to Fruit Ball with the Shoegazers. Right, so this is a 3-minute mini game that we have to sit through and play. We have to win it as well. It's very easy to win because these enemies are really bad. They can cook sometimes though. I have seen them nearly win against people, and I'm like biting my nails every time. I'm like, I can't believe the Shoegazers are going.
Why are you calling me?
I'm sorry.
Rebel?
Listen, there's only one version of the game that this is really hard on, and that's the Xbox version. So this strat I'm doing where I hit them up and spike them down, for some reason on the Xbox version of this game, so the Xbox One and Xbox Series version, it just doesn't work. It just spikes it directly downwards. So if you're on the Xbox, then yeah, you can lose. If not, why? How do you lose to the Shoegazers? Right. I'm just going to try and get up to 15 points. There is actually, like, we actually had at one point, we had a leaderboard for, like, highest score in this for a long time. I can't remember what the highest score was now from back then, but we haven't kept track of it for a long time. It was in the high 40s. But yeah, but what you can do is you can just be cheeky. Get to around 15 points. And just kind of put the controller down. So I'm going to put the controller down for a minute and have a drink. And normally what happens is these guys score on themselves more than they'll score on, like, you. That's if they can even get anywhere. Oh, they got a point. Alright. But yeah, so whenever you do an Ultra run, like, yeah, sure, this is a 3-minute mini game, but it's also a nice part where you get to put the controller down for a couple of minutes. Have not scored at all. So at different points throughout the time of this, different nets appear in the middle. There's like one with just one at the bottom. There's the double there, and the double there, they usually start hitting stuff into the net over and over if they get stuff to spawn on their side. So I'm just getting hit by this apple right now. But yeah, Terra has Rumble Racing as his mini game, which is actually one of the harder ones because you actually have to win. Also, you have to play really well in that. Like, there's actually time to lose majorly in that one, and there's also like very minute time saves that you need to like go for as well if you want to get a really good time. Then has Ice Cream Beat, which some people actually say is the hardest mini game to complete to beat the story mode. Because Ice Cream Beat, the first song you play, really isn't synced up to the music correctly. And if you're not, like, waiting for that, then, or you know about that, then it's, then yeah, it's a bad time.
This is one of those classic games where you just kind of hang out and do nothing. And then you win.
Yep, if I get like loads of grape spawns at the start, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go for 45 points. But if I don't, I'm like, it's not happening, bro. Because you can break apart the grapes to get loads of individual like things you can score with. I forgot to put the other Firaga on. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just do it without it. Right, so this fight, Herc is pretty useless in this fight. He really can't do that much at all. So I'm just doing that. We hit level 17. Get into Blade Charge.
Rebel, are you gonna get up on the Hydra's back?
If Hydra was in this game, I would get up on the Hydra's back.
Oh, that's the second time I messed it up. Oh man. One day, chat, we're gonna get up on the Hydra's back.
You'll get there someday.
Someday, as in the next run, we will get up on the Hydra's back.
Yep. Oh, Herc, why'd you do that to me? If Herc doesn't decide to hit an enemy away from you, you can finish them all in that Blade Charge finisher. Right, so I'm going to do the menu I was meant to do before entering the world real quick. It's very easy. Oh, I collected a sticker, apparently. Nice. Oh, I did in Council Dreams. I know exactly where I picked it up. Yeah, putting on the Firaga just gives me another magic case. I have 5 magic case now, which means I'm basically fine on all my abilities. So my commands will be recharging really fast. So this is 10 rounds. This is This is just 10 rounds of timed fights. So there's a specific strat I'm going to do for each of these fights to make sure that I have, you know, both gauge and my commands and stuff. Right, but most of it is Magnet into Fission Pyraga because that just has a big area of effect. This one is Blade Charge because it's just a little bit faster. The enemies kind of go up really high, like the little bowl ones go up really high. The yellow mustards and blue sea salts. Right. Nope, no cure drop for me. 1, 2, 3. Cool. And something else I'm doing is at the end of each round, I'm preparing my what I need in the next round as well. So I'm making sure that I'm on top of what I'm doing with my command deck. Right, there we go. That's the hourglass. More shoegazers. Alright, so the last wave we have here is a bunch of jelly shades. Much like 1K and KH2, not all of these are spawned at the same time. They're just like JPEGs, etc. So we need to kill enough of them to make them all pay. They've all got 1 HP, so they're not like hard or anything. On crit mode, they can just decide to all attack you at once and just kill you, which is not fun. So you have to get your Magnet out very, very quickly. Right, so before we deal with the boss fights in OC, we're actually going to go to Deep Space. So we go to OC to complete 10 rounds first because we get enough EXP to hit the next damage thing, to the next damage cap thing, to make sure we do enough damage to the enemies in this world. Otherwise you do not good damage. Even with leveling up, you do bad damage. But we used to do even worse damage here because we used to come to this world, I think, at level 7 or something, which is not, that wasn't fun. Right, 1, 2, fire. There we go. Right. So there's a few fights we have to do here. This world's actually one of the longer ones in this run. That force fight there is pretty easy. You just run around the room and deal with the enemies. Hi, Gantu. Is the commander. Right, so we've been asked to go to the outside and deal with the enemies that are outside. So we're heading to the outside space section for Aqua. There's many names for this. The most popular name is Gotcha Take That, because that's what Aqua says throughout the entire thing. Some people call it bike game, some people call it bike fight. No matter what you call it, this fight is annoying. It's not as bad on beginner mode because you do a lot of damage to these guys, but on the high difficulties, this fight can get crazy real fast. Right, so yeah, so these things here, we just have to Gotcha Take That all day and try to deal with them fast without getting pushed around too much. Like this guy's into me right now. Just get a bit silent for a second while I'm just making sure I'm paying attention to what these guys are doing. Something else is you want to make sure you don't take too long on this fight as well, because if you take too long, you get an additional spawn at the end. These guys are not giving me good pounds. Oh, that was good. That was pretty good. I didn't get the additional spawn at the end. Right, so we actually have to go and help Stitch deal with some enemies. So we're actually going to use our Snow White now. So this is Bashful. Sorry, what was your question?
You said Stitch. He's from that new Disney movie that's coming out? What?
There is a potential that he may be from another movie that happened before.
Really?
I'm not sure how high the percentage chance is, but we're about to find out.
I don't know. I think chat needs to inform me on this information.
All right. This is Stitch fight because Stitch is here. Right, so the first enemies are just a bunch of floods, so we're going to just run forward and mind square them. I'll take care of them. Do that to build up our finisher and do a bit of damage. Now we're going to just do that. Do that, fire. Magnet that thing. Stitch is going to go nuts behind me. That's not what I want.
I'm glad to see you using magnet because I used magnet so much. I thought it was cheating.
Oh, absolutely. It's a cheater move. On the PSP version, you actually have to be very careful, though, because on the PSP version, if you load it into a command style, the game would just despawn your magnets because it can't have stuff on the screen.
Oh.
Sell the Thundara, sell that, sell both of those. Oh my god, I have enough money to skip a Faraga chest. Easy money, alright. If you get enough money and the correct drops, you can actually skip a chest in Neverland, which is what I've been able to do here. It's completely up to luck if that happens. If you get an Ignite drop from one of the Red Hot Chilies in grinding, which is what happened to me, it's nice and easy. But yeah, so now that we've helped out Stitch there, we're gonna go help Stitch fight Gantu now. If I got my dealing back, I'd have Terra for this, otherwise you just gotta float over here very, very slowly. Gantu is it's a pretty simple fight. We're just gonna, you know, try to brick out as much damage as we can on him. Hopefully Stitch does damage to him, because Stitch can actually shoot him for you. Stitch is kind of go nuts at him, actually. Block. Mind Square should finish him off. There we go. My PB in that fight, for some reason, he just dies to the first Mind Square I did. I can't tell you what happened. The fight's like 10 seconds long. I still haven't worked out how he died so fast. I was like, well, I guess that's going on the YouTube, actually. I'm going to cut that out and put it on YouTube. Right. Hyperdrive. We get a nice... And another reason to go there is we get a Keyblade that gives us 1 additional strength for dealing with Zack here. Otherwise, we don't do as much damage to Zack. Right, so Zack. Set up Mind Square. Fire. Okay, he kind of got knocked out there.
Is Zack from Final Fantasy, or is Zack an original character?
He's from Final Fantasy. He's from Crisis Core. Final Fantasy 7 Crisis Core. He's the main character in that game. His only character in this game is he asks Aqua out on a date in one of the cutscenes.
See, now this is where chat will have to help me, or Rebel, you will have to help me with timelines, because this game takes place way before Kingdom Hearts 1, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But Cloud is in Kingdom Hearts 2, which means
yes.
How is Zack in this game? But I'm not trolling. This is a legitimate question. How is Zack from Final Fantasy 7 in this game if Cloud's in Kingdom Hearts 2?
The answer to that question is yes. As far as I know, I'm not sure the timelines matter that much from Final Fantasy to KH. But also, I could be wrong. I could also be wrong. Have you seen?
They always matter.
There's a video that a guy made on YouTube that goes over the correct play order for KH. And like the Google Doc that comes from it is hilarious because it like goes additional side reading, like all the Final Fantasy games, all these other games. I'm like, yeah, KH is it's too complex. We can't have it. it's too much. Oh, dude, I've got 5 high potions. Right, so this world actually doesn't really have any fights in it until the boss fight at the end. So what we're gonna do is the actual story of this world is we're going on a treasure hunt with the Lost Boys. But from a speedrun perspective, we do a nice little thing called go in a circle because plot. So we start in the Indian camp. We're gonna go around the whole map and then go back to the Indian camp. That's all this world is with Aqua. Luckily, during this entire world, because I've got EXP Walker on, we're getting EXP for doing all this movement. So, you know, EXP Walker putting in the work.
Thank you, Magnet.
Thank you, Magnet. We love you. I no longer have magnets, though, because we don't need them. Alright, jump up here. Go in there, go in there. Oh, I missed it. Double and triple bounce. I actually am skill issued. You can actually hit all three of those globs at the end there in a row. It's pretty difficult though, because A, you can't see yourself for where you're positioning, and B, sometimes it just doesn't work. Right, so this is Vanitas 2. As I said earlier, when we fought Vanitas 1, he gets more and more resistances to more and more stuff. In this fight, he's only affected by Ignite. He basically lost all other weaknesses. So ideally, we're going to not get hit like that. That's kind of a scrub move on my part. Cool, that's all working. Right. When you take enough damage, you'll do the dive attack. Luckily, the dive attack, he can't dodge anything, so you can use that to your advantage to do all the damage to him. Oh, that was actually a pretty good fight, actually. He really didn't mess me around too much. That guy can mess you around for like 30 seconds because he can just dodge as much as he likes, but yeah. Pretty good. Right, so now we get a bunch of cutscenes where we go to Destiny Islands, do a bunch of stuff. Doesn't matter. We get a couple of free Keyblades. We get Pixie Petal and we get Stormfall. Pixie Petal is actually what we're going to use for the endgame, because Pixie Petal has the highest magic stat you get in an any percent run. So we're going to use that to our advantage to get basically hit the damage cap at level 20. I also made a comment about it. I got a bunch of high potion drops. Instead of getting a confirmed cure or anything, what we're going to do is I'm just going to put on some high potions, and hopefully that's enough for me to get by. I have 5 of them, which should be more than enough. You normally need like 1. Let's get that. Right, so we're going into the Keyblade Graveyard now, which is the final world. We've only got a couple of final fights left now.
Cleaning up.
Yep. Right, so the first one is with it is with everyone's favorite guy that says reload, break. Alright, one thing I do have to do before we get there though. So in this next room I'm going to, there are tornadoes. The tornadoes are programmed to chase you one at a time, and eventually they will catch you if you're not like moving correctly. So what I'm going to do is, by timing my inputs through the room, this is part of the reason why you need to learn how to do that. What you can do is you can bait the tornadoes into chasing you at specific times. So if I go past this one, that one will chase me. Go past this one will now chase me. Go past this one will now chase me. And I can just go straight to the end now and not be bothered by any of them. And that skips basically every single enemy fight in that room.
Aqua just casually cartwheeling across the finish line.
Yep. Alright, so. Yeah, right, into final fights. Then nice and frozen. So here's our boy Break. He's gonna shoot us a bunch because it's Break. Okay, my damage is already poop, but we'll do. So something I'm trying to do is I'm trying to oh, boo. I got hit and you died, you get hit there. It's fine, we get another attempt at doing what I'm trying to do.
I believe.
Don't give me air pattern, please. Okay, that's fine. for a little bit of damage there.
I always thought the armor that Aqua had was really cool. I just thought it was cool that they changed. You know.
Yeah, it was meant. Yeah, because it's meant to be like they're like in like they're like traveling like armor thing. That's unfortunate that I had to eat a death there, but that's fine. Right, so final fight here. So this is another fight where Mickey's here. Mickey is practically useless in this fight, and he just gets in the way. So hopefully he's not gonna get like too in there.
I blame Sora for stealing his shoes. If chat is confused by that, I'll just say Google Mickey Mouse, then Google Sora, look at the shoes. He definitely stole them.
Oh yeah, and time's at the end of this fight. That's time, by the way. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that fight to go really well.
You did great. Wow.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for that. That fight usually goes horribly.
You did that fight while I was making a Mickey Mouse shoe joke. That's absolutely incredible. Wow. GG's.
All right, yeah, so that's Birth by Sleep beginner mode of Aqua. So yeah, just for a couple of shout outs at the end, shout outs to the Birth by Sleep speedrunning guys. There's a lot of people that do stuff with it, like Pestilus, Texas Grandma, Kirby Sora. There's all put amazing amounts of work into this game and have basically completely changed it over the many years that we've been grinding and playing this. But yeah, if you want to watch me, I play this game among a bunch of other games. I will completely shill another game I play called Street Boys, which is an amazingly bad PS2 game. I love that game. But yeah, I play this game from time to time, quite a lot, usually. So yeah, if you want to watch that, then come hang out in my streams.
Yes, everybody, please go and follow Rebel Dragon. You can go and in the title of the stream and give him a follow. Be awesome. Thank you so much, Rebel. This was great. This was an incredible run. 49-47, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for this awesome run and showcasing one of my favorite of the Kingdom Hearts games.
Yep, sub 50 with a death is actually really impressive, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
really
pretty good.
Really good. Well, don't go anywhere, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We still have one more run of the night. One more run of the night. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Any Percent with Prodigy. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Kingdom Hearts weekend. We have one last run for you all today. My personal favorite, Kingdom Hearts 2. Very excited about it. Very excited about it. But before that, if you enjoy shows like this, I hope that you will stick around here on the GDQ channel. Give it a big follow because we have so many incredible events coming up here on the channel, such as we are celebrating Black Joy with Back to Black from February 6th through the 9th of 2025. You can find out more info at gamesdonecquick.com/black-in-a-flash. It's going to be a blast. I'm really excited about that run. But not only that, but we have GDQ's next all-woman/femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatales, coming at you in 2025. We'll be live from March 9th through the 16th. Visit gamesdonequick.com/frame fatales for more information on that event. Again, really cool events happening here on the GDQ channel. All right, let's get into it. The final run of today's Oops All Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Any Percent with Podgy. Podgy, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am very excited about this run. It's gonna be a blast. Again, this is my favorite of the Kingdom Hearts franchise, and I'm super stoked to see you play through it.
Excellent.
Yeah, we also have double a Dewey. Dewey, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
You're actually going to be on the show tomorrow in our quad randomizer race of this game as well, Kingdom Hearts 2. So I don't know if you're excited about that one. I know I am.
Oh, I am? Oh, cool.
Wait, don't do that to me. You can't do that to me. You can't. Oh, you can't see my face. My brain just shut off for a second. I have no idea what's going on. I'm excited that you're here. It's gonna be a great time. Prodigy, why don't you tell the audience just a little bit about you and what we're about to see here?
Absolutely. So I'm Podgy. I am the world record holder for beginner any percent for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. I also have all worlds working on extended categories. We'll not talk about that later maybe. But yeah, we got beginner any percent here on PC. This is the PC modded category, which means that we are able to skip gummy missions entirely because they are essentially 24 minutes of auto scrollers. And this allows us to just keep the action flowing the whole time. Something else with PC modded is we allow some mods that don't affect the game, like in terms of timing, like cosmetically. So you'll see some changes to the visuals of the game, as well as the voices are actually going to be in Japanese rather than English, even though this is the English game. But yeah, that's basically about it, other than needing to get started.
Awesome. All right, whenever you're ready, Dewey, do you want to give the countdown?
I would love to. All right, getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Alrighty.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so just getting into a bit of what we're expecting here. This is the tutorial section. We usually just call it Roxas World. A lot of people call it Simulated Twilight Town, which Podgy may dislike the phrasing there, but we'll get into that maybe. But basically, we're just learning a bit of how to play here. But it's been a lot of mashing text and some short combat segments. And getting used to a character that we're not going to see later. Or we might for a little bit.
I was gonna say.
Well, but are we gonna see him?
Well, okay. We'll talk about that later. Well, we're in our first
this
fight.
is Cypher. Yeah, this is Cypher. The first segment, just having to do 3 combos just to get the hit counter. Here we're actually doing some RNG manipulation by doing some very specific hits here to set up the dusk to do a specific movement that we can work with. And the interesting thing is, like, every dusk going forward will try to emulate the same movement of the last one. So the RNG manipulation really goes so much further than just this one fight.
Yeah, the first 5 minutes are entirely manipulated. It's really nice. So this dusk is invulnerable. We have to do 10 hits or get hit down to critical health. Because we're on beginner, we don't take a lot of damage, so we just do the 10 hits. But now we can hit him, and we have to make sure we hit him before his animation changes. Otherwise, the RNG addresses shift, and then the manipulation is ruined.
It's actually a really easy mistake to make because you can catch him like a millisecond after he starts the animation that you can't even visually see. So it's pretty easy to make the mistake, but once you do enough practice, then practice makes perfect. We're going to be doing a quick mini game here. You're able to do any of these mini games. We just did mail delivery because it's the fastest here to get enough money to move forward. And
the gang wants to go to the beach.
Yeah, the gang wants to go to the beach, but the beach costs money.
And much to most casual people's dismay, you don't have to do that mini game 100 times. You only have to do it once to progress the story. So we do it once in about 6.5 seconds, and then we go talk to Hainer, and he does his best to not be mean to us for how little money we have, but we skip that cutscene. But yeah, they're just like, good job.
Exactly, yeah, that's enough. What's a little interesting is the reason that we can actually do only one minigame is just because the first dusk that we killed drops 150 money. For some reason, it's the only dusk that drops that does that, but it makes it so we don't have to grind as much. But here we're gonna be doing another invulnerable dusk, just hitting hit count, and
Very good.
Very well done there. Here we get to pick a weapon here, and then the Station of Serenity. And which weapon you pick decides the routing of abilities you get as you level up. And I don't know if the stats...
Stats don't change.
The stat... Okay, I meant like level ups themselves. But... Alright. Very good fight there. Ooh.
Okay. I dropped the combo. It's
Too
okay.
soon. Now, Roxas combos are very interesting because they're incredibly tight, and you can very often go a little bit too fast, where you will just drop a hit. So that's a really tricky thing to get used to, and then you spend all this time practicing Roxas combos just for Sora combos to be completely different.
True.
So what is a little nice is Sora combos are much more intuitive. They're very snappy.
Yeah, there. People want to fight about whether like it's designed this way specifically to make Sora feel like more fluid and just a better overall character, and have Roxas be the baggy, like hard to maintain character. But Roxas's design, like his entire moveset is based off of KH1 Sora in the KH2 engine. And yeah, like his jump combos are a bit slower to start, but then once you get to Sora, it feels better, and you're like, oh, now we're playing the game for real.
Thanks, Roxas. Anyway, this is just just some reaction command segment. Reaction commands are those little prompts that you're seeing above the command menu with press triangle, which usually just does a burst of damage. Sometimes is needed to progress the fights. So this here is a kind of an auto scroller, just getting through here. Though it does save 10 minutes to stare at Goofy, so we're doing that there, so make sure that we can save all the time we can do here. And the rest of this fight is actually one of the biggest pieces of, like, if you want to train your Roxas combos, you do this fight repeatedly.
Oh, yeah.
Because Podge is going to be doing very well counting hits here and going for a very difficult strat, in my opinion. All right, drop the
That's
combo
okay.
there.
That's fine.
That's okay.
I lose 2
Only got a
seconds.
hit.
There we go.
Okay, still setting up there.
Yeah.
Podge has actually put in a lot of work to optimize that fight, and if you don't miss any of your hits, you can do 3 air combos right there before the vines appear around Twilight Lord's head, and you can just get a really good quick kill.
Yeah.
Which,
It's-
unfortunately, dropping 1 hit, it's fine.
It saves 2 seconds off of what I just did, which, 2 seconds is 2 seconds, right?
It's very, very tight to go for, and like I said, these combos are very particular, which you'll see here by the greatest adversary, our own best friend.
Painter!
Didn't single swing. So we're just going to push him into this corner here and do repeated air combos and dodging his Italian slash there and pick up as many orbs as we can. The orbs, the way that they fall out of Hainer is entirely RNG. It's a good fight. They're getting a 38. High 38 for that matter.
That was good.
It's RNG the way that those orbs land, and sometimes that Hainer can just keep picking up the same orbs repeatedly and lose you a few seconds, which is really frustrating.
Yeah.
Having a good fight there. And Phoebe is a much less volatile fight. There's some RNG, like I said, to those orbs, so depending on how this goes here, he might have some more orbs to worry about, which we don't have to worry about here.
We're good.
Yeah. I think it's if he has 42 orbs before that combo.
42, yeah. Because each hit takes 3 orbs out, and each finisher does 15. So 2 combos is 42 orbs.
I just want to apologize to chat as a type of commentator I am. I will just nerd out about little things that you probably don't even want to hear about. But unfortunately, Podgy is similar in that sense too. So you might be hearing a lot of nerding out over dumb numbers. A beautiful fight. Oh my gosh.
I love the combo extension, or like the target switching.
Oh yeah. Once you learn that, it makes those fights so much easier. Quickly going on to Axel here, we're going to be doing a guardless setup here, of just dodging that by pushing him against the wall, so it's a pretty easy to run out of the way. And just like that, we're done with the fight. There's actually a lot more going on in that fight of doing certain hits while he's doing super armor to just get as much damage as you can, and making the fight as predictable as possible. It's like you try to learn that fight, and there's a lot more depth to it. So here,
that's a theme of a lot of fights.
Podgy, you okay? Or, like, you're supposed to be getting more orbs than...
More
No,
orbs? What do you mean?
Yeah, no. You only win if you get more orbs.
Right.
No,
But I'm getting the orbs. See, like I'm grabbing a few.
no, but you have less. You also, your health's getting pretty low. If you die there, you also lose.
I thought that meant his HP was low.
No. That's not,
Oh, my bad.
you say you lost is the issue there.
Oh.
Okay, the bit is funny enough, but Stetzer is a fight that you can win or lose. We lose it because one, it is around the same speed, if not a little bit fast, especially on higher difficulties. Even here, it's still so much time because we get a medal instead of an armor piece. It's champion's belt, which the medal increases our strength by 1, and we're going to be taking every opportunity to boost our strength little by little.
Yeah, every piece of strength matters. Like this +1 strength is enough to change the speed of fights, and that is going to be a theme throughout the entire run.
It saves a full air combo on Shadow Roxas.
2 hits, but so like 2/3 of a combo.
Still, even then already makes your time back.
Exactly.
There actually is a menu route for this Roxas segment here where you don't menu at all. But if you get hit a single time by the VV clone segment up here, or if you mess up literally anything, you lose all the time you're trying to save.
Right.
And it's just horribly inconsistent. So, and even then, I think it only saves a second if you do it perfectly.
Yeah, it's hard to say right now because I have the fastest one and I use the metal. Whoop. That's unfortunate. That's okay.
Yeah. This VV clone segment can be... These clones are incredibly volatile. They do die to 1 hit, but when they're doing any of their attacks, you can't actually hit them until they finish their attack. You're going to might get parried. A lot of you reacting to this fight is just letting them do their movement and catching them where they move instead of trying to catch them before. Kind of gets... But if you get a really good fight, then kind of feels like a whack-a-mole type of bit.
Yeah.
Just grab them as they spawn.
The big thing about that fight is that in Final Mix, the spawns locations are mostly scripted. They go in order, and if you know the order and relatively where they have like a range of spawn that they can go to, and if you know the pattern, then it turns into like you preemptively attacking that area and having a whack-a-mole situation. Yeah.
Also, Podgy just entirely talking over a pretty tricky strat of doing air combo Shadow Roxas, where you have to delay your air combos and make sure that they're very low to the ground, because Shadow Roxas has a very short hitbox to match Roxas. So it's incredibly tricky to actually keep that forward. And you have to delay certain air combos to push me into that corner. So
yeah, my bad.
So much depth here.
I was trying to say it earlier, but there's a lot of in-depth things that are happening that can't really be described just in a quick marathon. And Dewey and I will be those people that will sit there and talk for hours about one fight. So we're trying to be better about that this time, to the best of our abilities. Just know that all of this information we are happy to give out, like, at any point in time. Like, if you come to my stream or if you're like in the cage speedrunning discords and stuff like that and have questions about things, we are very happy to answer it as in-depth as you want. The game's hard, and we want to make it as easy as we can for everybody.
We also just have so much useless knowledge compiled in our heads. We need to use it for something.
You're right.
I think that we got to just start talking about the lore, you know? That's more fun for me.
That's true. So basically, we forgot to do our summer project, and so we decided we're going to do a group essay on the 7 Wonders of Twilight Town. And basically what's happening is every time Roxas goes over to one of the 7 Wonders, weird things keep happening because he's not actually in Twilight Town. He's in a data version of Twilight Town, or a simulated Twilight Town. I'm not going to be salty towards rando players right now. But every time he sees him, he sees it for what it is, and then when his friends show up, he gets gaslighted by them because they see it as like normal. And yeah, so now things have hit the fan. The nobodies have broken through, and Axel is trying to get his friend back. I don't like that, but it's fine. There we go. Oh.
Bad energy there. Trying
Yeah.
to catch that assassin as it spawns in, so you can do a really quick air combo, and you just do a second air combo after it gets staggered. It saves like I don't know. It doesn't save a lot of time, but it just feels so good when you get it to set up. Unfortunately, the spawn is relatively random, proportionate to you.
Yeah.
And
when you're
also-
going for pushing absolute perfect Roxas times, that lack of spawning right next to you, it's the difference between ending the fight in 2 combos versus or jumping twice for hits versus jumping 3 times for hits, which doesn't sound like a lot, but I care.
in chat referencing my splits, referring to this as the Truman Show. It's very similar.
It is the Truman Show.
That's my split is for this section. But I'm the film guy, so I'm gonna look at like things like that. But anyway, we're here at the old mansion.
We were told
So
to go to
one
the
of the-
mansion by a disembodied voice for lore reasons. Roxas just gets told all of what's happening and why he needs to help Sora become recompleted or something like that. Right?
See, Roxas just listens to the voices, because when there isn't a voice to go, then all of a sudden all are gone. So what are we supposed to do without that? That's probably the most cryptic thing I could have said to people that don't watch the cutscene.
That they've never played this game casually in their life, and you're just sending them through a loop. So anyway, this is basement fight.
Yeah. This is one of those fights that once you learn how to properly target switch, which is a pretty different, unintuitive mechanic as you start playing the game, it makes this fight so much better. Ooh. God, I hate that.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That Dusk was really weird about it.
That's okay.
Good recovery there.
Yep.
Nice, good recovery there. So, assassins can decide to just let themselves die without you getting XP or anything, which we can kill them faster. And we actually, beginner is a little strange. We actually don't want too much XP, which will make a lot more sense when we get to Land of Dragons. But the XP routing
that
is
was weird.
entirely set up there. I did
that's
not
fine.
see how that happened.
So I had to hit him again, but it's fine. I got it. Because I missed a hit. So I'm gonna have to do it again. It's fine.
Yeah.
That was
say,
weird.
That, or you maybe could have done an extra air hit. Or do you, I don't know if you would have hit RB.
The damage was weird, so I just told him to do another RC. Something chat noted, EXP being good. I am routing the EXP a certain way to hit certain level ups or not hit certain level ups by certain points. So a lot of the times I let the assassin self-destruct just so I can manage XP better.
Yeah. This upcoming fight that we're going to be doing here over in Station Heights is another one of those fights that you really just, in beginner, use to train your air combos. And it's actually evolved quite a bit in the past year, where we used to try to get a lot more hits, but now we do some very interesting variations to get more hits in the beginning and then opting for some full air combos later. Like I said, just dumb things that Podgy and I can nerd out about, but it does put our EXP in a much more comfortable spot.
The TLDR is I played this fight way too much and figured out some really weird stuff, really cool stuff. So I do this opening a specific way to make sure that I group up ground hits, and because every time I do one swing, if I hit multiple things, it counts as multiple hits. And you have to end the fight by doing 100 hits.
Yep. This fight can be finished by 100 hits, going to critical HP, or I think a minute 20.
Something like that.
Yeah. But in this category, we really want to get that some more XP, which will get us some more strength increases going forward, and it would just take too long for way too little reward to try to abuse this fight. So like I said, well, from those hits that Podgy got in the first phase, he's actually going to react quite a bit to the placements that he gets from these creepers if he wants to either do a full air combo or just try to get as much hits. But you work with what you get.
So I didn't hit level 6.
That's really bad.
I want to hit level 6 there, but we're close. It's very close. I'm going to look. Yeah, we're 3 off. So I needed one more kill, and I was trying to get one more there. I had to look back at the VOD because I didn't actually see.
I also was looking back at the VOD.
So we'll have to do full air combos on these shadows because we need. Well, I'm just going to do that, actually.
I was going to say, you'll just get it after those.
Yeah, just by... These normally die in 2 hits unless you're not level 6 and don't get the strength up. And then they die in 3 hits.
Donald's trolling quite a bit there. Donald could have actually helped that a lot there because Thunder one-shots these shadows. So you're really hoping that Donald helps out.
Donald said no.
You guys are really playing into this whole we hate Donald thing. Okay?
So, okay.
That's all I've been hearing all day.
You'll be liking Donald by the end of the run, I promise.
I have a complicated relationship with Donald because in early game he can be really good or he can be really bad. But by the time I tell him that I don't want him to do anything on his own, he's great.
Oh yeah, we'll do a menu later where we put all of our party members to Sora attack, and now they do whatever we want, which is nothing.
See, those two over there were fighting that shadow on their own, doing nothing. A single shadow for like 10 seconds, and I had to do all the work. And so that's why I get mad at Donald and Goofy sometimes. But that's Kingdom Hearts, baby.
Don't worry, by the end of the run, you'll be thanking Donald a lot.
And Goofy.
And Goofy, true.
Yeah, we added...
Not as much in this category, but thank God we finally got to be cool.
We added Goofy stuff.
Seeing things eye to eye, finally.
Oh my God.
The Goofy movie reference.
Triple!
Good triple kill there. That actually only works if Donald and Goofy can take down their soldier alone, which sometimes they cannot. It is actually kind of easier for them to take down a soldier instead of a shadow, though, because a shadow can go underground and be invulnerable and just not come back up.
Yep.
Or come up for a frame and then go back down. We might be seeing a lot of that in Land of Dragons.
Oh, man. All right, so like I mentioned earlier, we have some cosmetic stuff happening. I don't have it on base Sora, but I have it on actual Sora. We got pink because pink is cool.
Do you want it for base Sora?
No.
Okay. Basically, I made this mod for him.
Yeah, Dewey's the one who made all my mods for cosmetic mods. They're all super cool, and appreciate it greatly.
I keep getting bored, and then I already have all these mods they made for me. Shout out to Ragnall for actually teaching me how to redo these textures. Also, one of the random players playing tomorrow.
Speaking of pink, Pink Valor form.
Yep. Yeah, if you hang out on Podge's stream, pink's a primary color that you'll see a lot of there. So you try to stick with the theming.
That's right. I guess we should probably talk about Valor form, huh?
Yeah, drive forms in general, you saw that meter at the bottom of the screen that you'll see once we're out of this form, which we only have up to 3 at a time, which will use up the entire gauge to go into this form here, which takes away Goofy and brings some of his strength and physicality into Sora as well, allowing us to also dual wield. So getting these 2 Keyblades, which does add up the strength of the 2 Keyblades, which is very strong. So, and you also get both abilities from both Keyblades. The main thing is we can't use any magic and don't have any dodge or anything in this form, but just the movement speed and running is significantly faster than base Sora. So you'll still be seeing a lot of Valor being used for movement as well in early game.
Yep. So now this is the infamous Bailey fight. Leon is a horse party member, and we just want him to do his best.
Leon, my biggest top. Anyway,
he's doing good now.
He went to a spot. Leon can decide to, instead of doing more physical combos, also be doing fireballs and just stay in the middle of the arena, which we wanted to stay away so he doesn't mess with these samurai that we're trying to get these RCs to use for some splash damage. Also, we want to kill these creepers as early as we can to spawn the next wave of dusks.
That was something.
That.
It's fine. We're fine. We're vibing.
All right,
We're here for
question
vibes.
time. What do we like better? Dusks, nobodies, or what was the third one?
Dusks are nobodies.
Dusks are nobodies.
Dusks
I think
are
you mean
nobodies.
shadows.
Heartless.
Heartless are
Heartless.
unversed.
Unversed. That's the third one.
Oh, unversed. That's a good question.
Because
Could I see Dream Eaters? I wouldn't, but could I?
There are Dream Eaters.
Those are Dream Eaters. You'll see tomorrow. Well, Nightmares, technically.
Well, yeah, Dream Eaters are the good ones. No. Unversed is Birth by Sleep. Dream Eaters and Nightmares are Dream Drop Distance.
Birth by Sleep and Cage 3.
Well, okay, KH3 has all of them. Yeah.
Technically.
You'll see Dream Drop tomorrow.
Factions.
Nah.
I mean, the Dream Eaters are only existent in DDD and kind of Cage 3 in a summon, but...
So anyways, we skipped the gummy mission, and now we're in Land of
Good
Dragons.
job, saving like 2 minutes.
That's right.
Basically, we're running the PC modded category, so we get to skip all those auto-scrollers. Unlike KH1, we can't speed up those at all, and it's really nice that this run is just now entirely just go, 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 which for some people don't like as much because you lose all of your bathroom breaks. And this is, especially in the later categories, this one's brutal. Like, Podgy's been doing a lot of speedruns of the Gold Crown category, which is, in my opinion, the best category in this game.
It's a 4.5 hour run, and my bathroom break is 3 hours in.
It's true.
That sucks.
Because we also skipped the credits.
Yeah.
So,
I did not
So-
like that setup. It's fine.
yeah,
That's the one thing I will say that Kingdom Hearts is they are long categories. You know? Each
That's
each game
RPGs
has-
for you.
Yeah, long categories.
Let's do JRPGs. So what was really important there is Podgy needed to hit Bio level 2. It's not the biggest idea, biggest deal if we don't get it. Also, nice getting trolled there again by the height.
Yeah.
But every time you level up your drive form, you get an extra gauge of that form, so it stays around for a little bit longer is the main thing. And every time you level it up, you do get some abilities. We don't really care about that too much for Valor, but we will care about it when we get our next drive form, which is Wisdom form. Podgy doing a really cool strat there where he lets Donald attack one of those Nightwalkers to get it to retaliate, and then gets it to target him so that he can bunch all of them together to get some fires. Which also lets us get our drive back, which, once again, more nerding out on things. Your drive also does come back a little bit shorter on beginner compared to in critical mode.
Something else, if anyone's noticed, the Assault Riders were vanilla in terms of their color
true.
palette.
That's another mod that Podgy has that we're the final mix the final mix updates for any of the games also recolored some enemies for better and for worse. And Podgy has a mod that brings back all of the original coloring. I personally don't like this version of the Assault Riders. I think it's one of the only ones I don't like.
That's interesting because that was like the reason why I wanted the vanilla.
I know, it's really funny. My biggest thing that I really like from this, and I have literally only 2 of the retextures that I brought back for my game, which is the soldiers and large bodies, because it brings back the really more
That's
colorful
classic,
one that
yeah.
you get from KH1 and KH3. All right, we'll start talking about the actual game now. So here we're watching the mountain trail, or mountain climb, depending on what you want to call it. We tried doing some pretty cool setups to set up our EXP going into the summit fight going later. We want to get slightly above 211 XP to the next level to make sure that we don't get too high level to get a higher defense up, because then it makes it harder to damage down when we're going to use a really cool ability called EXP boost.
Yeah, so based on my experience coming out of Hollow Bastion, I know I have to kill 3 Nightwalkers to be at as close to level 11 as possible by the end of the next Force fight, because you get 210 experience in that fight. So I'm at 214 right now.
Yep.
To level up, so I'll be 4.
You can kill 2 Rapid Thrusters and get to it.
I'm not doing that. But yeah, the reason why we want to do that is because a lot of the Force timed fights that we have, we use to experience boost. And you have to be an experience boost. You have to be under half HP. And the more defense we have, the longer it takes to get to under half HP. So I don't want that because level 11 is my defense up.
Yep.
These shadows were rude.
Yes, they were. Oh my gosh. It's actually really interesting the way that we look at experience boost in beginner and in crit. It's like, on the one hand, when you take more damage, you get into it quicker, but also that means you're at half health when you take more damage for a lot longer. Whereas in beginner, it's a lot more comfy. Though we will see another chance to XP boost later in the run, which is actually a little more tricky. I mean, two big fights that are much more difficult that were only added in like in the past year.
This past year, yeah, like most great discoveries, I discovered the CXP routes by accident.
Yep.
I forgot that menu because I was talking about EXP boosting.
Yep.
Anyways, but yeah, so we get a strength up very early by EXP boosting the Hades escape fight in Olympus Coliseum so that we can have our strength up as early as Cerberus, which ends up saving a lot of time if you don't waste it doing the boosting itself. Like, it's a high risk, high reward thing, but the net gain is being at a very high high XP. So, anyways, that speed trap did insane damage to me. So we were able to just hit where we want, and now I'm just waiting until about 30 seconds to get all the bolt towers to start spawning. So in the meantime,
we also
do that.
We also just got level 11, which gave us the defense up, so it'll keep us much more safe. Getting that defense is such a huge difference. Where you'll be now taking significantly less damage going forward here. Also, all these rapid thrusters do drop health orbs, so as you're going later in the fight, you'll gain your health back and lose some of it. Getting kind of pushed around by these bolt towers.
That's okay. Ooh, that was weird lag.
They're moving away. Ooh, interesting parry.
All right, we're good.
And that is like basically the threshold, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is I know it, like even just yesterday.
You know what to do.
Yeah, I know what to do. Like just yesterday, I didn't even hit level 12 during a gold crown run. But I went with it anyways. Because I know what I need to do to just keep going because that's a long run and I don't necessarily want to reset 40 minutes in the run of a 4-hour run.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's okay.
Doing a cheeky little save warp here is really nice, and only really started getting done once we went to the PS4 version. We used to actually buy a tent and use Mulan's limit for some cool movement. Also, hopefully getting a good damage boost here. Nice. That saves so much less time on beginner than it does on crit, just because we're already in Valor.
That's right.
This fight is actually also been worked on quite a bit the past year. I don't think Podgy does the newer strat, but there's a strat developed by Matthias that also can make this fight much more consistent.
I don't like his version. No offense to him, but like it works. No. Like it works, but I like what I do. And I got unlucky, but it was still fine.
Well, you wouldn't have gotten unlucky if you did a strat.
You can still get unlucky with Matt's rat, bro.
I know. I'm just giving you hard stuff.
Sir.
Just keeping that beef that we got going.
That's right.
Keeping that. Podgy and I have a super real beef that we have between the speedrun community and the random community that it is entirely factual and is not manufactured because it's funny.
Well, that was silly.
I heard about this. I heard about this beef. You know, it's legendary.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This guy, it's fine. Oh, wow.
See, the real boss here is Hayabusa, which is the name of that bird. I bet none of you in chat know the name of that bird, but you die to it enough in level 1, you learn the name of that bird.
I might have gotten RV there. No, we're good.
Yeah,
okay.
Fine. Yeah, a little off script there, but still able to get a pretty decent fight there.
The benefit of that happening is that I got an extra 60 experience, 72 math, 72 experience, which puts us at
24 per Nightwalker.
24 times 3, yeah. So that's what, that's 72, right? Math.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Which puts me at a much better spot for experience. So it sucked for the fight, but it was good for my experience.
All right, now we're here in Olympus Coliseum, or particularly in the Underworld, which, if you look at, there's the locks over the drive gauge. We cannot use drives here until the end of the world. We'll actually be able to regain access to it.
Oh yeah, we're
Not
chilling
that
now.
we need it. Yeah. Podgy going for some extra little kills to make sure his XP is right. We're also going to be doing, this is another one of those fights I was referring to, where very recently, in the past couple months, Podgy actually started doing a route that allows you to XP boost in this fight, which does lose a tiny bit of time in the fight, but you save that time and then some in the fight afterwards against Cerberus. And also just overall comes to not only a slightly faster world, but also much more consistent.
Yeah, it creates like a snowball effect because we other community members discovered other EXP things for later that paired with what I do can make your XP so good that we can do old strats at higher levels that like we never did before because we skipped out on a lot of experience, but now we get that experience early on. And it's kind of crazy how we just managed to revitalize old strats just because we got better at the game.
It's really interesting how, like, basically you're used to being level 13 on Cerberus, but now it can be level 14, which is a strength up, which used to only happen very rarely. Like, you must have had a really bad Hades escape
again
if you
on
managed to get
accident
it to happen. Yeah. Which would give you really annoying to deal with golds. Podgy's also doing some really specific movements here to bait out certain attacks from Hades here, trying to get attacked here.
I'm gonna let him do that, and I'll get hit by a lance soldier, and we should be set.
That's okay.
I got hit 4 times, which is ideal.
Yeah, I think you just grabbed too many HP orbs from the shadows. Yeah, that's okay though. So
That's
sitting up
really
to
good.
XP
Oh,
boost
no, it's
here.
not good.
But unfortunately, we need to really make sure that Orin doesn't get any of these kills, or else we're not going to get the double the XP.
Speaking of, it's fine.
Yeah.
We are past level 13, so we're fine. And we have backups as necessary.
Yeah, you do enough of this, and you just learn every way to back it up.
I'm just gonna do
There's
this
some
for the
fights.
safety.
Reminder that we are in critical HP, regardless of the fact that we're on beginner.
Yeah.
We can die here. Especially if you keep getting cheap shots from Hades.
Good.
And the Lance Soldiers just run away.
That's fine. So large body's gonna die, and then we'll just have to clean up, but we can get some HP from said large body and save ourselves a little bit, and we're set.
Yeah, that's gonna be very
Boom.
easy to work with. Yeah, Lance Soldiers are pretty easy to clean up, especially because worst case they might just do the RC the Lance Tug, which is pretty easy to react to.
Yep, we are 24 XP short, but we're gonna get it right here from Donald and Orin. Especially if Orin does Divider. There we go, all set.
Let's go. That's level 14, which you might not be able to really notice, but believe me, we're gonna be chonking through Cerberus' health here.
So
Especially if we can manipulate him right.
the justification I had at first before I got like really good at it was you lose 20 seconds on Hades escape, but you gain back 20 seconds on Cerberus, and then you're already level 14. You don't have to worry about a thing and snowball effect. If you're really good at Hades escape and you get a good Cerberus pattern, then that 20 seconds that you're supposed to lose on Hades doesn't happen, and you net save 20. It's nuts.
Yeah, and there are times where like you might try to take it more safe, where like you might like take Divider off of Orin at certain times, but eventually you just get so good that you don't need to like care.
He's already gonna DM.
Early DM is pretty good here,
Yeah.
which
Notice how
what's
much
really
that
nice-
shredded.
yeah, what's really nice is we're also on flat ground for that part. If Cerberus decides to DM like all like the stairs or at the slope, then most of that entire limit actually whiffs. It's really, really bad. And then you need to use the RC to clean up the fight. But we got to do RC list, which is very nice.
That is the goal, and why I wanted to. Once I found out that I could get level 14, how I could consistently get level 14, because Cerberus can stuck with his RNG. There's a bit of manipulation to him, but it's so finicky. It's not really understood. There's so many other factors that happen, like the rocks falling or whether Orin does hits. It's annoying. Anyways, urns.
Yeah. We're gonna have two different mini games right here. The first one we're just gonna get up to 20 orbs, which depending on the spread is really annoying. But
we don't have draw, so we have to walk up on them.
Beginner. Crit. While you do die significantly more often, you get some really nice abilities that we really miss. Namely, reaction boost, draw, and finishing plus.
Yep.
And those lucky luckies.
Don't get me started on lucky luckies.
Yeah, this time we're actually trying the more clear space to make room for the big urn. What's really interesting thing that VG Master actually discovered was whenever the next phase starts, the actual timer to summon the next wave doesn't start until you do a finisher. So Pog's actually trying to do some really strategic finishers there.
Yeah, that was decent. Fine. Yeah.
You're just trying to get above that 1 minute mark. A really good one's around like a 104.
Yeah.
If you're really lucky and really good, then you can get even higher than that. But it's just unreasonable to even hope for.
Yeah, this isn't crit.
Oh yeah, crit when you get like a 111. It's so sick.
You finish the minigame before the big urn even spawns.
Yeah, assuming you can pick up orbs well.
Yeah.
So. You're doing a menu. We're actually taking off guard. This used to be the last time that you'd ever see guard, but now we actually will see it for a short time during Port Royal.
Port Royal and Hollow Bastion 3. Little damage boost.
Yeah, that was really a cheeky damage boost that, and hopefully he goes for the next one.
I don't go for the next one. I'm sorry.
Why aren't you good at the game?
I'm sorry.
Get it better. You know, your world record will be better if you save this second.
I think my world record would be better if I didn't choke every fight of the world that never was.
Well, I mean, if we're tanning that out, then sure. But
oh man,
I say this all with love.
This
is the homie.
I believe Podgy is pretty good at the game.
I'm trying.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Wow.
So here we're fighting Demix here. He can make the water dance. This is pretty much entirely RNG. There is some manipulation you can do by like letting yourself target certain clones, but as you see right there, you want to continually throw the clone right back at Demix to hopefully catch the next clone spawning in to get some really fast kills here. Which that
was insane.
That was a really good fight. Almost getting like a 51 there if you didn't get trolled a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay.
The average fight that you're hoping for is a 45 there.
Yeah.
I've gotten a 29 in the run.
That sucks. I had a 38 the other day.
It's so bad. And sometimes it's nothing you can do. Also, you missed an AP boost back there. Why wouldn't you get that? So,
because I get other AP boosts.
A new routing that we added there.
Yeah, that's right.
Something.
So this is another, fixed time fight, so we EXP boost it. Goofy's gonna help damage.
We're already at level 14, so
this is
gonna be really nice.
This is for other things, just for fun.
Yes. Just for fun.
Well, aw, my bad. I messed up that positioning. That's okay. Easy fix.
You can't say the F word on GDQ, okay?
I can't.
It's about. You can't say the F word on GDQ. This is all about speed. Serious gaming only.
Oh, my bad.
Ooh, it's good. A little tricky.
There we go.
Okay, good job. So what Podgy needs to do there is set up Pete to retaliate and then kill that last soldier as the retaliation's coming out, which for some reason causes him to just spawn this next wave of bats immediately, which is very nice here. It's really strange. There is a backup, but it doesn't really matter.
It is true that you can say that F word. You could say fast. You know.
Oh, okay.
That only that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Ooh. Yo, getting the deflects.
Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't
So
get the
what's really
background,
nice-
so I got the reflect.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Smell you later, Pete.
beats the principle. Anyway, we try to get 2 back cries there to try to like shred them. But what's really nice is you can deflect the ghost projectiles for a lot of extra damage to make up for it.
It's
What's a
like
little more
triple
worrisome
damage.
about it, yeah, it's really nice. What's a little more worrisome is it does lower our drive gauge to do more hits, and we're hoping to get some really good damage here, which we're easily going to get this opening here, but I
Yeah.
think you should still be fine to continue with Fowler.
I will get the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that you wanted something about getting up on the Hydra's back or something, so if Pete tells me to, then I'll do it.
Yeah. If anyone here like can just listen really closely, if Phil decides to tell us here.
We've been
Yeah.
waiting for this all day.
He's shouting something, but I don't speak Japanese, so I don't actually know what he's saying. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. He didn't say
I
it.
didn't hear him say get up on the
Yeah,
Hydra's
he
back,
didn't
so-
say it.
He's jumping up and down. He's really angry about
Yeah,
something.
I don't know. It's weird.
But that's okay. If you want to see us get up on the Hydra's back,
Oh
then
my
you can
god,
see
I
us
have to
do
get
the
up on his neck
categories.
probably, so.
Oh my gosh. So there are 4 different head patterns. 3 different head patterns you can get your.
And that's the worst
Hydra,
one.
which- That was really well done there. That is the worst one you can get, which is the split.
But
But
Damn.
I'm sorry, the bit there is that on beginner, because we're so juiced up on strength, we don't need to get up on the Hydra's back and knock out the heads to kill them. I apologize. I know you've been so excited, but I didn't have the heart to tell you.
yeah, if only somebody in chat spoke Japanese. Like,
Yeah,
just told us that
honestly.
that's what he was saying. Like if Jiggy, if you spoke Japanese, then you could have told us.
Yeah.
Look, I can barely speak English. That's the real thing. Like,
That's my
we're being
issue.
Honest here, okay? I'm just excited that it happened. Okay.
I mean, you've been hearing me trip over my words for the past 45 minutes, so I'm right there with you.
By the way, that
But-
OC was pretty good.
That was a very good OC. Not quite a gold split, but pretty nice.
That is
So this is the first time we've seen Pooh.
the first and only time.
And it's also the last time you see
Yeah.
You'll see
Well,
him
no,
one
we'll
more
see him.
time really quickly.
Yeah, sorry.
We did not see them in any of the other games today.
There we go.
I don't think we'll see him tomorrow either, unless the rando happens.
You might see him in the rando, depending on the goals we get. One of the possible goals in hit list is going through all of 100 Acre.
Because I don't think 100 Acres in Chain of Memories or DDD.
It is
Definitely
in
not
Chain of
DD.
Memories.
It's in Chain of Memories.
No.
I'm not sure the way that go. No.
And I know it's not in 0.2.
Correct.
That'd be crazy if that was one of like the 4 worlds.
Yeah.
I might like the game more.
So now we're in Beast Castle. We actually wait to do Beast Castle because for routing purposes, now we are so like over strength for the battle level of this world that we can just kind of blow through it. Whereas like if we did Beast Castle and Land of Dragons before Olympus, like we wouldn't hit any worthwhile reason to like be in Olympus at that point. So our strength plus having the Hero's Crest Keyblade, which gives us air combo boost, allows us to do some pretty neat stuff, like on this next boss fight coming up shortly.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a really cool strat going forward here. What's really interesting is the game intends for you to go to Beast Castle first,
Yeah,
which is really strange because these fights are really hard without tools. Like this fight here, when you don't have any tools to go by it, there's a bunch of different ads in the fight of gargoyles that are incredibly powerful to fight against. So, but what's really nice is we have the Hero's Crest Keyblade, which increases their strength by 1 and has the air combo boost ability, which increases the damage of our air finisher, including what's done in Valor form here. So we're gonna be seeing a really cool fight setting up here.
we're gonna try and this boss has 2 cycles technically. We're gonna try and kill him in 1.
Yep. which we're going to try to set up by doing as much damage as we can before hitting the threshold, and then doing an air comp, and then just going immediately to the air finisher.
I'm gonna wait.
Because
him out.
Valor Form,
There we
Valor
go.
Form can actually skip straight to the finisher, which allows you to just do that straight there.
There we go. Yeah,
Podgy did wait really quickly to make sure the gargoyle moved out of the way so that the auto target wouldn't go against the gargoyle, because we have a very specific setup of like a step count to make sure that we're doing, because we actually are so strong we need to whiff a hit in the air combo or else you'll over damage him.
why did I use lightning to push the dresser? The thundercasts don't do anything for the dresser. That's just me being bored with my fingers and making sure that I don't actually use the wrong RC. For that question in chat, that's an important one. Like, I've been asked that a lot of times.
You gotta go for a bunch of magic cancels.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
My doctor said I have HDs, but 80 of them or something. So like, I have to do something to fix that with my fingies. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I can't be too mad. I've got it too. So.
I think it's a pretty good joke.
I don't know what this HD stuff, but the doctor says I got 80 of them. See, I got AAA. I got that 2 more of those, so that's fine.
A whole car insurance.
I know. Except mine's ADHD, autism, and anxiety. But like, what are we gotten anyway?
Yeah. So these AP boosts along the way, we're looking to hit by the end of the run to have 40 AP. In crit, you start out with 50. So that shows you the discrepancy. Yeah, you don't need anything.
There
we need to route it.
Used to also be another prominent AP route that's 45 AP, but like it kind of just doesn't matter. It gives you some abilities that you get to have for longer, like you get to have draw for significantly longer, and reaction boost.
Yeah, reaction boost is one of them, and potentially item boost for certain fights. But then you have to do extra menuing. Point is, 40 is like a sweet spot of like minimal tools, but like efficient speed. There is an even lower one, but eh.
Yeah, like back in the day, most people used to recommend that like when you're learning to learn the 45 AP, but like at this point, 40 is kind of just the standard. I'm
about to do a little bit of boss manipulation here. I'm gonna hold backward to make him go underground. If I ran forward at him, he'd go into the wall, and I don't want that. I'm gonna do a little damage
here. 2 hits there to make sure that that sets up here to get some free damage, but you don't want to over damage there. But we're setting this up so he wants to go towards the window here, but before he has a chance to go in, we're going to do an extra hit here and then delay the finisher to take him out before he can. It's called windowless. So you can do that same thing on crit, but it's a different setup here. We're just do so much more damage here.
Slightly.
I just want to take a little bit of time just to talk about just the Kingdom Hearts as a game that every single difficulty gets a lot of love by the runners, but most of the time a lot of people just on the outside will only really look at the highest difficulty, but there's a significant amount of optimization that goes in the beginner difficulty, in standard, proud, level 1. So it's really fun to be on the inside of being able to see how you can sometimes accomplish so much while the fight it actually changes so much more than you'd think.
This game's hard. I will always sit on my soapbox that beginner mode or easy mode of a speedrun does not mean that the speedrun is easy. I know people who run speedrun games know that, but I don't think enough viewers appreciate that. And I'm always an advocate to try and educate and be like, no, there's a lot going on. And it's why we tend to over talk and over explain things, but I think we're doing a good job today and just vibing.
Yeah, but just trying to show the amount of depth.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's been so fun to see this run so far.
Okay, so I'm not gonna grab the torn page today.
Don't grab it. So Podge is doing a lot of like the gold crown category, like I mentioned, and that has you go to 100 acres. So we're hoping some muscle memory doesn't happen here. Can't wait for him to grab Pan. Anyway, we're gonna doing a strat here to try to push Minnie against the wall and just push her forward because she takes too long to walk on her own. So we're just gonna help her along.
I'm gonna push the mouse, and every time she does a pearl, we wait a moment just to make sure that she's set up nicely, and if all goes well, that fight's really fast, or that escort is very fast, not fight. What's my
What's very
experience?
nice there is also like, well, actually not nice. The enemies can get in the way and just make it so you can't push her. So you sometimes have to waste time using this Faith RC that we're seeing now. But ideally, we don't want to see that RC at all in the previous one.
Yeah, we can't push the mouse on this. It's not worth it. Like you can, but like nah. It's hell.
Yeah, reasonably, the only way we can really optimize this fight at this point, or this escort at this point, is just hoping that the bolt towers stay far enough away that you can walk away far enough to just get 2 walks instead of wasting time on a Faith.
Yeah,
Which
today
makes
it's
sense
fine.
still,
Like I needed experience to make sure I hit level 15 so I could do my window order for the next world, but it's all good. Yeah, we're chilling. This is a pretty standard escort. Nothing like I didn't have to do too many, or I think I had to do maybe 1 early reaction command, but everything else was fine.
That's standard.
Money's good too. We're all set.
Yeah, there's something doing a really quick save warp just to save warp back to Hollow Bastion, and then we get warp back to the same world. So pretty useless, but we're just giving cutscenes. There's a point.
It's really funny in the cutscene, okay?
It is pretty funny in the cutscene, especially if you speed it up.
That's
Because Donald just is very upset and is babbling on. But we're buying 2 tourmaline rings there, which increase our strength by 1, but also increase our AP by 2 each. Yes. Which is very nice, so we don't have to pick up as many AP boosts. And like I said, getting every strength point matters. Our actual strength overall is only being increased by 1 total because we're switching out that metal, which already increased our strength, but now we're getting that 2 AP from one of them instead.
Yeah, and that 1 strength still matters. But it's basically the AP of being able to put on combo boost, and reaction boost right now. Because now we can do the windows in numerical order.
Yeah. Usually you'll see in beginner that people will do the 2nd and 3rd window before this one to make sure that we have reaction boost to use here, because you'll see the reaction command we get to use here is very strong. But if you don't have that reaction boost, then it would actually take 2 of these reaction commands to kill those hammer frames.
Yeah. Also, Chicken Little's here. He's a really good summon, and we're going to use him a lot until we have our own crowd control.
I freaked out when I got Chicken Little. I was just like, they put Chicken Little in the game. He's in the game.
They came out in the same year, so this was the advertisement for Chicken Little, the movie.
Yeah.
The sky wasn't that far.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I would say a lot of people, when playing this game originally, maybe a little less in the final mix version, but maybe playing the original English release, probably didn't use a lot of their magics, a lot of their drives, and
they definitely
any of
use
their
drives.
summons. Well, they use one of their drives, definitely.
Yeah.
Use a lot of Valor Form. But all of the summons provide very good utility. Chicken Little does this whistle, which not only gives us crowd control, but also stuns the enemies, which trivializes this fight, which I think is one of the hardest fights for most new players, because these hot rods are really tricky to handle. Because if you let them get out of your way and get to their HP gate, they'll just start riding around, and they're really hard to catch.
There we go.
But Chicken Little trivializes that fight.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand how to make sure that the hot rods don't go in their frenzy mode or DM state, but
even if they do,
Chicken Little can break them out of
just
it.
throw a baseball. See, this fight here, we're gonna be trying to normally you would try to get rid of this black hole here to make sure the mayhem doesn't go too high, but we're just trying to set up the last wave, and then we can use Trinity to just one-shot the wave.
Yeah, I did too many hits, but it's fine. We're talking a fraction of a second.
Yeah, it's really tricky to... the actual finisher just does enough that you don't even need... Because the way the group Trinity actually works is the first 3 sections that you do don't do any damage, but they just gain hits, and the more hits you do, the more damage the finisher does. But we actually, at this point, we just wanted the finisher to come out as fast as possible, and just wanted it to just one-shot them. But if you do too many hits, that was a slightly longer finisher.
Okay. We're picking up a synth item so we can get an elixir later.
Yeah. That actually loses no time because you're waiting for the crank to come over anyway.
I'm getting such bad luck
really
lately.
Fast. What the heck?
Okay, oh, come on. Last 3 days of runs, I have gotten worst RNG for Boat Pete.
3 cycles really bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's entirely RNG. The crank can decide to just move over as many times as it wants. It's actually a really brutal fight on like level 1.
Okay.
So you do so much less damage. But here, usually it's not an issue. You can, if you get really good RNG, you can do 1 cycle. But now we're seeing double. Seeing 2 feats here. And we just want the quote-unquote friendly Pete to stay as far away as possible. Because if you hit it, for some reason you can do a finisher on him, and if he gets hit at all by that, then it'll make him just run around and he can hit you. And yeah, a lot of allies in this game aren't very helpful. I'd say there's probably like one set of mob fights that they're actually remotely helpful, which won't come for a long time, but most other fights, you just want them to go away.
Right. We do that entire fight in Valor Form just because of the extra strength. Like, it trivializes each wave. Like, there's a little bit of nuance in there of like what to do with Pete runs versus if Pete throws an explosive bowling ball. But the gist of it is you want to stagger him with 2 combos and get him to the phase push health gate as quickly as possible. How can we see double if he's commentating?
Carefully.
Oh, man.
All right, here we're going to Port Royal. Definitely a polarizing world when you're playing initially, considering that's it looks very out of place when you're seeing Pete next to like very photorealistic pirates.
Oh, I got it.
Yo, nice. That's actually another little thing that was found by accident.
By Sun Zero.
You can just end the fight immediately. Saves like half a second.
Yeah, Chicken Little's whistles count as hits, so you only have to do a few hits there to progress the fight because it's like they're invincible until Pete says, "Be careful, magic, they're weak to magic," and then we're like, "Thanks for the tip." But yeah, if we do that slide dash perfectly timed and perfectly positioned, it does all the hits that we need to do and progresses it immediately. This is town fight. Chicken Little makes easy work of this.
Yeah, it takes all his enemies out here.
Unless he doesn't do firecrackers, and then I just have to be like, okay. If I did a thunder there, I would have been wasting time, so I was just going for the quick air combo, and then he decided to cyclone. So, what can you do?
All right, we're just doing a pretty much longer menu than we used to have to do here because we're setting up to experience boost this next upcoming fight, the PR minute fight, which we used to just use Chicken Little in, but Ninten actually found a really cool routing here, and Ninten also plays Cage too. He's very good at most Cage games he plays, but found a way that we can use Monochrome effectively here to hit a magic threshold that speeds up the main mob fight here on the boat.
Yeah, Monochrome stats it has a high magic stat compared to other Keyblades. So once we hit level 18, it turns the medallion fight or the boat fight later into this really nice spectacle of just shredding pirates with magic. And this fight once we get to that threshold. But yeah, we're gonna be damaging down and like basically sitting at the load zone, so that we can get hit by, so that we can just kill pirates as they spawn and get into the light. One more hit should do it.
This is like kind of scary because you just have such a small space to work with and you're trying to maneuver around to not get hit. But Baji did also re-equip guard, which also can help us out here.
Wait, did I? No, I did. Oh yes, I did. My bad, I forgot.
You should have.
I did.
Well, we're gonna find out later if you re-equip guard. Oh my gosh. You can also make this a little bit easier by using Kingdom Key instead of Monochrome here.
Wow.
But I'm just gonna stay quiet here.
Okay, we're good. So now that we're level 18, the rifle pirates or the crossbow pirates get 2-shot if they're in the range. There we go. Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Dude, wow. Really cut down to the wire with that attack there.
Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing.
So a little safer strat, like I said, was using Kingdom Key there, which has the damage control ability, which when you're in critical HP halves the amount of damage you take. But if you stay monochrome the entire time, it saves a menu. So saving some time there. But now you can see here what monochrome can do here. It just does significantly more damage with the blizzards here. Yeah, these combos are actually really, really difficult to make sure that every blizzard and every hit hits all of them.
It's fun though.
But if you set this up, it's a very scripted fight, and you can just take all these out one by one, and then setting up each wave just to come right over to you. So it's really easy.
Beautiful. And that's the medallion fight.
Yeah, very, very well done. Like I said, once you actually
Jack.
do the fight how you're supposed to, it just is very trivial. Also, yep, there's Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Well,
Hi, Jack.
what did we have, Jack? What?
We're saying hi.
No.
He's here.
But we're hijacking, right?
Oh, true.
We're hijacking the GDQ channel currently, I guess.
That's right. This is my channel now.
Oh.
Welcome, subscribers.
Welcome, subscribers. Karma. Surprised you didn't start the fight in Valor.
I have grown to dislike it. Because it's only good if you get the good RNG, whereas just going in base Sora is like maybe a second difference.
I mean, you can just take that first barrel RC attack
Oh,
to save.
I went too far to the right.
That's...
That was my fault.
Yeah. Apologies for trying a micro adjustment of just going barely to the right, which sets you up to grab that chest and get pushed out of the way when that pirate moves, so it can't actually attack you. But going too far to the right lets the RC actually happen. So Barbosa here is affected by magic just like the other pirates. But we're going to trying to set up a little thing just to get some damage quickly in Valor, and then we're going to use Blizzard just to
where are you?
make him a non-issue.
I'm gonna wait for him because he's being a the dork. There we go.
Unfortunately, just like the other
Okay.
pirates, he also reacts to the darkness.
Okay, we're good.
So you said that earlier, and then you weren't.
We're good. I promise.
Okay.
See? It's fine.
All right, now we got a finisher and limit we're not going to use, so. But we do also increase our drive gauge by 1, which I brought up earlier. The Valor form uses 3 of your drive, so it's just it increases some of your resources you can manage, and some of the forms you get later will take 4 drive and so on.
So I said
How
that
boring
the
numbers.
break would be after this world. That feels weird right now. Like
Taking a break.
like because extended category brain, you know?
Yep. You're like, I'm not supposed to get a break for another 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, it'll be at the end of this world. We'll let you know when we get to the fight before it. And
Yeah. There will be some like dialogue with Chip and Dale, but we can like pause on it or after it. Yeah, we'll pause after it, so then we can dive right in.
all right, doing another little menu here. Putting Aladdin onto sword attack, taking his ethers, and then also putting on Fantasia, which is a limit that we have from Donald. I never actually explained limits.
Oh yeah, limits.
Limits take whatever's left of your MP bar, but do a cool like special attack that you're also vulnerable during.
A combination
Turning limit, which you saw
attack.
earlier. Sure. And then Comet, which is the one for Donald.
See, it
is
says
very-
combination.
Yeah, but the menu is called Limit.
True. True, but the ability for limits is called combination boost.
It's gonna get really confusing when we get to limit one.
I know.
Because it breaks all of the rules. I've never done that. I didn't know you can do speedruns.
Yep. Little fun movement in Wisdom form. This is our second form. It has Quick Run. We're gonna level up Wisdom form to level 3, so that Sora, like regular Sora, gets to have the first iteration of Quick Run to use at his disposal, and then that'll be our main source of movement for the entire game.
It'll also, which is nice, is it'll also increase the level of Quick Run on Wisdom form itself. So when we have an opportunity, we're also going to be using Wisdom form's movement, which will be moving even faster once we level it up. But you won't be seeing a lot of the leveling up here in this fight. We're mainly just using it for movement right now because we can get all of the Heartless kills we need in the treasure room fight.
We will get 4 here unless I get very unlucky. Yeah, I like that. So when I get
That was impressive.
when I get split like that by the attacking ice cubes, I know I'm gonna lose one, which is fine. All right. Let's see what we get here. I want a fireball. I did not get the fireball. I get fire breath, so I have to do this into the full swing RC, and they dies. Just faster if you get a fireball because you get a cool air combo situation. This, we're gonna make him retaliate a couple times while we kill the fiery globes. And then this final combo while he charges up his fire fist. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, what's really nice here is we're just going to be killing one of the fortune tellers coming up here, and then we're going to be using Reflect into Solo Trinity, which that Trinity limit is different whether you use base or normal, and the Reflect actually gets carried with you as you move, so it helps you just take him out really quick.
Yeah, Trinity's cool because if you have Sora, Donald, and Goofy, it works one way. If you have Sora and not Donald and Goofy, then
or if you're alone,
or
if you don't have all 3 of you,
yes.
or if one's dead.
Or if one's dead, yeah.
I wish if one was dead, I thought it would use solo, but unfortunately, this doesn't even let you use it all.
Okay.
Then we're gonna be reverting here and going back into Wisdom form once we get our drive back up.
And we're good.
Using fire on the fire globes to just gain hits, but not be at risk of actually destroying any of the Heartless. So, because you don't want to get too many kills in base, or else you won't be able to get the levels as Wisdom.
Speaking of,
getting Aladdin out so we can use that group Trinity.
Should be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
They were bouncing. Of course, it's fine. His back is to me, so I can just slide dash.
I'm gonna be honest, I never have it fail. I've never had it fail with ult while I'm a beginner.
Oh, I have. Like, just now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can see that you have. Did you already do your Goofy menu?
My Goofy menu. Oh, he's gonna... I do Sora attack on TT2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's good to just chill. He's fine. So Comet is gonna make everything explode while I do my thing. Oh, that sucks. Yep. Okay, good backup.
Yeah. These are the Elemental Lords. They just go kind of back and forth, each one attacking you at one at a time. And whenever you break the next phase, it spawns these the small fry to deal with afterwards, which you hope that you can kind of get rid of with like a drive explosion or a finisher or like with Comet. Pretty good fight. And also after this is going to be our break. If now is a good time, we're gonna be skipping a cutscene, and then we're gonna have some dialogue to skip through, and then after that, it's perfect.
Yep. Because Twilight Town's gonna appear, and Chip and Dale are gonna say, "Looky there, Twilight Town."
In Japanese.
In Japanese. But on the screen,
kind of get like subtitles. It's fine.
Yeah, we got subtitles. This is subbed. It's fine. All right, 3, 2, 1, pause.
All right, everybody, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will be finishing up Kingdom Hearts 2 any percent. Stick around. GDQ Hotfix. Welcome back, everybody. GDQ Hotfix, Oops, All Kingdom Hearts Weekend. We are getting close to the end of day one here, and I say we just jump right back into it. Podgy, are you ready to continue Kingdom Hearts 2, any percent?
I am ready indeed.
Amazing.
I'll just do a quick countdown and have us resynchronize our watches. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So we're gonna be entering Halloween Town here. For this fight, we're gonna be quickly just summoning Genie, just so we can. He's there to do nothing, so we can death abuse effectively. This is one of the only fights that you'll see that it's actually worth death abusing, even on beginner. You also saw one at the beginning of Agrabah, just because it just takes so long to do any other way.
We just got Genie as a reward for finishing Agrabah. And
Probably
saw
one of
that,
the
Podgy.
most probably the summon with the most depth. I feel like
that, yeah, I'd say so.
the most tech involved.
He doesn't do anything unless you ask him to do something, so it requires knowledge of like all of his different abilities and then a little bit of hidden stuff that we do as runners that you'll see later.
Now, each drive form that we have, Genie also has a version of that form and does a different limit depending on which one form he's in. So here's the Candy Cane Lane fight. It's going to be setting up some good reflects against this one here. Should take out everything pretty quickly, and then we'll use a dance call, just Jack's limit here, just to take out these last two.
I got
If you
snapback.
can be frame perfect, that's going to be great.
Nah, I'm not gonna be able to. Yeah. So when I tried to turn around, DualShock controllers suck sometimes, and just it turned me back around again, so I couldn't get my setup.
Yeah. That's why I use a dual sense controller.
I miss my GameCube controller with snapback capacitors when I played Smash competitively.
I would like to see you play KH2 as a GameCube controller.
That sounds awful because there's one less button.
Just bind it to like L2. You don't really use L2.
So we're following the yellow brick road to the Curly Hill. Sorry for the Wizard of Oz reference. I just watched Wicked Part 1 today.
Let's go.
Did you like it?
I loved it. Like, I am a big fan of the musical, and I was like, why are they splitting into two parts? And then I saw the first movie. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. So this is Prison Keeper.
Yeah, it's Prison Keeper here. There are the three different kids there, Lock, Shock, and Barrel. Depending on which one Prison Keeper uses, we need to see a different attack phase. So we have to react accordingly to that and do different strats. Shock is the worst opening.
No, that's my favorite opening. On beginner, I love it. Oh my god!
There's no way. Okay.
Did you think I was gonna get phase skip again?
I was gonna say you've gotten it once before on GDQ.
That was on accident, and it was great.
It's always on accident.
Yeah, true.
I tried blabbing this in strat. But what we're alluding to is there is a way that you can skip the going into this last phase, and it saves a decent amount of time, but it is frame perfect and really strange ways to set it up. You basically have to stun lock the boss and then do a frame perfect finish. So
yeah. Basically, we were just trying to hit this hidden counter called Revenge Value a bunch of times to get Prison Keeper to attack us a certain way, so that we could reflect his attacks and then do air combos dealt to him with either Jack's attacks or the Comet limit, and it shreds him because of a thing called damage amplification. Where if you are pairing a multi-hit attack with someone else, like in your party member, like a party member's multi-hit or something like that, every hit of your multi-hit does like the same amount of damage as the first hit, which is generally the highest damage hit. And
we'll see that again later, hopefully in this fight. With,
during this fight, yeah.
Fire. Japanese Oogies, one of my favorites.
The Japanese voice actor for Oogie is incredible.
Right?
Oh
It's my
God.
favorite. This is my favorite one.
Good pattern. So I'm gonna line up Jack in just a way so that he's gonna do Jack Fire, and I'm gonna push the phase in one combo instead of two. And there we go. So every hit of my aerial spiral did the same amount of damage as the first hit, rather than doing a big chunk and then a small, like 2 small chunks, which made me hit the gate much faster.
Yeah, damage amplification is definitely going to be a piece of tech that we're going to use significantly more as the run goes on, especially when we get a limit that has been kind of polarizing in the speedrun community over the past few years.
Duck Flare!
We love Duck Flare, or at least we use Duck Flare.
So I want at least one Heartless over here with me so that I can do a thing called Present Skip. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that RNG though.
It's okay.
And didn't do any damage to him, so this is entirely safe. I thought a White Knight was on your side for a second.
I need... Oh.
Making sure to bring back Jack on this side to make sure that he can't attack the White Knight. Because basically we're trying to keep the White Knight alive when Oogie comes down here. So he'll try to summon more Oogie gifts at the beginning of this phase, but because we already have an enemy out, he won't, which just saves like 5 seconds or 10 seconds.
Yeah. Otherwise, he would have thrown more presents that spawn Heartless, and instead he threw out the Fist attack, which automatically gives me the teleportation boxes or shoots.
You can back it up with a one-frame trick, but backing anything up with the one-frame trick that has no setup is not very fun.
That's right.
Sounds fun to me.
It is really fun because I get it and it makes me feel awesome. No thoughts, just buttons.
That's right. Well, so we were able to do that damage amp again, by the way, and it made us clear the second phase in 2 combos instead of 3. This is another one of those situations. I'm going to take Jack out of the party temporarily just so I can set him up. I'm more likely to be successful getting the positioning by doing this.
Yeah, this is a very, there's a lot going on in this fight that you have to pay attention to, especially on higher difficulties.
Nice.
But we are able to just make quick work of here on beginner.
I'm glad I was able to get it all 3 times, because it just shows that all these little things like micro positioning can really affect a fight's speed, especially one like Oogie where he can waste a lot of time. So if you can do everything that you can to minimize your own time loss, then it just makes for a more consistent running experience. We're not going to OC right now. We're going straight to TT2.
You mean Pride Land?
We're not going to Pride Lands.
No, but it just unlocked.
Oh my god.
Anyway, we're doing the Berserkers fight here, or shout out to like Vegeta calling this fight the Berserkers. Because they are not very fun to deal with sometimes, but using Genie here will be able to use those limits along with the spell Magnet that we just got, which does some really effective crowd control that we can just shred these enemies, especially with Group Trinity that we're about to see later.
We're gonna see Spike tomorrow as well.
Spike is
such a good limit. Oh my gosh.
It was, and then this guy took no damage.
But it's the thought that counts.
Yeah, it's okay. This puts me right in the corner where I want to be, and we're gonna try and do this thing.
Yeah, this is called the meat grinder.
It did not. One of them fell out. That's fine, but 2 died, which is really nice.
And then not only does that, you can kill them without even doing the finisher there from those getting pulled, because Magnet does damage every time anything gets pulled into the limit. So when you push something out of the limit, the Magnet pulls them. Pulls him right back in, continually doing damage repeatedly, and also just on 60 FPS he does even more damage. But that also just gives us so many hits that we can clean up with the finisher so easily.
Yeah, so win-win.
Very, very nice way to end that fight. Much better than when we used to use the Berserker's RC.
Oh
the
my
Berserk
god,
RC,
man! I remember Valor Form.
Valor Form was what used to be the strat.
That was when I first started running. The strat was Valor Form. I remember watching Bloody Biscuit, and that was what he did, so that's what I did.
Shout out to BB.
Shout out to
me here. Yo, he did it.
Finding that movement tech, yeah.
Yeah, that's an optimization I found of... We used to...
Jump
in the air to set us up to make sure we clear that gap, but I found that you could just do a quick run forward, and if you get those fires out with good timing, you can still make it perfectly over. My one contribution, saving like half a second. You use a blizzard there?
I use the blizzard there because it works
It
just
also
as well.
pushes you back. I get it.
Yeah, but it's faster than a reflect, and if the reflect will work, the blizzard will work as well. But I messed up. I was too low. Oh well.
Yeah. Using the skateboard here because as good of movement as Wisdom Form gives us, the skateboard still wins.
Plus, we like to shred. Another AP. We only have a couple more AP boosts to grab.
Yep. One more up in here, and then in Crystal Pitcher.
Yes, and the IO tower.
Oh yeah. But here we're going to be entering our next world, which is Space Paranoids, which we'll be going a little bit in and out of there in Hollow Bastion here. Most of the fights, the setting up isn't, or the most of the beginning of that world is just a few mini games. But we'll then be doing a mob fight that usually you'd be seeing some type of grinding segment depending on your XP. But our XP is just so high with this routing that we shouldn't even need to do almost any.
We will do the minimum amount required, and we'll be all set.
Yep. Which allows us to do some pretty cool strats.
I almost grabbed the chest. There's a mithril crystal there, and I need it in Gold Crown. And I'm going to keep referencing the fact that I've been doing these extended categories because my brain is like, do the thing. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that route.
You guys need to check out Polygon streamers doing these categories because it is still, in my opinion, the most interesting category in all of Kingdom Hearts 2 because it's kind of like the minimum 100% category. I kind of compare it to like Darker Side and Mario Odyssey compared to like All Moons, where you do all of the cool stuff but none of the fluff.
Yeah.
Where you just do all the super bosses, and so you get the gold crown, where one of them you get from fighting Terra, one of them you get from doing all the datas, and one of them you get from doing all the Mushroom 13 mini games. So it's a really, really cool speedrun.
It's really fun. My run is still unoptimized in the sense of my sum of best being massively better than my current PB, but like we are on that cusp. It's just it is hard building the stamina to be very good for 4 hours straight, 4.5 hours straight. But that's what makes it fun and a very what's the word? Fulfilling speedrun.
Absolutely. But like I said, mentioned earlier, when you're doing that with Gummy Skip and also skipping the credits, it is a go speedrun that you are playing the game for 4.5 hours with almost no break, and that isn't for everyone.
My break is Atlantica when you fight Ursula. That is my one break.
You can also have a break during A New Day is Dawning.
Yeah, but I want the high score.
So we're doing a damage boost strat here. This is kind of like a rock, paper, scissors type of thing where each of these magnum loaders are different colors and have the same buttons that we have at the bottom left of one does the shield, one does the charge, one does the attack. So if we hit the shield, it's supposed to knock us against the wall and like punish you for attacking too much. But if we do that as we're turning, it lets us skip a significant amount of like the movement there. So it's a really nice way to shave some seconds off here.
And we got lucky with the silver, yeah.
Heck yeah. Yeah, the white one does all three. So if we can set that up there, then it does up there. Yeah. Getting 4 is so sick. We could even get a 5th one right here. Oh,
it was so awkwardly timed. I just said no because I didn't want to get hit and then run into the wall. It's okay. That was 4 of the possible 5, and we're guaranteed 3 with the green guys. Green magnum loaders.
Was insanely good.
Yeah.
I asked this before to other runners, but I'm just curious. Kingdom Hearts 4 is coming out in 2020-50 or 2050.
2020-50, yeah.
What? Yeah, 2020-50. What worlds do you want to see?
Treasure
Planet. This goes for
Planets.
chat too.
I'm with Dewey
Treasure
on
Planet?
like Treasure Planet or Atlantis or something like that. Even though I know it's not going to happen.
Some like a little, like almost like a fun like throw to the small audience that remembers them, but then everyone would be like, oh my god, Atlantis.
Exactly. That's exactly what's going to happen. Everyone's going to pretend like they've loved these movies forever, even though they definitely forgot about them for 50 years.
Forgot, but they haven't even seen them.
Yeah.
I will say Treasure Planet is the most underrated Disney movie, and it gets better every time I watch it. It is the best Disney movie.
So we got Masterform.
It's a good movie.
Just recently. So we're using the Masterform Genie limit with Magnet to just shred these strafers.
And they're raising Magnet Trinity here to do the same thing of just push them in and out of the magnet, which not only does a lot of damage, it also gets us a lot of drive so we can get back up to max.
Yeah, because we need our max drive so that we can use Masterform during the hostile program fight.
Yeah, you would have already noticed, I did mention, summons also use the same drive gauge.
Okay.
Yeah, menuing back on Hero's Crest, so we can use that there.
We also put Oathkeeper on Masterform since we're a little underleveled. Like I mentioned earlier, that if things go well, we can be at the level where we can do like the really good like old fight, like that's faster. But since we are since we are since we're a little like we're at the damage floor, we need a little bit more form, and Oathkeeper having form boost allows us to keep Masterform for just a little bit longer and lets us do the fight without any stress.
Yeah, that's also the program here. We're going to be opening the fight with Comet here and doing some specific movements to manipulate him to make sure that this Comet Rain does all the hits on him. Getting through that first HP gate there, you see that part of him broke off. And then we're going to be going for the Freeze RC here to hit our next HP gate. Little optimization, we're going to be trying to hit the HP gate after the freeze ends, so he doesn't do this like little ironically freeze. So.
There we go. I knew we were fine.
That was really good orbs as well.
Yep.
And then setting up that same Comet, and once again, the Comet Rain does so much damage, but most of the time it just knocks enemies up so they don't actually have to interact with it. But in a case like this, you just see how powerful it is.
That was one of the fights that I sat forever just practicing because I never wanted to mess it up, because it is the last fight before you go into Hollow Bastion 3, which is considered one of the most difficult like gauntlets in this game, which is right where we are right now. So I don't want to mess up the fight prior to the gauntlet, you know? I just consider it another fight in the gauntlet.
Speaking of which, Podgy, get and lose Zipper Golden HP3.
We're golden HP3.
It's a little inside joke we did, Podgy and I. It's the little Mean Girls reference. But setting up Magnet Trinity just to do that same thing where we're getting a bunch of hits and setting up a good finisher there. And then we're going to try to set these Armor Knights to do a reaction command called Rising Sun, which does a significant amount of damage with our reaction boost and our high strength.
Okay.
And then we're also using Chicken Little to hopefully bring them back in the middle of it.
I had to clean up that dust that decided to survive the Magnet Trinity, which is fine. We still managed to get the Chicken Little into Rising Sun, just not from our normal corner.
So more Chicken Little being used here. Even though we do have Magnet, it just shows how nice this crowd control really is. And like I said, being able to stun every enemy. These new nobodies being introduced called Dancers. If you let them roam free, they can command grab you, which just like on critical mode and stuff one shots you, but also just lets you not really do anything.
That was annoying. That's fine. It'll clear.
Yeah.
So if Chicken Little spawns close to you at the start of the fight, he'll do firecrackers, which can mess things up a little bit. I don't actually want him to firecracker. But
didn't whistle one of them because he flew it too far away.
Yeah, it just caused a chain reaction of bad positioning that I tried to fix, but what are you gonna do?
And in case you just are maybe getting a little sick of Group Trinity, I hope not, because we're going to be seeing another really good use of it here to take out a lot of water clones really quickly, and also being able to use those hits to get rid of most of Demix's health.
Those were unfortunate clones, but it's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
We're good now.
Still perfect.
That's okay.
245. Oh my goodness. That's an insane amount of hits. It's going to set us up very well. No finisher.
Yeah, no finisher, because otherwise we will not kill with the R's finisher, which means I won't get my experience point for limit form.
That is insane optimizations. I don't even know about that.
Yep. If it's 250, I get rid of the second hit as well. Saves me an ether.
See, like I said, there's just these little things that you would never notice unless you just are so intimately aware of this game and just all these little optimizations.
Final Fantasy fights. We get all of our favorite Final Fantasy people to help us out.
Yeah, luckily these are the only allies that are remotely helpful. Even Leon coming up here, who was the bane of our existence in the Bailey fight, but here is actually pretty good. He's much better at fighting shadows than he is at fighting samurai.
Yeah, especially shadows that are programmed to not flatten.
Yep, because they're not swarm.
Dude. Okay.
You would never know, but a lot of these enemy variations are actually coded as completely different enemies.
Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. You have to know.
Yeah, there are swarm shadows, there are normal shadows. There's also like when you get to like core versions of nobodies, those are entirely different enemies too.
I'm gonna go for another one of these.
Yeah.
Or I'm not even gonna get another one of these. We'll see. Oh, there we got it.
Nice. So there's also just some RNG to how many of these like thrusts we get from the Rising Sun. So, and if you keep whiffing from just not being able to target anything, it's just
there we go.
Kind of left to fend for yourself. But those can shred us here, and then also, yeah, just those Morning Stars were just really misbehaving.
It was more the Armored Knights, but yeah, it wasn't great. But then the final Trinity was very good. We're gonna pop Limit just to get our MP back, and then we are gonna use some Sparkle Ray.
Yeah, what's really interesting is when you use Thunder on the surveillance bots, it automatically procs their RC, so we can use that just to shred.
Where did that go?
He targeted the Morning Star.
That's impressive. Get him, Cloud.
Yeah, and then once Cloud sets the Omni Slash, we're no longer in the driver's seat. Cloud's driving. Cloud saying "getting loser." I'm just getting the most mileage I can out of that inside joke. Anyway,
I almost grabbed it.
You thought about it. At least you grabbed the chest you needed.
I walked to the left.
Yeah, there's another torn page in that room. So this is the Thousand Heartless fight. People might think of this as like a press triangle to win, that it's very trivial, but there's actually a significant amount of depth because while there aren't always 1,000, there's never 1,000 Heartless actually active. It's closer to usually like 20 at a time. Dealing with 20 enemies in close proximity to you, and you have to be intimately aware of what all of them can do and what they are actively doing. You can die significantly, really easy, even on beginner. God forbid you're on a higher category. So their runners put a lot of work into just doing this fight over and over again, putting the reps in, and just like it would be insane watching someone with an eye tracker on for this fight of the amount of things you have to be paying attention to.
Yeah, the big thing right now is that since they aren't all technically on the field, pointing the Sparkle Ray at me, like at the camera, and then turning the camera as I go with the Sparkle Ray, I'm spawning enemies into my laser so that they're dying, so I can get like 60 to 70 kills if all goes well per laser.
Yeah, if you were just doing this RC without turning the camera, you'll only be getting like 15 kills, 20 kills, compared to right there, that was 35.
Yeah, we're at this like awkward stage where like the final pocket isn't fully like decided where it wants to be, so we're only getting like
there's so much space.
Yeah, there's too much space, so we just have to make do. But that was pretty good. There's still one more off in the distance, so I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah, Magna Trinity usually takes care of it really quickly.
Yeah.
We also just got another finisher, being Guard Break, which is going to be our main finisher we're going to use for the rest of the game. So
Excuse me.
this is, even though we kind of already had our break at the literal halfway point, this is kind of the real halfway point for runners, at least, because we're going to be revisiting all the worlds that we've already been to and going to the second visits, which are, it's a lot more boss rushy. So in my opinion, this is where the run really gets kicked into high gear. It is very fun for the runner and also very fun to watch. Because this is when we get so many more tools and so much higher strength, and we get to just shred some of these bosses if you do it correctly.
Yeah.
Quickly going to the parlor here to set up a save warp later in the when we revisit here. We're actually not even doing this entire world right now. We're just getting a keyblade that increases our strength and gives us the finishing plus keyblade, the finishing plus ability. Sorry.
A whole keyblade for finishing plus.
Yep, finishing plus. We talked about it a little bit, is one of the abilities you start with on critical mode. It gives you an extra finisher, which might not sound that useful because you might be like, oh, well, you're just going to knock them further away. But Magnet, for some reason, counts as a finisher, which means we can now start using Magnet like into finishing leap, which can get us some very good crowd control to set up everything. And air combos also, you move with the enemy that you're attacking, so you'll just get a lot of extra damage.
Extra damage, extra movement. It's all just it's good stuff. And every casual like viewer of KH2 speedrunning loves Magnet finishing leap. Like they're obsessed. That's why they hate this
Why
category.
you call me out? Podgy,
It's
why you
really
call me
cool.
out?
See,
I like it.
hey, you should look us. You should look at Kingdom Hearts 2 English. You can see Magnet Explosion.
Magnet explosion is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is the final mix version rebalanced a lot of the game, but also moved around a lot of the abilities. You used to get explosion after the Twin Lords fight,
In
where we
Agrabah.
got finishing leap. It is now unfortunately moved to later into the end of Space Paranoids 2, so reasonably at the end of the game, which is where it belongs, considering it's the most powerful finisher. But it was really nice. It was really nice having it. We also got horizontal slash much earlier. We got that at
Yeah.
hostile program.
I
But
wanted-
here we get it actually in this upcoming fight.
When I was doing English, I was like, is horizontal slash like genie stuff worth it for GR1? No, it was not. You were so
Yeah.
under leveled, like under strength rather.
You still have the strength for it. It won't be that slow, but you can just go faster with it.
Original
Other things.
colored Grim Reaper.
Which is ironic considering this is just what the Cursed Grim Reaper normally looks like.
Right.
So Fudge's also doing a really cool optimization found by VG Master, where you do some really cool ground combos during that comet to set everything up. Does a little bit more damage, but also just it's faster. So
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't able to get like the perfect setup. It's very finicky, but this is just as good. Like we secured our damage, we just didn't get the god tier damage that saves 2 seconds.
yeah, still a fantastic fight there.
Yeah.
Not as long as you're not running out of drive there, you don't really care how the fight goes.
Exactly. I didn't get
You didn't
pan.
pan.
Yeah.
You forgot the summon. It's no Pod, what are you doing? you need Peter Pan.
No, ban the pan.
Ban the pan, fair. Pan's cheating. We have Duck Flare now.
Pan is cheating.
No,
Oh,
we're
man.
actually going to be doing a really cool Magnet Arcana right here. This, you've seen how powerful this combo can be, and then later when we revisit Twilight Town, you're going to really see how insane Magnet with Arcana it can be.
Yeah, we're gonna be using a lot of Magnet with Genie, not Arcana specifically, because it costs 3 form gauges per use of the limit. So we're gonna be using the Valor Genie. Wow, dude, Genie's showing up to
Yep,
like dress for success.
Yeah, it's RNG of what form Genie starts in. So,
But we
the
can
fact that
change
we
him.
Really showed up in the right one.
Yeah.
is really nice.
That drive question mark on the command board is where I can change Genie's form.
We'll be getting pretty intimate with that menu in the next fight.
Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing some really cool tech approaching the Grim Reaper 2 fight, which is called Genie canceling. if you have heard of like Berserkori as like a cheese strat type of bit, where you can sunlock a boss, you can also do that with Genie, where every time you switch Genie's form, even if it's to the same form he's already at, it restores your entire combo, so you can sunlock a boss that way too.
Infinite
So you can
combo
infinitely-
with a caveat.
Yeah, it is a lot of inputs at once. It is not as trivial as Berserkori, which even that is still
Yeah, exactly.
technical. Like, people just got so good that we're like, oh well, that's easy because look at this. Which, like, I have a clip of me doing this to Terra.
Yeah, because you're a madman.
I get bored. I don't know.
I get bored, so I learn how to do the hardest stun lock on the hardest boss to stun lock.
Yeah, well, technically, he's not the hardest boss.
No, you know what I mean.
I know.
This boss gave me a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's just a like tricky boss to like know what to do.
Yeah.
So we just keep looping him.
Especially-
Oh wow! So that aerial spiral just whipped entirely.
Yeah. As he puts last phase here, he's going to do his DM, which gets back all 882 medallions. And this is where a lot of casuals will struggle, because it's really hard to find an effective way to actually get all this back. But we can use Master Form, which each Thunder does multiple hits at a time, and each one of those hits does the same amount of removes the same amount of medallions as the normal Thunder would. So we just shred them, and then it's like we have the perfect amount of drive and magic to do it. It's like a match made in heaven. So yeah, this is a really cool sunlock. Also, I didn't mention earlier that we get to do with horizontal slash and setting up with Comet. But say goodbye to Comet, because we just got a new Donald limit called Flare Force, and you're never going to see another strat ever again.
Well,
Wait, the run's over?
Run's-
What are you
yeah,
talking
the run's
is
over. Donald is in the driver's seat now. Except for actually no, we actually have to do one boss where we can't do it.
we no longer hate Donald. We love Donald.
Yeah, we love Donald now. Donald, bring it in, buddy. Like, I've never said anything bad. Thank God my mic's usually muted during early games, so you can't hear me when I'm saying bad things about him. But it's fine.
That's right. We're gonna make a quick stop in Agrabah so that we can level up a little bit and get draw. Well, we might have already gotten draw, but
We already have draw.
Yeah, so we need the AP to equip draw. So we get to level 29 and some change, or hit level 30 depending on the experience that we have. And then we go over to Halloween Town and then use our draw for a certain fight. We don't
That's
need to
actually
do it, but I
really
like it.
interesting. This is a routing you only see in beginner, which is really nice because we basically just it wouldn't really speed us up to try to get Decisive Pumpkin, the Keyblade in Halloween Town, where you'd usually get that in critical mode immediately. But we would lose our finishing plus if we get to use here. So we're reasonably, unless we are doing a specific strat, never taking off this Keyblade unless we have to. Just because having that extra finisher just opens up what we can do so much, especially in these mob fights. You're seeing how powerful Magnet finishing leap is. But we basically just get all the XP we can here, and then leave, and then get a stronger Keyblade just to trivialize Genie Jafar. Another fight that probably gave a lot of people trouble.
A lot of these fights probably gave a lot of people trouble, especially in their childhood. And I'm here to tell you, it's okay, I've got you.
Yeah, these fights are all very gimmicky, and if you go a little off script, you are just trying to hold on for dear life.
More or less, yeah. I did not like that. Yep, I'm glad that I went for the horizontal slashes because I went flying for no reason. Okay, we're good.
What's really nice about specifically these two enemies, the Fortune Teller and Crimson Jazz, if they get caught in the magnet, they will immediately do a really predictable retaliation when the magnet ends, which we can use to just get another Reflect Magnet.
Now we got some switches that we need to unlock with our base magic. We go to the Thunder one first because it's the farthest. And we do a little bit of movement to despawn enemies and also just get to the next switch faster. And And this one's the blizzard switch, so as soon as it lines up, we can do the blizzard, and then the fire one will surround us. And as soon as it surrounds us, we can cast fire and not get hit by this Crimson Jazz that really will probably try to do that attack. Never mind, he did the long
did
attack.
the nice one.
Yeah.
The Crimson Jazz has 3 different attacks that it can do. Only one of them will interrupt your fire. So most times it will not actually interrupt you.
Yeah,
Sometimes
unless
you
you're
can, and then you're trying.
Unless you're frame perfect. Like if you get that fire
That's
off
true.
in time, even if he does the fast one, it's fine.
Yeah, there's another auto scroller. Unfortunately, we can't like XP boost this one because whenever we hit any of these enemies, it hits it against the wall, which the wall technically gets the kill.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing that I didn't talk about. EXP boosting only applies to Sora's kills. So when I was doing things like Hades Escape with Orin and Donald in the party, when they get the last hit or the kill hit, if they do that, then the kill is not EXP boosted, which kind of stunk. But we had good enough experience where it did not matter.
Yeah, the same thing actually happens with certain RCs. Actually, won't count as
Yeah.
Sora's kill. It's really interesting. Like Batcry is one of those that doesn't count as Sora's kill for some reason.
Because even though you're using the bat as a weapon, it counts as the bat's kill. I don't know.
So this is just trying to do a well-timed finisher there to kill those fat bandits. Get some extra XP here. What the main XP threshold we're trying to hit for like the rest of the game is hitting level 30, which is our next strength up, and that'll just kind of set us up to do whatever we really want for the rest of the game.
Yep. Any other strength up that we get, because we'll get one more, does not matter because we are so below the damage floor or the stat floor required this is just the last one. That's all.
And the way that our XP gets routed, it also allows us to be
Nice.
level 30 for both Genie Jafar and for the experiment. So it just trivializes both those fights, whereas in other categories, usually you would only have that chance to do that for Genie Jafar.
Oh, actually, we found that it didn't matter for experiment. It takes you from below the floor to at the floor. I think
I'm taking stuff up.
that. No, it's fine.
Well, if you're at the floor, you do like 0.2 more, like per hit. So it still technically does more.
Well, I don't know then. I can't tell the difference. So yeah, we're leaving Agrabah temporarily, and we're gonna go actually do the second visit of Halloween Town in its entirety. We are still level 29, but we're 500 experience from what's it called? I'm blanking, from level 30. So we'll be fine. We're gonna get exactly 992 experience. Wow, that was a bad quick run.
Nice.
Pushing Goofy. Push that dog. We get 992 experience from the force fight. So we're all set. Not this one. The next one.
We're seeing another Magnet Trinity here, because that just easily takes out these enemies. Hit Lock, Shock, and Barrel that when you saw the KH1 run earlier, I'm sure gave Nintendo more trouble than these will give us.
Yeah,
That's just because we're better.
Ninten was having like the kids were just bouncing around for him. It was pretty obnoxious. I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
KH1 Lock, Shock, and Barrel is one of the like most out of control fights in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the annoying thing is you kind of do the same strat on every difficulty. You just spam Blizzard and hope that you hit them. So it's a little rough.
Nintendo killed it though.
Oh, yeah. That was a great run.
It was a crazy battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really good run.
Yeah, big shouts to Nintendo having done so many great things in KH1 in this game primarily, but also has ran every game at some point.
All right, Magnet Arcana time.
Strat is so good.
So that's what we need draw for, because
Clear.
as we kill the White Knights, which are actually like properly white because they're OG skinned instead of looking like dirty tattered bandages.
Well, technically the white is spelled differently, so
by the time that happens, the graveyards show up, and we need the draw so that they don't take our presents from us. Speaking of presents,
yeah, so this is all RNG. We're trying to get up to 100. This is actually very good RNG right now.
oh my god,
Oh my gosh, the amount of greens. So greens are what you're hoping to see here. If we ever see a brown box, then that should basically finish the fight. But the problem is, Lockshung Braille will come to try to stop you. If they hit any of these presents, it just disappears.
Dude, check my Lua.
That is insane.
Shadow of Eden is fuming right now.
What the heck? I mean, you're also fuming. You've had the song loop in your run.
I've had the song loop in my run. That, like, I've gotten fourth kitted, as we call it.
Yeah, because you just get locked again. Because basically, the moment you see shock is kind of what you expect there, but it doesn't really matter. Here we're seeing Duck Flare being used here, which just takes out this first phase very easily. We also don't have guard to parry here, so we actually have to just quick run away, or you can do an attack parry if you're cool.
No, I prefer the quick run. It's cooler.
No, you're wrong. That's okay. And here we're actually use that elixir that we got from talking to the Moogle, and that brings back all of our HP and MP, so we just get to immediately just go back into another Duck Flare.
Scripted. No, that was a pretty standard experiment fight. I know a lot of people hate it, but once you learn how to like properly throw like the body into the head, yeah, like it's a fun fight. All of these fights are fun once you learn them. It's just the process of learning them can be very tedious, which I understand.
Same with this fight.
Yeah.
This
Oh
fight
my god.
also, once you learn it, is very fun. I was gonna say, please put on the right keyblade.
I did.
So, also shout out to Slick. That's Slickzilla for finding an optimization here using aerial sweep. It just saves us like a couple seconds being able to get up to the head quicker.
Was it
also
Slick?
using an ability.
Wow, okay.
I want to say it was like that the first time I saw it done.
Oh.
I might be miscrediting someone, but
I thought it was a JP runner, but whatever.
well, I'm miscrediting people and I'm the villain. I don't know. But we're doing some very specific combos to try to hit certain HP gates at the right times so that we don't over damage him, so we don't get like the spell that he does, the shot, where he'll just summon fireballs and thunder and you are just left fending for yourself. But here we're all set and very easy DM skip. This fight is so trivial once you know how to do it.
Yeah, all those blizzards were right at the HP gate, and you need the way that you break an HP gate is by doing a finisher or magic because they count as a finisher in terms of like the hit. So yeah, once you know how to properly position your carpet positioning so that you can do aerial sweep and not do an accidental aerial attack, or do the proper carpet slide dash, it's a fun fight.
Yeah, now we're finally going back to Beast Castle, now that we have gotten so much more strength and level ups, and namely Duck Flare. We'll be able to make very quick work of them. Probably, I'd say, the hardest fight for most people in this game before getting like one that ever was.
I want to put on the medal. Okay, that's not bad.
Just taking out these Dragoons with some quick magnet finishing leaps, and then getting into Dusk. So then we'll spawn in these next Dragoons and hopefully get a really good Magnet Trinity here. Should be good.
Nice.
Yep, there's the meat grinder. It is a very specific distance to pull them away. So, because if you do that distance wrong, they get pulled too close to you and not into the magnet. So.
Yeah, and I know what exact HP they are just based on like looking at the bar, and I'm like, oh, you're 2 HP, and then it does 2 hits, and I'm just like, okay.
Yep.
So
we're on beginners, we can just tank that hit. If not, we could just move around. But we just take these 9 jumps, and then we'll immediately do an air combo, revert into Duck Flare.
we're good.
You just delayed that jump. Scared. And just like that, the fight's over.
Whew.
I'm sure that was very cathartic for a lot of people's childhoods.
That's right. Shout out to Iwabi for teaching me how to double thumb mash, because he runs Wind Waker as well. And there's a lot of mashing in that, so he actually sent me videos of Wind Waker runners showing
mashing.
I mashed the 9 jumps there. I can't do it
There's
with
a
one
timer.
thumb. No, I can't do it. I just have to double thumb it.
You just wait till the circle to go out. What
Bro.
do you mean?
I can't.
It ain't that deep. Just wait for the circle to fully expand.
No.
Still shout out to Wabi. Wabi's the GOAT, but like still, what the heck?
Leave me alone. This is why he says I'm bad.
No, that's not why.
There's other reasons he says.
So this is Riku here. A little bit of RNG based on the attacks that he does, but based on the strat we're doing, we don't have to really worry about it. Aw, couldn't get a cool RC
It's
there.
fine.
And then yeah, making quick work there. There are ways that you can speed up that fight if the fight was 100% consistent by getting some more reflects in or setting up the speed trap. Because speed trap with reaction boost does so much damage here.
Oh yeah. But Riku does whatever he wants, and he's built like a Birth by Sleep boss.
Yep, he does not get staggered at all.
Yeah, so we just have to make do with what there is.
Dude, BBS bosses stagger better than Riku does.
Nah, you're right.
So here we're doing another really cool Magnet Trinity. This is like such a consistent strat. Well, I say that, but technically it can fail. But you do the same strat on every difficulty.
Yep. And we need about 250. Like we want one Bull Tower and one Assault Rider to die, and about 250 hits, and we're all set.
And people will have like any little like placebo things of like, oh, if I hold back before doing this, I might be better or like more consistent. But it's really just RNG.
Yeah.
So here we're introducing a new nobody type. That's the snipers. Each of the different organization members have their own like pairing to a nobody.
Bro.
So this is Zigbar's nobody.
He just decided to not take damage, so.
Yeah. Well, they're not even at the magnet. What the heck?
Yeah, I got a
was
little
pretty
unlucky
trolly.
there. Yeah, that's okay. That's not very common. It's fine. Don't grab the stuff.
Dang it.
I told you, I'm not extended category braining today.
Also, shoutouts again to Ninten. Just keeps finding more optimizations.
Yeah, he found this strat and he was like, I don't know if this is run viable, and then I said, yeah, it's run viable.
It's so funny because I was like, how have we never thought about this?
I don't know. Hopefully we can do it.
Basically, you see the two horns to the side of the shoulders, also recolored Stormrider.
Aw.
You see these little horns here. If you knock both of them down, if you break both of them, then it knocks Stormrider down. Normally, we would wait for him to do an RC to knock him down. But if we do this, it knocks him down earlier. We can just kill him.
This is dangerous. I'm probably not getting it. Oh, yep, I'm definitely not getting it.
Yeah,
It's fine.
that's okay. He'll do the RC after this.
Yeah. He might
But
not.
we'll still see that RC. There's
No,
a chainsaw DM.
He's going to over here.
Is he gonna DM?
Yeah, he's going. He needs to be at one. Oh, he's not.
Nope.
Okay, cool.
I was pretty sure he was gonna do RC.
That's
see,
fine.
I know more.
Listen, he was at a very
That's
high
fine,
HP. So what I wanted to do was not get hit by lightning there, but I barely mistimed it and got hit. So I wanted to break the first wing horn with my normal hits of the combo, and then target switch to the head's horn to do the finishers, and then do an air combo, and then get him like under 3 bars of health, and then break the second wing horn, which knocks him down, and then I can duck flare him to death. But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
if everything is done right, we should be getting roughly the same amount of damage we would get in the old strat, but we just knock him down faster.
yeah.
So, but it's really difficult. But anyways, that finishes up all of our revisits except for one. We're going to go to Twilight Town 3, which mainly has 2 big fights that we're going to be doing, which is the mansion fight in between. Until then, we're going to be doing just some movement to get down there. Get to use the skateboard again.
Skateboard. Only
And
through the
first skater right
concourse.
here. Yeah, that's actually a shortcut that gets opened up during this visit that we don't really have to interact with, but it saves some time. It's really nice. And we're going to be seeing more of the Master Genie with Magnet being used here. This is probably the biggest use of it.
Little damage boost.
Okay.
What? What's wrong?
Anyway,
What's
so-
wrong with my damage boost?
Little
Magnet Arcana.
So Genie said make some room. So we're making some room by getting rid of these nobodies here. And basically, the way that to do all this is you make sure we're not targeting any of these, and then it pulls them perfectly in.
Like, until we get to the
then-
samurai.
Yeah, the samurai are too heavy, so we actually have to just stand right above them to actually keep it like on their person.
That was very good. Wow.
Very good fight.
Yeah. Yeah, there are weight classes to enemies. You kind of forget about it until that fight.
Yeah, samurai actually aren't even like considerably that much heavier.
No,
but
that's
like
enough.
there's a medium weight class, but it's enough of a difference to be way different than creepers, which are like the shadows of the nobodies.
There we go. Also, we just put on Goofy's top tier limit Whirly Goof,
We love Whirly Goof.
and we're about to use
Buffalo
it.
still burrowing. Let us use Whirly Goof.
We will use it twice in this run. If we get it, technically we would get it early if we did Land of Dragons first, or like early, but we don't. So we get it as late as possible. And they're shredded.
Yep.
That's really good.
Magnet Whirly Goof is so good. Shout out to, was it VG or Nintendo mainly discovered a lot of those?
Someone, I don't know, remember.
One of those two. A runner living in Australia, I don't know.
Yo, Axel, my guy, what are we doing here?
Bro does not have it memorized.
Hold on. Oh, they are way too high of health. Actually, yo, Axel.
And it's Slytherin.
Okay, that's cool. Yo, okay, now I got him.
It just keeps going.
There's another?
No way.
Axel, my dude.
So Axel is wasting so much time right now. Oh my gosh.
There.
That was like 30 seconds lost. to
Yeah.
Axel.
He can just do that. That's why
Yeah.
I named this split Beavis and Butthead because Mickey and Axel are two of the worst party members
Yep.
in the run.
They because they will just move enemies away from you. So
It's fine.
Here we're
It's
doing
weird because you'd think Mickey would be good.
No, Mickey, we hate the mouse.
Here we're actually gonna be doing my favorite fight in this run, which is Roxas. This strat is lovingly named Fast and Furious. So we'll see how he does it here. So we're trying to purposely trigger Roxas's ground retaliation, and then we're doing some very well-timed reflex to just get such good damage on him, but without being knocked away. And this is also slowly bringing back our drive to use for later. And then that's the quick kill. Very well done. There's a pretty precise visual cue. Once you get it, it's pretty lenient. With like Sora's like torso, but
Yeah.
well, actually, I think Podgy looks at a different part of it. I think you and Matt all have different parts of Sora's model that we look at for that visual cue.
I look at the way he steps forward in his recovery animation.
Look at his feet. Matt looks at his head. I look at his torso.
Don't read into that, please.
Wow. Anyway, so we're gonna be using.
They already have.
We're gonna be using
They
anti-form here.
already have.
So, a mechanic we haven't had the chance to really talk about. It's called anti-form and anti-points. Every time you go into a form, you gain like 1 anti-point. And when you anti-form is meant to like punish you for overuse of drive forms. So there's been plenty of times we've been at risk of going into it, but we've been using certain loopholes to get around it. part of him being dead or going into it when there's no enemies around. But anyways, every time you go into anti, it lowers your anti points by 5. So we're using it twice there for decent movement, but also just to make sure that we have no risk of going into anti for the rest of the run. So
we don't
this is
actually
also
use
a
final
fight.
form in this run
Yeah.
from someone in chat.
Yeah, unfortunately not. That is how you get final form. If you get into anti form 5 times while having the conditions to meet final form, then you will go into final. Well, actually, not always 5 times, but most.
I got Insanic Tried the other day.
Second try is very good.
Yeah.
First try is a 2% chance. It's great.
Oh, that was weird. That's
That
bad.
was not great.
It's fine. Yeah, we'll be
Yeah, do
fine.
with these.
Oh, he gave it to me.
Interesting. I thought he was going to blue laser there. Yeah. So
I'm actually surprised about that. Why'd that happen? It's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go Wisdom Form, and we'll be okay. We just want Wisdom Form later.
So we're doing this to keep Donald alive, so we don't have to worry about him dying to this DM right here. And then we can just use Duck Flare as he come out of this DMs to take care of it. So I guess I was right. We really shouldn't have betrayed him. So yeah, we won't be able to use Wisdom Form right here for movement. That's okay.
I'm trying to think. Oh! I know why. I used it on the wrong input, like after the wrong input. That's okay. Little backup. I know that that DM is like terrifying, but literally you can just run in a circle even as base
Yeah.
Sora and survive. I just go Wisdom Form so Donald doesn't die.
Yeah, because a lot of the time they won't die, but you just want to keep everything consistent.
Yep. And we'll get our drive
that
back.
only
it's okay.
affects there. Yeah, we'll get our drive back and then some during the Luxord fight here. So Luxord's a pretty. I think it's a pretty fun fight. It has a lot of RNG going on in it, where he can choose to either do the mini games again or summon cards to attack you, and he jumps. But if he keeps doing mini games, then we can get a lot of really good reflect punishes. So this is a really cool opening that just lets us keep forcing his RB, just to keep getting all these reflects.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm gonna let him just do it. Yep. When he goes really far away like that, it's like you just have to like perfectly time the like the reflect slide dash. And it's just annoying. But now he's giving me minigames, which is really nice. Well, of course, now I said it, it's okay. We can do this. Well, that card didn't get hit, so I was watching that card. Okay. Yeah, I'm still watching that
It's
card.
just hanging out.
Okay.
There we go. And we're approaching the DM phase where we're gonna
There we
wanna. There we go. And we're gonna want to go into limit form.
Yeah, I didn't have to do Trinity, but it's safety.
Yeah.
They were good.
So now we'll be able to just use limit form and Ars Arcanum, which we haven't really talked about limit form very much. Limit form here is like probably the most like damaging
There we go.
form. We'll be using it for the rest of the run constantly. Where we have 4 different limits to be used. The main two you're going to be seeing is Ars Arcanum and Ragnarok. Which Ars Arcana, if you don't do the last piece of it, then it'll just allow you to semi-infinitely combo an enemy because it won't add any revenge value, which just means that it won't contribute to them retaliating. Syx is also a huge scripted fight. I know it's at this point we're just at a boss rush. We're just going to win one thing into the next. We're going to be seeing a lot of Duck Flare being used here. Which, doing these aerial spirals does the same damage application we talked about earlier in Halloween Town. And that's a really well-timed master form where we can just keep hitting his RV make him come back and attack us more. And that was a very good time thing there. There's a little bit of a piece of tech that there is called RSR. That's Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect, which it uses that Combo Master ability that we got from Roxas, which allows us to do like physical attacks without having something to target. And it also allows us to do physical attacks mixed in with our magic combos. So it allows us to get 2 reflects for the price of 1 usually.
Very nice. And we hit 3 drive on that, which is ideal. So we don't have to spend time right here grabbing even more form or drive. So we can just pop Wisdom after a quick run and just get to the boss, the Xemnas, as fast as possible.
Yep. And we're seeing here also just like this is one of the biggest rooms to really see how much better Quick Run 2 is than Quick Run 1. And Wisdom also has like this slide to him that it just keeps momentum very well. So this is really nice for going up slopes.
Mm-hmm.
Xemnas here is going to start off with a building RC that hopefully we only have to see once. And there's 3 options for this RC. There's Clash, Breakthrough, and Finish. And we want to do that 3rd one because it does the most damage and sets us up better. So we're going to be doing that, and then we're going to be setting up more of those combos I just mentioned, the RSR.
Reflect, Slapshot, Reflect.
Just running up and building.
Sora's so cool in this game.
He like, especially in this world, he's like so metal with all the stuff he does. When Final Fight starts, it's even better.
Knock him away from the stairs, because we don't like stairs.
Yeah, the stairs can cause him to cancel things really easily from like falling off of the floor. So you just want to keep him on the ground where you can trust what he's going to do. And we're delaying that guard break to make sure that it catches him right to make sure we can continue the combo.
Very good.
And that's Xemnas skipping the building there. And we're now approaching the final gauntlet of we're entering Kingdom Hearts. This is where we found it. We found Kingdom Hearts ish.
Ish.
That really is how this series is.
You're not wrong.
This one's Kingdom Hearts for real this time. Kinda. Sort of.
Let's slash through a bunch of buildings, because why not?
That was the BB.
Just making sure everything is set on my commands, like preset. Makes things easier later.
Yeah, this is just more just really cool anime things that Sora gets to do here. Just slashing through all these buildings.
With some of the best music ever.
The song is called A Fight to the Death.
Yeah, straight up. It's just called A Fight to the Death.
That is the name of this track. Yeah, a lot of Kingdom Hearts tracks usually have like Latin names for like the cooler songs, but these 2 tracks back to back is a Fight to the Death and Darkness of the Unknown. So pretty sick track names.
They started doing the Latin stuff in later titles.
And earlier. The main fight of Ansem is like Forza de Mal.
You're right, but like it became like I'd say more
prominent. Like, where like every org member has like that in it.
We had Riku throw an ether for us so that I didn't have to, because he has 2 spare.
And we don't like Riku because Riku doesn't have Duck Flare or Whirly Goof, so why is he really here?
And these magnets immediately knock the exploders into the engine, which is why we just cast them. Makes this fight really easy. And now we've got the core, which is awesome.
Yeah, this is a really cool thing here where we're going to hit a hit count to spawn the next wave of enemies early. Where normally we'd have to actually get to the HP gate. And some more Magnet Whirly Goof to get our magic back. Getting our drive back, but also killing all those enemies quickly. And then another kind of hit count we're doing here to once again go to the next phase. And some more Master Genie.
Okay, we're good.
And then we're actually going to just keep things in the air so we can do a really cool Magnet Trinity here. That will not only take out all these enemies, it'll also allow us to do a finisher on the core and do a significant amount of damage to it.
Nice. For the sake of
Valor
safety,
here.
I'm just gonna do one finisher.
Yeah, make sure they get all the drive back, everything you need.
Yeah.
Valor form has the decisive pumpkin keyblade on it, which we didn't like talk about it earlier, but that has the combo boost ability, which just makes the ground combo do more damage. So very nice. We're gonna see it right here again being used.
Iframes.
Yep, iframes are cool. How did Donald not get hit by any of those?
Don't worry about it.
And getting all those reflects in, and then just using Duck Flare and say goodbye to the best limit in the game. Because we're not going to be seeing our party members for the rest of the game. Now we're stuck with that Riku guy. Which Riku does, we're going to see some very cool tech with one of Riku's abilities called Dark Aura. We're seeing a bit of it here in this auto-scroller here with Dragon's Emness, where if you do a finisher and then use Dark Aura, you can just get another finisher for free.
It'll be it's kind of similar to the Genie canceling, except we're Riku canceling now. Or laser canceling, because that's what the input is here. But yeah, this is one of my favorite fights of the game, like unironically, because it's one of those fights that
he's insane for.
Well, okay, it's one of those fights that like you don't understand it until you do, and when you do, it's actually glorious. Like it's not a visual
that it's an auto scroller that you have no control over, but it's actually an auto scroller you have a lot of control over.
Exactly. Like that was fast as all hell, and I can't even begin to explain why. Basically, all of those spawns are scripted in every phase, and if you know the timings of everything with your finisher cancels and your positioning, you're basically hitting them as they spawn and just speeding up the next wave of spawn.
And then we use another Mega Laser. That every time we get enough energy, we just get to use that, and it just shreds that phase.
And yes, this is the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And yes, we did fight Yu-Gi-Oh earlier. I didn't test it. I could have had Yu-Gi-Oh music for Luxord, but it's okay.
Yeah. With the game, there's a lot of music rando mods. You definitely see a lot of it when people play the rando. I'll often be running with it tomorrow. But there's also some mods that let you specifically pick different songs, and Podgy had a couple you can use there. Mainly the one that would replace some Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories to replace Luxord's fight.
Duelist of the Roses. Mm-hmm. Not Forbidden Memories.
Yeah.
Those are two different games.
I'll take your word for it.
That's Digimon, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we're approaching that in here. We're just going to use one more Mega Laser just to get rid of this last phase, get some extra damage there from the other enemies. And then we'll be approaching Armored Zemnis again, but this time he's angry. He's going to be yelling a lot.
Yeah.
This time he's really mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But not mad enough to get up.
That's the
Because
best way to
honestly,
describe it.
that's me too. Because sometimes I'm mad, but like I'm too comfy in my chair.
Not mad enough to stand yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you look at some BBS super bosses, you can see what it's like when he stands.
That's true. So all these building spawns for these reaction mans are fixed. They're not random, so we can just fly to where we know the closest one is on each wave, and then we just immediately fly back and start the next phase as quickly as possible. Good. Dark Aura.
Yeah, this fight's incredibly scripted once you get good at it.
Yep.
We're also doing a really cool thing where we're actually going to stay above these lasers here, so we don't have to fall all the way down, and we can set up a quicker building to get.
There's one really right here. The risk is
if you wait all the way down, most of the time, the other buildings, if any of the other buildings hit one of the stationary ones, it now becomes like active, and you can't actually use the RC, and it'll hit you.
You can die from it in other
Yes,
categories.
And if you do it enough times, you can die from in any category.
Yep.
So what the heck was that dodge roll? Where'd you
Yeah,
put that?
I did dodge roll. Yeah, so obviously we don't have all these growth abilities, but for this fight, you're just given all of your growth abilities. So I knew to dodge roll right there by just tapping square instead of holding square. Otherwise, I would have gotten a max quick run and got thrown. And yes, that is Hobbs in the background.
Yeah, so this is another really cool strat found by Insert Logic called Dancing with the Devil, where we kind of stay on the ground and just kind of no fear do all these combos on Final Zemnis during that like really flashy throw.
Yeah, I went for something real crazy right there, and I'm so glad I got it.
That definitely was really crazy. So if we get good RNG here, we'll also get another throw here.
Ah, it's fine.
Bad RNG, unfortunately. And then we could have done the same strat we did in the opening. But we can do this pretty well, too.
Yeah. Last one.
And that'll hit us here. And now we're in Dome, and that is
Almost time.
almost time. We're gonna. This is kind of an auto-scroller portion, got about a minute and a half left, and then we're done.
Yep, this is...
We found Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, we found Kingdom Hearts. We can't skip this, unfortunately. You can skip it, modded, blah, blah, blah. Rando
In
players.
Rando, we get to skip it.
But we like not doing that, so here we are.
Yeah, because it would just kind of save like a minute and a half, which is kind of awkward of like to change all of the times.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, like, there's
And
skill
you can fail.
involved. Yeah, and yeah, you can fail it. Whole big thing. Better to not worry about it. That's Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, almost. I mean, there's got this cool fight sequence where Sora double wields, and yeah, but this was fun. What's record? It's so we do loadless, and I have it with a 2 minute 10 hour 2 minute 2 hour 10 minute 48 second.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so this is about a 2:14 for this run, by the way, just for those wondering. So it is. I mean, it's a marathon, but
I mean, it's not too soon, right?
yeah, we got our what's it called? Our estimate.
All right, and that's
Time.
GG.
And yes,
Huge claps in the chat for Ponji. That was incredible. What a great way to wrap up day one.
yeah, that was fun.
All right, Pajay, I guess you're kind of good at the game.
I'm kind of good at the game.
I'll concede there.
I didn't sub 2 hour though.
You didn't, and I'll allow it.
The joke is you can't sub 2 hour yet.
Yeah.
Yet. We have to find
Everyone, please go give Ponji a huge follow. Click on his name in the title of the stream and click that big heart button. Ponji, tell everybody at home just a little bit about what you do on your channel and what they're going to expect when they hit that follow button.
All right, so I'm in my current speedrunning era of the last almost 4 years of this game and sometimes other games, but it's mainly this one. I'm currently right now going for world record in beginner gold crown, which is the category where you do all the things to get the post game content to get Sora's crown to be gold. Eventually, we'll be doing other extended categories like 100%ing the journal, maybe doing the plat trophy run, stuff like that. And eventually, yeah, I'll go back to doing any percent and pushing that further. But you'll see a lot of speedrunning, a lot of cool people in the chat, including Dewey. And yeah, I have nothing much more to say. It's a good group. You guys are great. And I appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely. It was a blast. This run was incredible. Dewey, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you?
Well, I also run this game. Not nearly as good as Podgy, but I usually like to help him find strats and routing things. But I also run the game. I'm more known for the randomizer, which make sure to keep tuning into GDQ because I will actually be part of a 4-way rando race tomorrow. So that's going to be a good time, and I'd like to think I'm pretty good at that. I'm not quite as good at the speedrun of this game, but I'm okay at the rando.
Okay at the rando.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a great show. Speaking of that, tomorrow we are back. Oops, All Kingdom Hearts Day 2 coming at you tomorrow here on the Games Done Quick channel. We have some absolutely incredible runs coming at you where we have Dream Drop Distance any percent New Game Plus with Shadow Fiend. That's going to be amazing. We have Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Hit List Rando Race with Dewey, Spike Vegeta, Ragnoth, and At Zero is going to be an incredible run. I'm really excited to see that, as well as we have Birth by Sleep 0.2 critical any percent coming at you as well. And we're wrapping up tomorrow with Chain of Memories Riku story. That's going to be an absolute blast. So I really appreciate you guys coming back tomorrow. If you guys enjoy the GDQ, if you enjoy GDQ Hotfix, or if you guys enjoy just speedrunning in general, you should stick around the channel because, yeah, guess what? GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th to the 12th. Registration and hotel bookings are now live, and they are live until Monday, December 2nd. Okay, visit gamesdonequick.com and check out the AGDQ 2025 important dates section to learn more. Thank you guys once again for watching tonight. I really do appreciate it. If you missed out on the Kingdom Hearts 1 run at the beginning of the day, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because we have a rerun happening right now. Once again, my name is Jiggy, and I hope to see you all tomorrow here for the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Kingdom Hearts Weekend Day 2.